Чи чути мене зараз? Чи чуєте мене? Говорить перекладач, чи чути мене? Доброго дня, чи чуєте? Ні, то я собі просто збавила. Я знаю, я собі тут голос збавляю.
Знаєте, як тут натискаєте коротко. Що таке? Чому справа? Ладно.
Чи чуєте мене зараз? Чи чути, як я говорю? Чи можете мене чути, так? Угу. Ну, зараз просто музика, то не буду. Як тільки припиниться, то я почну. Зараз не чути, зараз
Другий
чути.
раз коротко пункт.
Добре,
Коротко.
добре, добре. Чи зараз мене чути? Так, зараз мене має бути чути? Так, так. Я просто вимкнула перед тим. Ще говорити? Досить.
Повертаємося в прямий ефір телеканалу «Перший Західний», а також на радіо
Now we are
«Перше».
back
In
in the studio and we have Андрій Мацак in the studio, the General Director of Maria Zankovecka Drama Theatre. Andrei, welcome to the studio. Yesterday, we showed our visitors that the theatre changed its face. It became a totally different theatre. So the stage had to be full of actors and the place had to be full of visitors, but it's not so. What's happening there now?
Я хочу сказати, що це є стан душі театру Заньковецької, тому що коли
This is the state of our soul and spirit. Back in 2014, during Maidan time, we were always actively involved, and our employees, they were in Kyiv in Maidan, and we used our transport for the army needs. We were working at the checkpoints in the east of Ukraine. So what's happening right now is it's actually the same, because lots of our people are in the civil defense units, so they signed up voluntarily, and I understand that I have to be in the theater in order to coordinate all this activity. So I'm there and I'm ready to provide first aid if need be, or any other
Зараз
assistance.
ми віддали фоє і сцену театру.
The stage and the foyer of our theater is now for the needs of our volunteers, and our actors are involved in volunteering activities, so they collect all the help possible and as requested, and then they send it over to humanitarian centers.
Вона контролює, дивиться це все,
So,
і я дуже вдячний цим хлопцям.
I'm really grateful
разом з
to
нами.
my team, to my
Тому,
actors, to
тим,
my
кому це
people.
потрібно, чи це, якщо телефонує госпіталь,
If
значить,
the
ми тоді
hospital
вибираємо ліки,
calls,
які їм потрібні,
then
вони
we take the
переліки,
list of the
люди
medication
приїжджають
they
з
need,
відповідними документами,
and
однозначно, що
we
все мусить
give
бути
it over
документовано,
to
все
the
мусить бути
volunteers. Of
відповідним чином
course, we
організовано.
check the papers, we
І
check the
охорона стоїть на
documents,
дверях,
and
і
there is a security checking
все це ми
everything.
дуже
So
дивимося,
everything
і
is closely
переглядаємо. Які
coordinated.
пакунки приносять, бо ви розумієте, що ситуація
People
небезпечна,
bring
невідомо,
different
що, як
packages,
все
but
може бути,
we
в
are
принципі,
being
теоретично.
very
От, крім того,
cautious
хочу сказати,
because
що
you
є
understand that the
бомбосховище на
situation
всякий
is
випадок,
dangerous.
якщо,
Of course, we also have bomb shelters. You mean in the theater? Yes, yes, in the
є
theater.
бомбосховище,
So we have a
вони
bomb
обладнані,
shelter,
там, де люди
and
можуть собі
it is
сісти.
properly
А сьогодні,
equipped. There
до
are
нас із
seats
Варшави
there, so
прийде
the
30
people can use for their
подушок і
needs.
30 коциків.
Today we are
І тому,
expecting
значить, люди зможуть
30
переночувати у
pillows
нас,
and
які-
30
які-
blankets,
яким не треба буде
and
їсти. Тому
if
навіть
need be, people can
сьогодні,
spend the night there.
до 10 казахів,
Today,
які є
around
тут в Україні,
10
які
people from
сядуть на автобуси і
Kazakhstan
поїдуть
who are
в
based
Європу, там,
in
де їх
Ukraine,
приймуть,
and
які
they are
мешкають в
actually
Україні.
heading for
Вони
Europe, but they
сьогодні
are
переночували на
temporarily
тамтамній сцені,
staying in
надали
Lviv.
можливість
So
там
we
водичка, і
provided
все є,
the
все, що
premises
потрібно
of
для
our
людей,
theater for
вони
their
мають
needs. We
дітьми,
provided
вони
them
були.
with water
І все.
and
І
the
сьогодні вони вже
facilities.
пішли, далі десь там будуть
And I
їхати
guess today they are
автобусами,
heading
будуть
forward
готуватися під час
to
конфлікту.
the
До речі,
border.
ви питання таке зачепили складне. Бо
By
театр
the way,
Закарпатський має ще частину будинку, де проживають
You
мешканці,
said
якщо
that
не
part
помиляюсь.
of the theater is residential, right? So there are people, ordinary people living there. So we talked to Andriy by Skype, and some people are complaining that the bomb shelters are in terrible condition. There are, for example, bomb shelters, and there is information that you can use it, and people head for it, and it's full of clutter. It's not possible to use, and they say that you should find some different bomb shelter. Yeah, you can use it at any time, especially during the curfew. There were a few instances when we had to call the police to handle the issue. There were a few instances when weird people came from the street. I mean, they were suspicious and they were taking pictures, so they were really suspicious. They were not foreigners, but they were probably internal displaced people. They speak the language, though, with an accent, and we had to call the police because we were not confident of giving them shelter, especially at night time, because we couldn't control everybody. We don't know who those people were. But outside the curfew hours, people can use this bomb shelter. People who live next door and people who know us, so they know that the door of our museum is open. We have lots of volunteers and lots of employees, and once there is air raid siren, so people head for the bomb shelter. I understand that you are scared that some suspicious people might end up in your bomb shelter because it's a theater. But there was a case, our journalist, she was going to work, and this air raid siren found her right in the street, and she didn't have the place to hide, and she was asking ordinary people who were hiding in the basements, and they wouldn't let her in. So it's absolutely unhuman. So I believe we will have to talk to Mr. Holod, who is the deputy governor of Lviv Oblast administration. If you have any goods, any commodities, so you can take it to Copernica 17th Street, so this is humanitarian center. There are a few warehouses, they're equipped that can accept humanitarian aid. There is lots of commodity coming here, so we need to sort it, we need to put it into categories, and we will dispatch it Ukraine-wide. There is a separate warehouse for food, for strategic equipment, and there is a separate warehouse that will where we will locate the defense systems. If we look at the number of trucks that are approaching us during the few past days, so these are huge numbers, and I'd like to address the communities. Do not overpack the warehouses that are in your territories. So the great need is for the soldiers who are now in the front line. So we need to send the provisions to Chernobyl, Kyiv, Chernihiv, and other regions. So what we need right now, this is canned food, this is cereals, water, and food that can be cooked quickly. Non-food commodities. So these are mats, this is warm clothes, these are blankets, etc. Because you know that the weather had changed for worse, it's getting colder, and our soldiers in the front line, they need beds to sleep in, and they need blankets and pillows and sleeping bags. As for the medication, we need bandages, we need tourniquets, we need hemostatic bandages, etc. So all this information is in our Facebook page. As for defense systems, we are of great need, so we need helmets and body armor. This is also radio stations and thermal vision devices. We have already packed body armor and helmets, and the truck is heading for the central and eastern regions of Ukraine. As for food, there is great need at the border of food provisions because there are lines of people who are waiting at the border, and we are supplying hundreds of kilograms of food and other essentials to the border. So this is about humanitarian center work. We also have food stations, the so-called food banks or food stations. One of them is based in the railway station. We have special stations where you can go and get warm, where you can get a cup of tea, a sandwich, and other food. And also you can get some medical help if need be. Another aspect of our work, so this is assistance to our internally displaced people. We have a special center that is in charge of putting these people up in temporary shelters. We are in constant communication with our checkpoints. We are providing them with information. We have 112 line, which is emergency call line, where you can call and ask for help. We have thousands of people, internally displaced people, who arrived in Lviv, but this is not even official statistics, so this is according to our statistics. Lviv has provided shelter to everybody who needed one. Another aspect is financial assistance. We've got more than 5 million hryvnias that was wired to Kryla Nadii Foundation, the Wings of Hope Foundation. And this money is used for the needs of our soldiers in the front line. Speaking of humanitarian assistance, so this is what we've been dealing with. Army also calls on you, and can you give us more information about what needs the army have? We don't have any problems with food, and I think that this is overstatement, and we are ready even to provide food and our supplies to other regions of Ukraine, because there is no problem with food supplies here in our region. There is a lot of food in our warehouses as of now, and we are ready to provide these supplies to other regions of Ukraine. Is there any deficit as far as the medication in the pharmacies are concerned? Do you have any agreements with international organizations, and have you talked about replenishing the supplies? All the medication in the pharmacy is in the pharmacy, so I believe that all people have access to the pharmacies. Maybe there are some logistic issues, that it takes longer for the medication to be delivered to the pharmacies. But I believe that we just need to wait a day or so, and all the deficit in the supplies will be replenished. I'm in charge of humanitarian blog, so I take only the questions about the humanitarian center activity. The question was about the refugees, internally displaced people. 40,000 people were offered bed and shelter. I believe that there are many more, because officially it's difficult to give you accurate statistics, because we need a lot of resources for that. No matter how big the chaos is, I believe that we are doing our best in order to offer everybody bed and shelter. As for the status of refugees and internally displaced people, I believe that it takes time. People need to settle down, and later we will deal with the status. So this is the more of a legal aspect of our activity. Now we need to provide them bed and shelter and basic conditions for their comfortable existence. Are these only schools that you're using for refugees, or also hotels? Lviv will probably come up with another 30 to 40,000 of beds, so this could be in schools, in sports facilities, sports centers, etc. Today we can only say how many we have already provided, because each Ukrainian who was internally displaced, who had to leave their home, so they deserve to have proper conditions in order to temporarily stay in Lviv. Fortunately, there are not so many people who were internally displaced. I mean, we have more possibilities than there is need. As for the number of trains heading abroad, I believe that this is not the information that I have. What is the situation at the railway station? All people who are at the railway station, so they have two different objectives. Some want to stay in Lviv, others want to go abroad. Those who want to stay in Lviv, so they approach our volunteers, they get help, and they get guidance and assistance. There they can get medical assistance and guidance where they can go further. So that's the logistics. Those who want to move abroad, so they stay at the railway station, and they are waiting for the trains to move forward. Do you have any information about the football stadium, Arena Lviv, how people can get there? There is a bus from the railway station that takes people to Arena Lviv. There were lots of instances that people who arrived didn't have any documents, didn't have any IDs. We are trying to help them regardless this, and we are trying to guide them. What about the food? What about the meals for them? So they can get meals from volunteers. They can get assistance from volunteers who are working all the time at the railway station. We are in in touch with our volunteers constantly, and we ask what sort of help people need. So we are trying to provide them with all possible supplies. We take a lot of food and essentials to the railway station every day. We also take blankets, warm clothes, clean underwear. So yeah, we are doing all we can. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the information and for what you do.
Повертаємося в ефір телеканалу «Перший Західний». У
We are
нас
back in our
щойно відбувся
studio.
брифінг заступника голови
We just
Львівської
had
обласної ради Юрія
the
Холода, а
deputy
тим часом
governor
до мене в
of
студії свого
Lviv
гостя, це Андрій Мацак, генеральний директор
Oblast Administration.
Національного
Today we have
драматичного
Andriy
театру
Metsak
імені
in our
Марії
studio, who
Заньковецької
is the
в Львові.
director
Скінчили
of
з вами на тому,
Maria
що
Zankovecka
штаб
Drama
величезний
Theatre in
розробився,
Lviv.
і
You were
там
saying
Україні.
that your
Тільки звертаємося
theater
до
was
львів'ян
converted
ще раз із
into
мешканців інших
humanitarian
львівських
center,
з розумінням
into
ставитись до тих людей, яких сирена
the place
заставила
where
просто посеред вулиці,
people
і
can
не
find
спілкуватися,
shelter
уважно
if they
життя,
were
не говорити
found
влади,
in
що
the
наш
street
приватний
during the
будинок
air
вас
raid
пускати не буде.
siren.
І лише у заходах, у межах заходів безпеки, якщо ви бачите,
And
що ця
if
людина
there
якась
is a
підозріла,
suspicious
то навіть
person,
якщо
you
ви
said,
можете
even
викликати
during the
поліцію,
air raid
цю людину
sirens,
перевірити.
so please call the
Пане
police.
Андрію,
Police will come
повертаємося
and
до
they
цієї
will
теми з
check that
потребами,
person.
з штабом,
Let's
з ким
go
ви
back
співпрацюєте.
to
Знаю, що у вас
what
великі
we were
контакти з
talking. I know
іноземцями,
that you have a
особливо
lot
поляками,
of
литовцями, чи
contacts with
допомагають, бо у нас
Polish
тут
colleagues,
розгорнувся крім
Lithuanians,
інформаційного штабу, ще й гуманітарний,
because
ми теж
I
як
understand
телеканал
that
і радіо допомагаємо
you are working as
різним
humanitarian
потребам
center.
збирати
We
належну
work as
організацію.
information and humanitarian center. If need be, you can use our facilities for your needs too.
Скеровуємо нашу машину. Ми зовсім недавно придбали.
Recently, we purchased a vehicle. It's a cargo vehicle. It's second-hand, but it's in good condition. And this vehicle now is heading towards Krakivets border crossing point. So they are going to bring some humanitarian aid from Poland. I'm not sure where they are going to, what's their destination. Maybe they are going to take these goods elsewhere, but we have cargo vehicles, we have transportation means so that you can use to your needs, for your needs. Over the last 24 hours, we helped 15 people to cross the border with Poland. A few people used the bus, a few people used railway. Those were women, so there were no men among them. Today at 5 in the morning, we helped people to get on the train that goes to Peremyshel. Actually, it was a woman with 3 kids. The youngest kid is only 3 months old. So this is what we are doing. That was actually a request from our friends from Warsaw. Now they are hosting 5 people from our theater in Rzeszów. We have very friendly relationship, and Warsaw is hosting another 10 people in their theater. So this is how we help. Do you host your colleagues, actors from other cities of Ukraine? We haven't had requests yet, but if there are, of course we will. Lviv Circus, by the way, are helping us. They have a hotel, and if there is a need, for example, to stay overnight, they provide us rooms so people can stay a day, 2 days, and later they are given further guidance where they need to go. Of course, we are not talking about theater seasons right now. I understand that all performances have been cancelled, the theater is not working. So I understand that the theater is a cultural institution that had to provide different types of services than they are providing right now. Most likely you will have a lot of themes for new performances.
із Олесем Федорченком. Ми її навіть транслювали.
There was a new performance called Життя Live. It was even broadcasting in our channel. So do you think, yeah, I understand it might be a ridiculous question to ask, but do you think that all those events will eventually end up as a theme of your performances, of your plays? Speaking of this performance, Життя Live, we were actually planning to travel to Kyiv with this performance. Everything was ready, so all our decorations were ready and packed, but unfortunately we had to cancel it the last minute.
Я по собі чую, що психологія людини є дивна штука.
Human psychology is a weird thing. We are constantly moving, we are constantly doing something, we have 101 things to do in a minute. And I think that it won't be difficult to get back to what we had been doing before. I mean, art, theater, creativity. We are full of life and energy. We were working on a different performance called Ideally. We will have to postpone it for a while. Maybe we will finish staging it at the end of this year, maybe earlier next year. I apologize for such maybe weird comparison, but we are like doctors. We are mental health providers, psychologists, because we also believe that we need to help people to get rid of depression, aggression, etc. Yeah, that's a good point. Some people keep asking us, why are you cracking jokes? Why are you quoting some jokes that are produced by our people? Because it's wartime, and for you there is place for humor. How can we explain people that this is the right thing to do? Because war is war, but we need to support our soldiers, we need to support our military. We cannot only cry, we have to keep our spirits up, we have to hold up. We were preparing a different performance actually recently, but I believe that it will not meet the needs of our society. Even if we use like beautiful music, etc., but I think that we need to offer people something that will help them relax and think about other things, maybe just switch channels. We will win eventually, I have no doubts about that, but now I believe we need to we need to keep going, and we are now preparing Lviv Tango. It's about the composer and his girlfriend. So the performance is about Lviv of the 1930s, and that's the story of Ukrainian songs and its way through Polish and Jewish subculture, and how it found its ground and how it reflected the spirit of Ukrainians of those times. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very, I hope, fascinating from all sides. People from different sectors, including sports, refuse to cooperate with Russian and Belarusian characters, personalities. The federations actually kicked them out, and soccer players, you name it. Have you had contacts with Russian actors and theaters? Because Oksana Linev asked to create music for her so that she could perform it in one of the festivals. The theater of Maria Zankovetsky Drama Theater, how do you spread the worldwide? Because people probably keep calling you and asking what the situation is here.
Я собі дозволив, може не найкращою польською мовою написати, показати, чим ми займаємося для наших польських колег.
Yeah, I share the news with our Polish colleagues. The director of Vilnius National Theatre, Martynas Budraitis, called me the other day. His father is still living, Joseph Budraitis. He was a famous Soviet actor in Soviet times. So we have a good relationship with that family. He called us and he says, okay, can we help? You can send people to us. We will host them. Yeah, I'm really moved how helpful people are trying to be, Poles and Lithuanians, especially Poles. I'm really grateful to them.
Ми коли ще перед війною цією
Before the war,
24 лютого мали програму
before the 24th of February, we hosted Bogdan Tikholos in our studio. And we were just trying to make some predictions. And we were talking about the cultural heritage preservation, museums, funds, something that can never be replicated. And I believe that it will be very difficult if we lose anything from those funds. We were talking about saving the exhibits from different museums that are closer to Russian border, maybe some even theater decorations. Nobody approached us with such a request, but if need be, we will do that. Are you ready to offer your stage to other actors? Not now, of course, because people are not ready to watch performances now, but should their theaters be destroyed and they have no room to play, of course, of course.
Ми довго жили на території Західної України, Заходу України.
We have been living in the west of Ukraine for long. We know who the enemy is. It's our genetic memory. You cannot destroy or delete it. Other regions of Ukraine, they had slightly different vision. Do you think that this war will be an eye-opener to them? Maybe I will be cynical in what I'm trying to say, but I believe that the tragic events that are unfolding today, I might reiterate what our politicians say, but this is something that unites the nation. We see people in Kharkiv, in Odessa, in other major cities of Ukraine, Kyiv and close to Kyiv. I'm absolutely positive that this is the birth of the nation. And this is a truly historical moment. And I believe that once the war is over, once we defeat the enemy and we celebrate our victory, the world will see a totally different nation, totally different people. We see now how the world is responding. So there are rallies all over the world. The politicians speak up. They started understanding what a powerful people live here, what a powerful nation lives here. We are resilient, we are defiant, we are brazen. Thank you for finding time and coming to our studio, and Andriy Metsak was our guest, who is the director of Lviv Drama Theatre named after Maria Zankovetsky. I'm just going to share some information that I receive in my chats. People are now trying to offer target help to specific people, not just taking all the essentials into one place, into one warehouse, but they offer target assistance. For example, there is a coffee shop which is called Stary Lev, which is open between 11 and 6. So today they are collecting coffee, tea, some snacks, biscuits, nuts, etc., and also hygiene essentials. So they collect all these things and they take it to places that needs it. Please do not bring clothes, just biscuits, tea, coffee, drinking water, bandages, basic medication. So you can bring it to Halitska 17th Street. So we have volunteers working there. They are sorting all these things, and later they are taking it to where it's mostly needed. They also make reports, and they report on all the funds used, funds that have been donated. Another news, hot news, is that in Ryazan, which is not far from Moscow, the oil terminal is on fire. Why it's on fire, it's none of our business. It's just good news. So you can fantasize on why it's on fire. If you are watching us online and you are losing us, so do not worry, because we are under certain repairs, our studio is under repairs, and there might be some issues with broadcasting live. Another country that offered their assistance is Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan offered to be a mediator in negotiation process. So they are ready to sit down as a mediator at the negotiation table. It's really interesting, because Kazakhstan did not support Russian invasion on one side, but on the other side, we all remember that recently this country invited Russian military Russian occupants to control the situation in the streets of Kazakhstan. Another information is that Belarusian army is heading towards Ukraine. We are going to talk to people from Belarus and hear their perspective, because there are people there who are against Lukashenko, and we want to know whether their army are ready to join the Russian army and fight against Ukrainian army. We just want to have first-hand information, so we will have a journalist in our studio. Also, we have 112 hotline, and they also have a Telegram channel. You can download it, and this is hotline for Lviv region. So that's the information that you see in the screen. So that's the Telegram channel. Sign up, join this channel, and you can provide the information on 112, because some of the lines are overloaded, you understand, and they cannot answer all your calls. Today in the tank facility in Lviv, there was some training going on, and do not get scared. So the information has been spread, so they are just doing the preliminary training and getting ready to destroy the occupants. There is also update on Kherson region. Unfortunately, 2 high-rise buildings were hit by the bomb, and 2 floors were on fire. Preliminary information is that 4 people were injured. Unfortunately, there is the gas leakage after that, and emergency service is already working, trying to fix the gas leakage. More than 108,000 people crossed the border with Poland yesterday, and around 15,000 vehicles. More than 8,000 vehicles are still waiting in line. So fewer and fewer people are trying to cross the border if we compare the figures with a few days before. Another important update, they started talking about nuclear threat. We know that Chernobyl power plant was taken over by and controlled by the occupants. But other than that, other power plants are operational. They are under control of Ukrainian special forces. National Bank is operational. They are working smoothly, and they are providing the services in those offices and departments where it is safe. You can pay by card, there are no limitations, and cash is being delivered to ATM so that people can take cash from the ATM, and there are no more lines next to ATMs. For Lviv communities, information for Lviv communities. One of the facilities is manufacturing devices for communication purposes. There is another facility that is manufacturing communication devices in Volyn region. And we are providing timely information to our citizens thanks to this equipment. So you can see in the screen the equipment that we are using. It's new, it's cutting edge. If you do not hear the air raid siren, so please let us know, please let your local government know, because they have to make sure that you hear the sirens timely, because it's not an expensive thing to provide with good quality devices and equipment. In Volyn region, there is a task force working on why sometimes this air raid sirens is not so well heard. Also, you know that there is new information that there is an alcohol ban, alcohol sales ban in Ukraine. Another update is that YouTube is blocking the channels that are related to Russia Today. This information has been confirmed by Reuters. Yesterday we had this information from our media. Another good news from Fedorov, the Minister of Digital Transformation, is that people from Russia start calling and they get news, what's actually happening in Ukraine. Ukrainian marketing experts, they have numerous contact centers, support centers, and when they get calls, so such contact centers, such support centers that used to be used for different purposes, now they are centralized as one organization, and they get the information from Volodymyr Zelensky, the President of Ukraine. Let me just verify this information. Yeah, that is correct. They get the information from Zelensky about what's happening in Ukraine, and those support centers, call centers, they call the Russians. The Russians do not respond, but those that respond, so they hear the recorded message of our president saying what's happening in Ukraine indeed. So actually those support call centers, they converted into information providing centers. We are also trying to be in touch with Belarus people.
опинилися під обстрілами в Бучі.
We want to contact a few people from Belarus who ended up in Bucha and they were shelled. They are now there with their families, with their children, so we are going to contact them soon. So it's interesting to hear what Belarusian people say, because they fled Lukashenko regime, and we would like to hear their perspective, how they see this, whether the Belarusian army is ready to join Russia in the fight against Ukraine, because we understand that some air fighters, jet fighters have taken off from the territory of Belarus.
Ми зараз домовились, в принципі, з Максимом.
We made arrangements with Maxim, and I'm going to read a message in Belarusian. I'm really bad at Belarusian, but I am going to read the statement from one oppositional journalist from Belarus, and he works for Niva media. And he asked me, what is the attitude of Ukrainians towards Belarusians? I say, it's clear as black and white. We are not attacking and invading other people's territories. We are just defending our land. If there are soldiers are going to cross the border with Ukraine, so they're going to die here.
Це цинічно, можливо, але це буде правда. ДСНС в Харківській області повідомляє, що
We have information from Kharkiv. 6 people were helped out from the debris because there was shelling today. A few units of their military machinery was destroyed, so this is armored vehicles. These are infantry armored vehicles, and 250,000 Russian soldiers were taken as war prisoners. In Chernihiv, people are fighting back, and the battle is quite resilient. Now we are expecting a guest from Lviv State Administration. We are going to be on Skype with Belarus people who had been living in Ukraine for a while. And also we were on Skype with Lviv city mayor. Lviv is now being patrolled by Lviv civil defense units, the so-called territorial defense units, and they are checking on the checkpoints, because some checkpoints were built without the permission of the local government, and they are hindering the transportation and logistics. So we are grateful to Lviv residents for being cautious and prudent, but sometimes people are being overactive, so they create checkpoints where they should not be. We know lots of people live between the briefs of our president. I don't go to bed before I hear his recent brief, so we would like to offer you the last brief of our president. The cruise missile hit Kharkiv's central square. Dozens of people died and many more were injured. So that's the price of our freedom. That's the mourning in Kharkiv. Kharkiv and Belgorod were always close. Even the border between those two cities was symbolic on the map. but it wasn't the border in people's souls. But things changed after the cruise missile that hit Kharkiv's main square, which is called Freedom Square. That was the face of our city. That's definitely the terror against our city, against Kharkiv, against Ukraine. There was a military facility on that central square. Neither was in the neighborhoods that were shelled by the artillery. So this is open, uncovered terror. We are not going to forgive and forget. This is the war crime. This is atrocity crime. Russia is the aggressor state and terrorist state. We call for each country in the world to respond to these tactics, these criminal tactics of our aggressor state. And we call for full responsibility and liability of the terrorists in international court. The terror is targeted at destroying us and destroying our resilience and defiance. They are heading for other cities of Ukraine. The defense of the capital city of Ukraine is our highest priorities. We need to stop the enemy. This is in charge of the civilian government and the military of each city. We have to defend Kyiv and our country, because Kyiv is the heart of our country, and this heart has to live and beat in order to provide life and resilience. The defense of our capital is above all. That's why the head of Kyiv military administration will be the professional military as of today, in order to guarantee full defense of our capital city, so that the capital has everything. Zherenov Mykola is going to be the head of military administration of Kyiv as of today. He has military background and military experience back in 2014 and 2015. Now he is the expert in military security issues. Vitaly Klitschko remains the acting mayor of Kyiv. He has a lot of responsibility, but now it's going to be the joint coordination, the joint administration of Mayor Klitschko and the head of Kyiv military administration. As for our diplomats, they are now working hard in order to prepare all the documents against those countries that betrayed us. So we are sending the ambassador of Kyrgyzstan back home, the ambassador of Georgia, because their position was immoral. They were totally immoral when it came to sanctions against the aggressor state. Now I'd like to speak of those whose heroic actions are worth admiration. These are our doctors. They provide 24/7 help, and their work is now really important. So they they hold the fort. They saved thousands of lives in the course of 5 days. I'm grateful to all of you. I'm grateful to our doctors who provide our patients with all things needed, to all ordinary citizens who are providing our people with food and essentials and medication. And I am grateful to the people of Ukraine. With the spirit, with the power of their spirit, they are sending the enemy away, and they are proving that they are not welcome here. So this is the people's war. This is the war of the people of Ukraine, and these are the people of Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. Now our attention is glued to Kyiv, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, and we have information that the military of Belarus are in full readiness, and they are ready to invade the Ukrainian land. We were talking to the Belarus people who are now living in Ukraine. We tried to ask them whether this information is verified, whether this convoy has already crossed the border and whether these people decided to follow the order of their schizophrenic leader, Mr. Lukashenko. When we are watching some of the videos together with you, how defiant our people are, how they stop the tanks with bare hands, how they are fighting the occupants, how they are trying to talk to Russian military, Russian soldiers. So it doesn't only give us hope, but it gives us confidence that we are going to win this war. We have some video from Chernihiv and Kharkiv, how our people are trying to stop the armored vehicles of the Russian occupants. Let's take a look at this video. People are singing the national anthem of Ukraine. We are live and we are sharing the news, what's happening in Ukraine right now. Military hospital in Lviv has been fully supplied and they don't need anything, and the blood bank doesn't need blood anymore. But if you want to donate blood, so you can open their web page and you can get registered. So in case, if need be, so you will be contacted and you will be able to donate blood. There are lots of people who want to donate blood and there are lines. You also have to remember that we still have COVID in the country and you also have to take care of yourself. We have oppositional journalist in studio, Maxim Nakhankov. He is with us online. He's going to share the perspective of Belarusian people who have been fighting against Lukashenko regime. If it's not a secret, where are you based? I'm based outside Ukraine and Belarus. I'm in a safe place, but my heart is with you, Ukrainian people. Yeah, we are reading the news and Lukashenko just said that there was a threat that Ukrainian army is going to attack Belarus, and this is his kind of excuse why Belarus is supporting Putin, supporting the tyrant. Lukashenko actually put the whole Belarus into a terrible situation. I believe that we will have to wash out the shame for 50 to 70 years, if no more. I believe that this is going to be collective responsibility of all Russians and Belarusians, irrespective of whose side you take. You have to be ready for that. Another thing, and it's very important for all Ukrainian people, for Ukrainian society. There are a few important things. Belarus doesn't have legitimate government as of today, since September 2020, but basically it's since 2016. So there is just the regime that doesn't decide anything. Belarus is against this regime, is against this puppet regime of Belarus. Belarusians people were tormented, they were tortured. There are more political prisoners in Belarus than ever before. Dozens of journalists are in jail. It's more than in China. Another important thing. Today we have fascism in Belarus, the atmosphere of fascism. If you just like somebody's post, or if you share the post, you can end up in jail. If you go out into the streets of Belarus to protest for a rally, you can end up in jail for 15 years. Belarus has been occupied because the government is not legitimate. Putin basically took over Belarus. He allows Lukashenko to call himself the president of independent Belarus, but this is not the case. Belarus is with Ukraine. They worry about Ukraine. They are concerned about Ukraine. They pray for Ukraine. I see it in Lithuania, in Poland. They are actively involved. They are helping the refugees. They are helping financially. Other Belarusian people who are for Putin, of course, just as there are people in Donbass who are for Putin. Other people who are supporting Lukashenko, of course there are. There are such people everywhere, and we should not be judgmental. But people who have brain and who have common sense, they understand that without independent Ukraine, there will never be independent Belarus. We have information from different Belarus chats, and they say that there are some losses, there are some casualties, and the death toll is higher among Belarusian soldiers. We know that an hour ago they crossed the border with Ukraine, I mean Belarusian army. The army joined Putin's army. We have different information, and we don't know whether the army wants to join the war, whether they want to be at the side of Russia.
Щодо останнього повідомлення з Чернігова, поки що ми не маємо повного підтвердження
We don't
цієї
have
інформації,
full
тому що
confirmation
початок
of the
поширювалась
information from Chernihiv
інформація
because
ці позначки буквами військ, і під Черніговом там
I
були
know
війська
that
з
there are
ООН.
some
В інтернеті є інформація, що це
troops
наче
near
білоруси, ми поки
Chernihiv,
що не можемо
and
це підтвердити, але
unfortunately
є
it's not
певний
confirmed
щодо
information
настрою
as of
білоруського
now.
суспільства.
As for the attitudes of the Belarusian
І
society,
ми, і скажімо так, наші партнери
We
з союзних
and
нам країн
our
західних
partners
вважають,
from
що
Western
вони очікують
countries,
масового дезертирства.
they believe that there will be
дезертирства білоруського війська,
that Belarusian army are just going to flee.
білоруське військо не дієздатне.
Because I can assure you that our military is ineffective and inefficient. They haven't been reformed. They are poorly equipped. Their force morale is very low. And they don't have ideological grounds why they should fight. And it's not even close to what you have, guys. And I'm very skeptical about the Belarusian army. I believe that they will just end up as prisoners, war prisoners.
А наскільки ймовірно, що білоруський народ
they will
бачить, що те,
abandon
що
their
робить
posts and
російський,
just leave?
шизофренік все-таки встане і проти
Is there a
активно
chance
встане,
that
встане проти
the
російської
Belarusian
ідеї оцього
schizophrenic
імперіаліста
will be
і повстане проти Лукашенка?
that
Це український народ не такий,
Belarusian
що
people will be
2014
against your schizophrenic president and they will not tolerate him anymore.
Я ж все ж
Thank you
хочу
for your
наголосити,
question.
що сьогоднішній
I
Білорусь
just
це
wanted to
окупована
emphasize
територія,
that
і
today's
це
Belarus is
перша
fully
жертва
occupied
російського
territory.
імперіалізму і російської
And
агресії.
Belarus has been the first
В Білорусі
victim
десятки
of
тисяч
Russian
найбільш
aggression
активних
and
людей,
Russian
які мали
totalitarianism.
першими зустрічати російські танки з коктейлями Молотова, вони сидять в тюрмах.
People who
Сотні
had
тисяч
to
найбільш
meet
активних людей,
Russian
які
tanks
мали
with
коктейлі
Molotov cocktails, they are now
їх
in
виженули
jails.
просто за кордон.
Lots of people
Тому,
left their country and now they live abroad.
Я більш активної реакції чекав би скоріше від тих білорусів, які знаходяться в Україні.
Maybe
Польщі,
people
Литві,
who are
інших
Belarusian
країнах.
people who are in
На жаль,
Poland,
найбільша частина
Ukraine and
частини суспільства
Western
білоруського
countries,
виженули.
they are ready to resist because conscientious people with strong civil positions, so they already left the country or they are in jail. I believe that soon we will have to defend Belarus as well. We already have international troops in Ukraine and some Belarusian soldiers signed up and joined those troops. I know that you had a referendum recently. On Sunday, there was voting. What are the results of this referendum? Can those results affect anything? Just
Щодо самого референдуму,
fill
тут
us
теж
in
треба
on the
розуміти,
details.
що в Білорусі,
Speaking of
реально
referendum,
з 96-го року немає вільних демократичних виборів.
you have to understand that
Вибори,
we
які
haven't
були
had
починаючи
democratic
от
elections
2020
since
рік. І
1996.
оцей референдум
The
це абсолютно повний
election
фарс,
that we had
який
in
не має жодного
2020
відношення,
and the referendum that we
до
had
реальності.
last
Тому
Sunday,
я прошу,
so that's
шановних українців, ми
fake,
коли
so it
ви
has
дивитесь
nothing
на
to
ці
do with
цифри,
reality.
вони
Therefore,
абсолютно нічого спільного з
even if you
реальністю
look
не
at this
мають.
at the
Цей
figures,
референдум мав на меті,
understand please understand that it's just a
політичного
fake.
устрою Республіки Білорусь, щоб Лукашенко міг далі залишатися
But
при
the
владі.
idea of the
Але
referendum
зараз
was to give
теперішні
Lukashenko the
умови
possibility to
фактично
stay in
розв'язаної
power
війни в
for
регіоні, цей
good.
референдум не має жодного,
But I believe since Belarus joined the war against Ukraine on the side of Russia, so the result of this referendum is to be totally neglected and ignored because it will have no result on the future of our country.
білоруські силовики
On
затримали
the day
більше за
of
1000 людей,
referendum,
більше за
more than
1000 людей
1,000
по
people
всій країні суд в
were
Мінську,
arrested countrywide. Those were the people who joined the rally and they were shouting glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes.
Вижженого поля, коли від білоруського громадянського суспільства не залишилось майже
Because you
нічого,
understand that
те, що вийшло декілька тисяч людей,
a few thousand people who joined the rally and 1,000 people were arrested. So our civil society, unfortunately, is almost ceasing to exist. Thank you very much for being with us. We had oppositional journalist from Belarus, Maxim Makhankov. Glory to Ukraine and live long Belarus. We will have a few more guests from Belarus. They have been living in Ukraine for a long time, and they are somewhere near Kyiv, and they are hiding with the young children. So we are going to talk about Belarus getting involved in this war. Basically, basically, they did it following the order of the Russian president, and they are just doing what Lukashenko says, and Lukashenko does what Putin says. But unlike Russia, we have two parallel realities in Belarus. We have people who are against Lukashenko and his regime, people who join the rallies, who are protesting and who are arrested and they end up in jail, but who have civil position and who raise their voice. But Russians, unlike Belarus, they have always been passive, and there are like two different countries. There is a country that wants to live a normal life, that are supporting us. We know that there were lots of Belarusian people during Maidan, during the Revolution of Dignity. Lots of them live in Ukraine. But unfortunately, there are Belarusian people who still support Lukashenko's regime. And we have to draw a clear line here. And this oppositional leader said that Belarusian army is in really poor condition, it hasn't been reformed, they are poorly motivated, their force morale is very poor. This is what our headquarters say. And I won't be surprised if Belarusian people, soldiers who crossed the border, they decided to join Ukrainian army, because we know that there are already casualties. I'm checking this information. Maybe there will be some video materials how Belarusian army crossed the border and what happened later. We have video footage from Kherson, how Russian occupants shelled residential areas, residential neighborhoods, and let's just watch it.
Сеня, быстро! Леся, что ты кричишь? Не так нервы не в порядке еще. Жилым, блядь, стреляют.
49-й, 28. Прилет. Торле-2. Полетели стекла. Вот. Торле-4. Прилет в торец. Вот такой Вот это 49-й, 28. Дом. Второй подъезд. Прилет. 7-й, 6-й этаж.
Щойно подивилися з вами відео із Херсона. Бачимо, як російські окупанти обстрілюють наджитлові будинки, як вони заходили у це місто. Ми щойно поза ефіром розмовляли, що станом на зараз у нас такі найгарячіші точки – це Київ, Херсон, Харків, Сумщина. Також точкові були операції у Дніпрі.
В Дніпрі затримали нас диверсантів, на Житомирщині вони там рухаються, тому що ми розуміємо, що Житомирщина – це захід. Вони ніби заходять з території Білорусі, обходять великим колом, рухаються в сторону Києва. Були окремі диверсійні групи на Одещині і були окремі групи на Миколаївщині. Наскільки я там не дуже в прогнозі погоди, я скажу, я не синоптик, хоча, до речі, треба буде з синоптиками поговорити про те, що відбувається в Чорному морі, але нібито 2 дні тому мав висадитись десант Одеса, Бердянськ, ось ця частина. В Одесі не вдалося, катери знищені, там більше немає інформації про те, щоб щось відбувалося. В Бердянську зайшли вчора, позавчора ще зайшли війська вночі, місто просто грабували, шукали телефони, воду, їсти, пальне. Зранку люди їх вигнали, наголошую, люди просто з голими руками вигнали їх з міста, а вони нібито скупчились за містом. Теж є інформація, що ЗСУ по них добре вдарило, чекаємо підтвердження. І я співчуваю ті людині, в ЗСУ має це все збирати, тому що це рахувати півповідомлення губишся, які відбуваються, плюс окремо треба врахувати, що у нас нібито йде на загальній території. Але у нас ще є окрема операція об'єднаних сил, там є окремі командир цієї
forces, and
операції
there is a
в
specific commander
Донецькій,
there in
Луганській
Donetsk
областях.
and
У нас
Luhansk
напружений
regions where
напрямок – це Маріуполь,
we
якщо
have
брати Донецьку область, тому що там
Mariupol
дуже сильно
with
обстрілюють.
very
І
intense
традиційно вже для
firing and
окупантів
shelling,
вони обстрілюють
and
мирних
they are
мешканців.
firing at local residents.
Ті люди, які
And the
виїхали
people
з Донецької
who
області,
left
вчора зустрічав,
Donetsk
казали, що
region,
було
whom I
пару
met
прильотів в
yesterday,
районі
said that there
Краматорська.
were some
Ну, розуміємо, чого там
troops
аеропорт
coming
є,
close
важкі
to
на
Kramatorsk because
Луганщині,
there is the
важкі
airport there.
бої.
The battle is
Є
going
там,
on in Luhansk
десь
region,
знищили
and
майже
they have
станицю
destroyed
Луганську,
Станиця
Кримське.
Луганська and
Ось
Кримське.
знищені колони
Almost
біля
to the
Сєвєродонецька, випалені. Також є
And
проблема
there are
у
also some
Волновахі,
problems in
Волноваха
Volnovakha,
це
this is
перепрошую,
Donetsk region, as
Волновахі,
far as
де фактично
you know.
заявили про те, що може бути гуманітарна криза,
And there
чи
may be
Волноваха, Луганськ,
humanitarian
неважливо, але
crisis
питання в
there.
тому, що
And the
там
question
може бути
is that there
гуманітарна
may be
криза,
the
тому що
humanitarian
під обстрілом
crisis
не
there
дають
because
ні
under the
завести
fire
людям
it's
воду,
not
харчі,
possible
не
to
дають їм евакуюватися. Ось
take
фактично
people
зараз,
away out of the
сьогоднішній
city.
день,
So
вчора почали прибувати
it was
люди, які
yesterday
почали
that
евакуювати
people
24-го,
evacuated from that place on the 24th and 25th started coming here. I understand that the train takes quite long, but anyway, it's too long. For 3 days, people have to be leaving their cities because the occupants do not allow to have this evacuation in a proper way and rather quickly.
Ти знаєш, от ти щойно
You
згадав
know, you have
людей,
just
які
mentioned
голюють,
people,
що
the people
просто
who have
віч-навіч
just
з російськими солдатами
attacked Russian
розмовляють,
soldiers, who just
проганяють їх з
speak
землі,
to Russian
нашої
soldiers,
рідної.
trying
І
to make them
інколи просто, знаєш,
leave our land.
дивуєшся, як
And
люди,
it's
їхні
really a
мужності,
wonder how
сміливості.
people are doing this, how brave they are. Yes, and here is a lady from Sumy region with a similar case. And of course we are following the capital more because we know about the intention of the Russian President Vladimir Putin to behead the country. Yeah, my sister is staying there, and she says that the groceries are now working, and they run certain volumes of food stuff for the people and for the representatives of the territorial defense forces, which means that people, after going to the bomb shelters, have bought foodstuffs for them, and they are helping the territorial defense forces at the moment, and that Kyiv community is trying to make the occupants leave. And there is also some information that there was an attack close to Hostomel, and Russian troops have been
Тут важливо
attacked
сказати, що
there,
Володимир
and
Зеленський у своєму
they
черговому зверненні запевнив українців, що обороною Києва займається
And there
дуже
has been an
досвідчена
address
людина, і призначив
in which it is
головою
mentioned
Київської
that
міської військової
commanders
адміністрації
are very experienced, and General Mykola Zhernov is the head of Kyiv military civil administration, who was the commander of support forces and was arranging engineering and logistic support for the armed forces of Ukraine in 2014-2015, so he is an experienced man. And now in the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, he is a member of this council, so really a highly experienced and qualified expert works in this direction. And let's also notice that the city mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, remains the city mayor, but Mykola Zhernov is responsible for the military operation. And getting back to our not only military men but civil ladies, let's have a look once again at the video with a woman from Sumy region who has some communication with the occupants. It's a very popular video, in particular popular in PERШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ and Radio PERШИЙ channels. So, I'm staying here in the village of Zhitny. I have been stopped by some unknown people with red strips. They are requiring my documents. They're requiring the documents from me, and they're asking me to open the car, and I don't know what are the grounds for that. Why have you closed your face? Hello. Let us have a look at your face. Why are you hiding your face? And why should I show my documents to a terrorist? I'm a citizen of Ukraine. I was born here on this land. This is my native land. Do you understand this? Why have you come to kill my parents, my children? Who are you? Why are you taking weapons to stop me in my native land? This is not for you. For you. Why have you come? Why have you generally come?
Це моя рідна земля.
Come on, guys.
Розумієте? Оце моя
This
рідна
is
земля.
my native land.
Моя.
Yes, your land. Please remove the mask. I'm just interested in having a look at you as a person, that you are taking a gun against a woman. Why should I remove the mask? And why do you need my documents? Why do you need my passport? Under the Constitution of Ukraine, I can travel here with no passport. I'm a citizen of Ukraine. Everybody knows me, and the police knows me, and knows that I'm a citizen of Romne region, Romne district, and I was born in this village. Why should I be happy about you stopping me with a weapon, with a gun? What do I need to do? Why are you in hysterics? Because I'm afraid, I'm scared, and I should take care of my children. My children can no longer work here. In Mirgorod, there was a shooting, a firing at the kindergarten, and in Kharkiv, a child was killed. Why have you got to Sumy? I haven't come to your land. I didn't enter your land. I'm not entering your land, and I'm never killing anyone in your land. Why have you come here? Just go away and let me go home. I need to make sure that you are a local resident. I'm just asking you. Show your documents. I'm not going to show any documents to you, since you don't have any right to ask for my documents. Who are you? Who are you? I'm a human. Oh, they're already firing at me. You have had the shot. They are firing at me. Firing. Can you see this? Can everyone see this? That these guys are firing at me. I'm in the village of Zhitnya, and they are firing at me. I'm close to the farm, and they are shooting. Everyone has had the shot. And this guy, who's afraid of showing his face under the mask, calls me a liar. He says I'm lying, but everybody has had the shot. I'm really very much concerned, because why are you standing here? You're staying here with the weapons. Actually, in my house. Not in your house. Yes, in my house, because every piece of this land is a piece of my house. Why are you standing there? We have the passport regime. Show your identity card. Show me the order, the decree. I am obedient to the law, and I have to obey the Constitution of Ukraine. And at the moment, I don't have to show any passport to anyone. You have the Constitution of Ukraine, and you have the Constitution of Russia. But am I staying in Russia, or am I staying in Kazakhstan? Where am I staying now? Could you explain this to me, because maybe I don't understand something. Why are you standing here? To have the passport control regime. Why do I need the passport control regime? Why do I need this? Maybe you've come here to kill us. We have come here to kill you? Are you on drugs, or what? Are you drunk? Something is wrong. We are standing here, so stand here, but what do you have to do with me? We have not done anything bad to you. Well, you have come to my house, to my land, but please show your passport. And suppose I don't have a passport, what do you need to do? I don't have to take my passport on me all the time. Why do I have to show it? I can show it to my police. This is my personal information. We have the law on personal data protection, and I don't need to show the passport to anyone. To any person whom I encounter on my way. We are standing here. Please show your passport.
Повертаємося
Let's get back to the studio of ПЕРШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ, and there is the TV marathon, and we're working round the clock for the 6th day, and you can see us on YouTube and the wave 89 and 2 in Brody, and local studios are joining us from Самбір, Дрогобич, Жидачів, Яворів, and they take our signal and show our broadcast, in particular when we have some guests in the TV studio and when they tell the news. We have just watched the video with a woman from Sumy region speaking to the Russian occupant, and this is the video which is at the same time funny and not very funny, because he just was at a loss from a civil. He was drawn into the situation when he was at a loss while speaking with a civil lady. Yeah, but she's really resistant, and I know I can see that Ukrainian residents know the legislation of Ukraine and know who can actually ask them to show their passports, and they know what the DIA application is about. And we have another video here with a guy who got into captivity of the Ukrainian army man. He speaks to his mother, and this is the video which clearly shows that Russians and Russian mothers quite often don't know where their guys are going. And let me remind you that in our ministry there is a special hotline for arranging contacts with the mothers and fathers from Russia, for them to come to know where their children are and to come to know whether they are in captivity and come into contact with them. And there has been a piece of information that if somebody surrenders, the Ukrainian state is ready to pay 5 million rubles to those who will surrender. Glory to Ukraine. Mom, hello. Can you hear me? I'm captive now. Can you hear me? It appears that we were deceived. We were told that we would protect and defend people, but we came here to kill civilians. What are you saying? What are you talking about? Please call to the wife of my friend Yura Amdenko and tell them that they may give a call to the hotline, and they will learn to know how to take the corpse away from... What kind of corpse? What bodies? The bodies of my comrades. No, that's true. That is a war. There are military actions here. What is talking about? I love you. We also love you. But I didn't know that the situation is so bad. Sorry. Everything is going to be all right, I'm sure. Oh, sorry. I'm really sorry for coming here to kill people, to kill civilians. I thought that you were defending the native land. No, I came here to kill. We were all deceived. You are defending us. From what? Nobody attacked us. I couldn't defend us. It's not our fault, it's the fault of our government. It's a very clear video that shows that Russian mothers are absolutely unaware of where their children are. Because from the talk of the mother with the son, it's really clear that she didn't have any suspicion that her son is performing some duties in Ukraine, military duties. And everybody thinks that they are defending someone, but we have not attacked anyone, and, well, you're killing us. And I've had not a single piece of information that Ukrainian troops are attacking Russia or killing civilians. I just don't understand the people. how it could possibly happen that they can't put two and two together. I know that there are series when 2 and 2 plus 2 is 5, but that's something unique. And there is some information from the headquarters that as of 12 o'clock, the attacks are still going on, though at a lower pace, in specific directions. For example, in some directions, and that is the 6th day of their attacks, but the pace is slow, and there are some problems with provisions for the military troops, because there is no systemic supply of ammunition and foodstuffs. And having failed at Kharkiv and Chernihiv, they have arranged a missile firing, and besides that, they still keep siege of Sumy-Lebedin and Ochtyrka, and they are regrouping their troops in order to continue attacking Kyiv. And in Donetsk region, several units of the artillery direction have focused on conquering Mariupol with no success, and the borders have not been violated. In Tavria district, the troops are close to Skadovsk, Lapristan, Kherson, Novokhovka, and after regrouping, they continue attacking Mykolaiv, getting closer to Mykolaiv. And there are some robbery cases in Basanev, Bucha, and in spite of the fact that the Russian Federation is signatory to the Geneva Convention on the Protection of War Victims, but its armed forces and the terrorist organizations supported by it keep violating the norms of international humanitarian law in Ukraine. Having lost their attacking opportunities, they have decided to take Kyiv into siege, and the approximate losses of the enemy are 29 planes and 29 helicopters, 198 tanks, 800 and something armored vehicles, 77 artillery systems, air raid systems, missile complexes and grads, this is 24, drones 23, vehicles 105, and we can see that the armed forces of Ukraine are really counteracting their attacks. And there is some other information that the border guards of Western Ukraine need the drivers and the vehicles, and they are addressing all volunteers to help with trucks and light motor vehicles, as well as passenger buses. This transport is necessary for performance of military tasks aimed at the defense of our country, and we are also asking the citizens to take their cars and to transport soldiers and equipment. Here are the telephone numbers in Lutsk, Chernivtsi, Chop, Lviv, and Veliky Most. Please enter the site of the regional state administration to post this information. We will have a short break. Yes, but I'm staying in my telephone because I got a message from my colleague that in Ukraine there is their air raid alarm application. You can download it in App Store in Google Play, but I'm trying to persuade her that it's not necessary to do this, because in Lviv region, for example, we have an opportunity to get the messages about the recent information on air raid alarm in the Telegram channel, civil protection notification. This is the official channel of the Department on Civil Protection of the Regional State Administration, and definitely you can also install the air raid alarm application, about which the information has reached us, but I was trying to launch it, and you need to go through a certain number of authorizations, because in my phone I have 2 stages notification process. processes in order to prevent hacker attacks. So just follow this. And when you are installing such applications, there is some information there about air alarm in all the regions. So I don't know whether it's necessary to do this or not, because if you already have connection to the Telegram channel, it will definitely provide you with quick information about air raid alarm in Lviv region, because this is the official channel of the Department of Civil Protection, which is responsible for alarms. So don't get confused with those applications, because you may see the alarm signals from other regions, in Zhytomyr region, Kyiv, Kherson region, Kharkiv region, and you will be very much concerned. You will be going to and fro. So be careful with this application and with uploading the applications which will send you the alarm signals from all the corners. That is the same as with the checkpoints, which we have too many, and now the city administration and the regional administrations somehow need to cope with this. So let's have a small break. You will see some Ukrainian patriotic videos. We cannot actually show these videos because of the copyright, and Minister Fedorov has not yet allowed us to do this. He has not yet settled this problem. So of course we cannot just give this video. So you can see the studio, us operators, and everyone who is helping, and their display. But everything is fine, and if there is an emergency, we will stop the break quicker. But in this period, we will try to find new guests, and we'll try to update our information.
Продовжуємо прямий ефір. ТРК «Перший Західний». Говоримо про найважливіші події, але почнемо ми не з подій, а з прохання до вас.
So we are back online and we have a message for you. So it's a war in Ukraine. We have military administrations, we have the authorities, we have the Ministry of Defense and our head of the forces. And if you receive any messages from your local deputies about the destruction or about the moves of the vehicles, please do not trust this information because these people don't have access to the information of the armed forces or the border guards. So please don't spread any panic. If any people's deputy is writing that a column with the armored vehicles is moving towards your city, reply to them in the following way as our border guards told at the Snake Island. So if that deputy is representing the pro-Russian position and the opposition party as Alexander Vilkul is doing, so please bear that in mind. Our bodyguards and our military forces are trying to get the information on the current situation. They are trying to launch the negotiations so that we can return the heroes to Ukraine, and I mean those bodyguards from the Snake Island. And in Krupyansk, where the city mayor, together with his deputies, just gave the city over to the occupants, the local residents are protesting. They are trying to get the occupants away from the city, saying this is Ukraine, and they say that they don't need to be saved from anyone. Plus, what is plus from the European integration? We don't want to get this European integration in such a way, but still, Hungary supports the expedited joining of the EU by Ukraine. And also representatives of the Berdyansk military civil administration confirmed the information that the occupants' armored vehicles were destroyed. And yesterday the locals took to the streets saying that it wasn't the city for the occupants, and all the Ukrainian flags that were dismantled have now been again put back because Berdyansk is Ukraine. Coming back to our studio, we have a guest here. This is the deputy of Lviv Military Civil Administration. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. So what are the most expedient tasks for Lviv City Military Administration? What are you currently doing? So first of all, we need to coordinate all our forces with the central authorities. We need to try and help everyone who is crossing the border today. We need to provide heating, we need to provide transportation services, we need humanitarian aid, we need warehouses. So everything that has to do with the transportation of the humanitarian aid, also the support to our defenders, to our soldiers in the eastern regions, in Kyiv. We are doing volunteer work, of course, territorial defense. Currently, we are deploying this territorial defense, so there's a lot to do. So what's most important in this situation, for me and probably for the majority of us, is that we are all in a state of shock, but at the same time we need to be mobilized, we need to try and keep calm, and we don't have to succeed to this panic. We need to understand that we need to rely on the official sources only. And I urge everyone watching or listening to us, please use the website of the Lviv Military Administration because many fake news are floating around. There's lots of information available. We have many volunteers, many people who are not indifferent, who want to help, and when they read such messages, either on social media or somewhere else, they don't know what to do. So one of the recent messages was about lack of drugs we had to prove that it was false. Mr. Kosicki had to prove that. So please don't spread panic. There's a lot of work that we need to do, and work is something that we can call a collective fight, because neither one person or 10 or even 100 can win in a situation like that. Only the people of Ukraine, its army, the entire country can help. So this is total mobilization of everyone. We have discussed this on many occasions already, the mobilization, I mean, and since we discussed that with Mr. Zakhiydniy, who said that mobilization can switch from good mobilization with good intentions to something that is a little bit extreme. We also talked to the Lviv city mayor about the blog posts, and we know that there are groups that are following these initiatives, and some of the blog posts will be dismantled. Those blog posts have not been agreed upon with the territorial defense, and they hinder our logistics. They don't help, they just hinder our initiatives. So will we have those teams that will do inventory of the blog posts? During wartime, everybody needs to understand that local self-governance is local self-governance. During peaceful time is one thing, but today we have the military time. And the person in charge is the head of the military administration. So different actions like that can be treated in different ways. I understand that everybody wants to put up a wall or a blog post near their home, near their village or town, but let's not forget that we have the general headquarters, that we had head of the army, we had the government, we have this vertical of power, and we need to adhere to it. We have the Defense Council in the region, so all the decisions need to be agreed upon. So if we speak about the location of the blog posts, then a blog post can probably prevent the occupants from getting into the city, but at some point blog posts can also prevent our soldiers from getting in. That is why let's not overdo it with the blog posts. So the decision has been made, and we ask everybody to be reasonable. We are going to check each blog post. We are going to assess it. The specialists will do it. They will try and calculate the need for the blog posts, and any changes to their location need to be agreed upon. I'm stressing upon that again. They need to be agreed upon with the head of the territorial defense, either of a neighborhood district within the city or the city itself. We also spoke about the shelters. We understand that if there's no shelter, no proper shelter, this is the 5th day of the war, so probably everybody has already found this place where they can hide, but there is a new problem with those displaced persons coming here in droves. Of course, this is the logistics. We need to feed them, we need to accommodate them, and it looks like we are managing to do that. But the question that we are receiving from our listeners and viewers is the following. So many of the men coming here are just walking along the streets of the city, while our boys, while our young men are joining either the territorial defense or going to the eastern cave to defend our country. So what is the city doing to invite these men to the territorial defense? So I will try just to unwind this situation a little bit. The International Women's Day is approaching, and probably we will have to buy flowers for these men. That's the first thing. And secondly, when they are going to shave or maybe take a shower, I just advise them to have a look in the mirror and maybe think twice if they are men indeed. And the other thing is, if they don't want to protect, to defend their own country in the hotspots in Kyiv or Kharkiv, So they can go and join the territorial defense, or they can get enlisted with the armed forces at the place to which they have come. The war will be over, and definitely we will win. And each man will have to tell their kid where they were during the war. And we know that in Східниця, in other resort cities and towns, and also in the Zakarpattia region, there are people who have created very comfortable, convenient conditions for themselves. They are roasting meat and eating it. It's just a disgrace, and nobody can help people like that. So just to follow up to that question, if you allow me to finish, so we know that these urgent issues, we will deal with them first, and then we will come back to that. The most urgent thing at the moment are the saboteurs, the diversionists, and the second thing that we'll have to do will be to register all those men and make them join the territorial defense. So just reminding our viewers that we are speaking about saboteurs, and we have the Deputy Head of Military Civil Administration with us. So Lviv City Council has now made a new decision to prohibit the sale of alcohol. Stash Besushko, who was with us, who said that we need to prohibit the selling of alcohol, and Yaroslav Zhukovsky, our staff lawyer, said that this is not the authority of the Lviv City Council to prohibit the sale of alcohol. So can Lviv City Military Administration make the decision to prohibit the sale of alcohol? Yes, I believe that during the upcoming session we will review it, and we will be very grateful if you do that and if you make that decision. So people are writing about Trускavets, Drohobych, Borislav, and Skhidnytsia. So these are the towns where we have many hotels, many resorts, where we have the conditions to roast the meat and have some fun and have a rest. But you can have some roast meat near Kyiv as well. So I have another question for you. How is the healthcare system ready? So yesterday we were debunking the information about 14 buses with wounded coming into the city. Our military hospital is the basis institution. So how many wounded soldiers are currently there at the hospital, if you can give us the number? And how about the other healthcare institutions? Are the surgeries happening? Are the children's hospitals working? Am I right? That's not entirely true. So during this wartime, any planned hospitalizations are prohibited. We are only admitted the patients who are first of all connected to the defense, so military and soldiers. So the Department of Healthcare has developed a roadmap on how healthcare institutions should act if the situation gets even worse. So we have the military hospital, which is functioning as the central institution for providing planned healthcare services to our defenders that are brought to the city who are either wounded or who need some surgical interventions. There are now problems there. We have all the drugs necessary. So again, coming back to that fake information that I told you about previously, and today we had the press conference of the head of the hospital. So I'm again urging you to use official sources and not spread fake information. Our emergency healthcare service is working. Our emergency services are working. Yes, there's a lot of work to do. Many family doctors are also being involved, especially at the heating stations. because there are very many people with children that need to be examined at the Lviv arena. We have also a healthcare station. Everything has been organized, and what I'm happy about is that today the issues of food and clothes, I think that everything has been settled. We have enough of everything, and we will soon run out of place to stock everything. So 4 minutes ago, on the website of the Lviv City's state administration, there was a piece of news published that our Lviv military hospital is supplied with everything necessary to provide healthcare services to the defenders. So please don't organize any campaigns to raise money. And the number of soldiers wounded that they currently have at the hospital is not very high. It's up to 10 people. So we are asking you to stop any fundraising campaigns. Should there be any need, we will inform you a little bit later. So we know that people from the state administration of the Republic of Poland, people from Poland are watching us, and they have this idea to organize party pots on the border, and we were discussing the situation on the border, and people from Poland understood that they needed to help us with this issue, and today they have already sent a couple of party pots to Medica border checkpoint, and as far as I know, we have organized that. And we just recently had a discussion about the setup of an institution which we cannot disclose any information about. We talked to the head of clinical hospital, military clinical hospital, and he said that they have enough of drugs, enough of everything. And what I'd like to add is that the European Parliament recognizes the EU prospect of Ukraine, and they want to give Ukraine the status of a candidate for joining the EU. That is Roberta Metsola, and the resolution that the EU plans to adopt, they say that they welcome the application of the President of Ukraine for joining the EU, and we will be working towards the end of meeting the future together. And just continuing with the topic of the city administration, so the bodyguards in the western region need equipment and drivers, they need vehicles. So what are the other needs? We also needed some welders with equipment, so we are urging you to follow the page of the regional administration where all the needs will be published together with the numbers of contact persons. We need helmets and we need protection. So that is the problem that we haven't solved in a systemic way. Who could have thought that Luhansk, Donetsk and Crimea would have such a continuation? So we need armored uniforms and helmets. So we couldn't have thought that we would need more of armored uniforms and helmets in the amount, the bulletproof vests. That is something that we currently need. We are asking our partners, our European partners, so in case you have the opportunity, we need that for the city and the regional territorial defense. We need the helmets and bulletproof vests. So these are the most important things. As far as the other needs are concerned, we have Yuri Holod, who is coordinating the work on humanitarian aid. And from time to time, twice a day, we are updating the list of what can be disclosed to the public. So just go to the website of the administration. Again, I'm stressing, only rely on the official sources. We have the points of humanitarian aid in districts within the city. Everybody knows about the Arena Lviv Stadium. But as far as the drugs, pharmaceuticals are concerned,
особливих галузевих
So
речей,
any specialized
то, відповідно,
things,
всі посили, які йдуть на Юрія Холода, на Юрія Бучка, які
all
займаються
the requests that Yuri Holod and
транспортуванням,
Yuri Buchok are
скажімо
receiving
далі,
with
цього
respect to
всього,
transportation,
то просимо відповідно на сайт
please go to the website of the military administration where you can get the information. It's very hard to appeal to every donor or every person who is not indifferent and articulate clearly what we need, but we have this official website where you can find all the information.
Швидше почули наші партнери. Нагадаю нашим глядачам, що ми працюємо у Ютубі. У нас іде трансляція. Крім того, що ви можете нас бачити на Т2, звичайно, увімкнувши кнопку на телевізорі. Так от на трансляції в Ютубі у нас є синхронний переклад англійською.
So we are working on YouTube and we have simultaneous interpretation there. Thanks a lot to the department from the Ivan Franko University and the girls who are doing simultaneous interpretation all the time. As you can see, this is really effective because the messages coming from the presidential administration of Poland prove this. Ivan Tsupko, deputy head of Lviv military administration, has been our guest. Thanks a lot, Ivan. We are letting you go since we understand that you have a lot of work to do, and we'll continue. Yes, and here is a message from the regional state administration that all the sounds at the tank plant are according to the plan, and nobody is firing at Lviv now. And also investigators from other countries prove that Russia is firing and shelling at residential quarters, and it is using prohibited cassette bombs, which is different from an ordinary missile which gets exploded at one place. But when there is a cassette bomb, when it approaches the residential area, it collapses into pieces and attacks much more. And that's why we have so many people who died and were wounded yesterday in Kharkiv in the streets. Though, as we know, the military guys know that during the firing, actually you can hide, and one Grad missile cannot cover such a large area as it happened yesterday in Kharkiv. So cassette bombs are not prohibited, and they are using them against civilians. This is absolutely inadequate. And here is Alexei Reznikov, the Ministry of Defense, who is providing the pictures from the streets. And please, dear Ukrainians, 128 hours of defense. According to the data, Russian occupants are going to launch a large-scale disinformation campaign in order to win. And first there will be communication problems, and then there will be fake top messages saying that the commandment of Ukraine has decided to capitulate, and they will spread the seemingly signed documents and video trailers. That's a fake. Remember, there will be no capitulation, just victory. Please warn everyone you can. There are a lot of people who expected to occupy Kyiv within 2 days, and they are already in hell. We are really defending. So we can see the picture provided by Alexei Reznikov in the streets. Most probably this is Kyiv, but I'm not sure of that. Yes, that's Kyiv. I can already see this. In Kyiv streets, everything is fine, everything is calm. He's staying in good mood, which means that everything is going to be Ukraine. And some information concerning Kharkiv: 10 people perished, at least 20 people wounded, and these are the minimum data. 10 people have already been saved from the buildings, and the emergency service is still working at finding the people under the buildings in Kharkiv. And the ministry informs that together with the military forces, they are doing their best to
звільнити захисників
free
Зміїного.
their
Там
guys
таки йде
from
прямо
who are defenders of
переписка
Zmijny,
якраз
and
в
we
чаті,
have the
бо
chat
повідомляють деякі
communications,
колеги,
and
що
some
Європарламент
colleagues
ухвалив
claim
заявку.
that the
Наразі
European
немає
Parliament
такого
has
рішення.
already passed
Це
their
проблема зі знанням англійської
has
мови,
already
того,
approved
як в
their
Україні перекладають
application,
ці
but that's
заяви. Ми
probably
вам
the problem
прочитали
of
заяву, тобто її
translation
візьмуть до розгляду,
in
але
Ukraine,
ж
and
немає наразі
the application
ухваленого
will be
рішення.
considered, but there is no decision approved yet. And now we have some videos how Zelensky had a speech in the parliament and how he was applauded. I haven't watched this video, but we know that the president of Ukraine, which was trying to gain a victory for the whole of Ukraine, was applauded and people were standing. Let's have a look at this.
Шановні присутні,
Dear people present here, you know, over the recent days, I don't know how I should greet everyone, because I cannot say good morning or good evening or good afternoon. And that's really true. I can do this because for a lot of people this day definitely is not good, and for some people this evening is bad and the last in their life. I'm speaking here about the citizens of Ukraine who are now defending their land for the price of at the cost of their own life. They are defending their life, their land, freedom. I'm really glad that I've heard and I've seen your words and your mood, the uniting mood. I'm happy that we have united all of you, all the countries of the European Union today, but I didn't know that it would happen at such a cost. And that is a tragedy for me and a tragedy for every single Ukrainian and for our state as a whole. Such a high price of that, a very high price, thousands of people killed. 2 revolutions, 1 war, and 5 days of a full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation into Ukraine. You know, I'm not reading from a paper, because papers in the life of my country are over. This is already a reality. And people who have perished, all these things, this is our reality, this is our real life now. And, you know, I think that we are now sacrificing our lives for freedom, for our values, for the willingness to be free. We're sacrificing our strongest, our best people, our Ukrainians, and Ukrainians are great. And quite often we tend to say that we will win. And I'm happy that now you can already see this. These are no longer words. This is action. We will definitely win over everyone, over every evil. I'm sure of that. They say that this is the Ukrainian choice of Europe. That's what we were striving for and what we are heading for. And I would be happy if in your countries you also used the statement that it's European choice of Ukraine. I have got a couple of minutes to speak to you, since due to constant firing and missile attacks, I don't have much time. This morning has been a tragic morning for all of us. 2 missiles were launched at Kharkiv, the city which is staying close at the border of the Russian Federation. And there have been always a lot of Russian-speaking people, Russians there, and they had good relationship there with all Ukrainians. The city hosts more than 20 institutions, higher educational institutions. The city with the largest number of higher educational institutions, with bright, young, intelligent and smart people who always gathered and who celebrated all the feasts, all the holidays on the largest square, the square of freedom in our state. That is the largest square in Europe, and that's true. This is the square of freedom. And just imagine that in the morning 2 missiles hit the square, and there are tens of victims. That is the price of our freedom. We are fighting for our land and for our freedom. And please believe me that in spite of the fact that now all the large cities of our country are in siege, nobody will ever intervene into our state and our freedom. And please believe me that every square of our country, no matter what its name is, will be called the Freedom Square in every city of our country. Nobody will ever hit us. We are strong. We are Ukrainians. Nobody will make us defeat. And we want our children to live. It seems to me that this is a normal wish. Yesterday, 16 children were perished. And again, President Putin will say that this is some special operation and they are just hitting the military infrastructure. So, are our children attending military plants? Maybe as they are driving tanks, 16 children have been killed. Our people is really highly motivated, and we are fighting. We are fighting for our rights, for our freedom, for our life. And now we are also fighting for our survival. And that is our main motivation factor. But we are also fighting for being equal members of Europe. And I think that today we are showing everyone that that's our real nature. With us, the European Union will definitely be stronger. And without you, Ukraine will be alone. We have proven our strength. We have proven that we are at least the same as you are. Please prove that you are staying together with us. Prove that you will not let us go. Prove that you are really Europeans. And then life will win over death. And the world will win over darkness. Glory to Ukraine.
Повертаємося у студію. Як бачимо, вже
So
другий
let's
день
get back to
поспіль
the studio. As
українським
you can
представникам,
see, for
дипломатам,
already 2
делегатам
days,
у
Ukrainian
різних
representatives, diplomats and
міжнародних
delegates in
інституціях
different
плескають
international
стоячи.
institutions are being
Напередодні
applauded
на
to
Радбезі Генеральної асамблеї ООН
by
плескали
people
послу України,
standing,
який
and the
виступав
ambassador of
щодо
Ukraine was
ситуації в нашій
applauded,
державі,
he spoke on
особливо
the
коли
situation in this
він
country,
наголосив на тому,
and he
що
was applauded in
Володимир
particular when he
Путін, якщо
stressed
хоче
that
здійснити
Vladimir Putin, if he
самогубство,
wants to commit
заявами своїми про
suicide
ядерну зброю, то він
with his
закінчить тим самим, як той
applications
чоловік, який у
about nuclear weapons, he will
1945 році
finish his
застрелився
life in the
у
same way
золотому
as the
бункері.
person who
Сьогодні
shot
плескали
himself
Володимиру
in
Зеленському,
1945 in
який
a golden
виступив
bunker.
на
And
Європарламенті. У
today,
Європарламенті
Volodymyr
знаємо, що
Zelensky
Україна
was
подала
applauded
заявку на членство
in the
в
European
Європейському
Parliament.
Союзі,
You know
що
that Ukraine
прискореною
has
процедурою. Знаємо,
asked
що
for
цей
the
процес довгий,
accelerated
але це
procedure
символічний
of
крок, і ті держави,
becoming a
які
member of
входять
the
в ЄС,
EU.
мають
And
піти
though
на те,
this is a
щоб
long
захистити
process, but the
Україну,
EU's
яка зараз
member
захищає
states
її
must
перед російським
defend
агресором.
Ukraine,
А ми маємо
which is now
у
protecting the EU against Russia. And here we're speaking about the consideration of the application. It's important for us to understand that, not to have manipulations, because there is a fake that Ukraine has been rejected, Ukraine's application has been rejected, but that's not true. And you know, the Ukrainian leaders are really working a lot because they keep communicating with the people better than it used to be before the war. They communicate with the military guys, and they are very active on the diplomatic arena. Though, remember, back in November, I read 2 analytical articles about the anti-raid system that we have, and the planes are just falling down, and that we have bad diplomats with the wrong network. But as you can see from the session, from what is happening now, this session that happened 2 months ago when the president had a meeting with their ambassadors, it really worked, and you can see how the countries respond to the messages, which means that the network is rather efficient and provides great results now at the critical point of time. Maybe in a peaceful time we would underestimate this work because we didn't see it, but now it's visible and we can see it, and we are sure that Ukrainian diplomats will still press the European Union and will achieve the results. You know, Hungary is already supporting us, and that is a good sign. That shows that the countries that used not to support Ukraine are now ready to take important decisions within the geopolitics of Europe.
Добре робить свою роботу незалежно від того, чи мирний час, чи воєнний.
Ярослав Жукровський is also working well. He's a lawyer, he's the broadcaster of Перший Західний, and we called you our staff lawyer because whenever we have any problematic situation related to protection of rights, you are here, you always come as a guest to our studio.
Дякуємо, що доєднався сьогодні. І от на випередження наші слухачі і глядачі точно би, знаєш, знали, що ти тут будеш.
Probably knew that you would be here because but actually there was an announcement made yesterday.
Я пропустила.
Yeah, I just missed this announcement in your interview, so I didn't know about that. I'm always here, you know. I'm always staying side by side with you. Перший Західний.
Хто нас дивиться, знав
every member of our audience to know some legal issues that you must be aware of. So here are some questions. We've got a question from our audience. How do we get permission to take pictures in public places of leave, like the railway station, the refugee shelters, if some permission is needed? And here we are not speaking about media men, but just ordinary citizens helping one of the public organizations of leave, whether an ordinary citizen Levite could get this permission. Well, first of all, such permissions concerning videos and audios, that is not something that generally exists. We have the UK's the decree of the president about the state of martial law approved by the president and by the Verkhovna Rada, and this law clearly indicates what rights could be limited in the state of martial
перебувають обмежені в
law.
умовах воєнного
And there are
стану. І
12
одне з них, безумовно,
items
це
here, one of
свобода
which is
вираження
freedom of
поглядів.
expression.
І в даній ситуації, в умовах воєнного стану, тобто
Situation
право
in the
людини
state of martial law,
здійснювати
the
зйомку з
right of a
подальшим
person
поширенням
to make
є
videos
звужене, і
is a little
люди,
bit
звичайно, можуть знімати це для
restricted.
себе,
People
але
can actually make
робити
videos,
з цього
but they cannot make them public
якісь
after that.
відео
They
там, чи ще
cannot
щось, очевидно,
show
це
these
не
videos.
зовсім
It's not
правильно і це не
absolutely
потрібно,
right
тому
to
що
share
ми живемо в
those
зовсім
videos
інших
because we
реаліях,
live in a
в реаліях,
different
в
reality,
яких
in the reality
наша незалежна
when
Україна
our
ніколи не
independent
жила,
Ukraine
це
has
воєнний
never
стан,
faced
і кожен має
that
робити
is
свою
the state of
роботу, і
martial law, and
безпосередньо
everyone
функції
should do
щодо
his job.
поширення,
And the function
збирання,
of collection and dissemination
обробляння
of
інформації
information along with its
здійснюють
processing
професійні
is performed by
журналісти,
professional journalists.
телерадіокомпанії,
TV and
а
radio
інші,
broadcast
звичайно,
companies,
громадські
and
активності.
other
Це з одного боку
public
добре, але з
activities,
іншого
well,
боку
are good,
це,
but on the
очевидно,
other hand,
може насправді
do
нашкодити.
some
І
harm, so be
ми,
careful with
звичайно,
that.
всіх
And
закликаємо
therefore
до
we
того,
are
що
urging all
люди,
you
давайте не займатися
not
самодіяльністю,
to,
навіть якщо у вас дуже
do
болить
any
серце,
amateur
навіть якщо ви
things.
дуже
Even if
переживаєте
you're
за
really
нашу
concerned
державу,
about the
тобто
future of
є
our state,
закон про
still there is
правовий
a law on
режим
the legal
надзвичайного
regime of the state
перепрошую,
of martial
воєнного
law.
стану. І він чітко
And it
говорить,
clearly says
як має
how
працювати влада,
the
як мають
authorities
працювати
should work, how
військові
the military guys,
адміністрації, як
military
мають
administration
міські
should
ради
work, how city
працювати, тобто не
authorities should
займатися
work.
очевидною
That should
самодіяльністю,
not be
а
some amateur
здійснювати
activity, but
функції
they have to
і
perform
виконувати
their
вказівки і
functions and
завдання, які
fulfill their
відповідають цьому
tasks,
закону.
which
Ярослав, я тільки тут
correspond to this law.
зазначу,
Let
бо
me also
були
indicate,
заклики
you
до
know, there have
громадян
been
України
encouragements
фільмувати
to the
і
citizens of Ukraine to
документувати
shoot
всі
videos
жорстокості, які
about
роблять
the
російська,
brutalities
російські військові,
committed by the
для того,
Russian
аби
military
збирати ці
guys
докази,
in order
щоб
to collect
потім
the
російська
evidence
держава
for
і Володимир Путін постав
further
у Гаазі
going to
перед
court
судом,
in Hague
то це
against
зовсім
Russian
інше.
Federation. But that is a different
Люди зараз в
thing.
активній
So
фазі, вони
the
мають це
people
робити
who are
для того,
staying in
щоб
the
потім
active
довести всьому
phase
світу,
should
мати
really
просто
do
ці
this to
докази
collect the evidence to
перед
then
судовими
prove
процесами. А
it
якщо
is
це
in
йдеться
court.
про
But if we
Львівщину, то
speak about
забуваємо на
Lviv,
цей
let's
час
get
про якісь
about
дозволи,
any
про
permissions about
навіть
any
сьогоднішній
videos.
приклад
We have the
Андрія
example
Мацака,
of Andriy
директора театру
Matsayko,
Заньковецької,
the
коли була
director of the
повітряна
Zankovetsky
тривога, і
theater,
вони
when there
впустили
was
до себе
the
в
air raid
сховище
alarm, and
хлопців,
they
які
let some
є
guys,
іноземцями, але
foreigners,
вже, очевидно, тут
into
довго
their bomb
проживають у
shelters.
Львові, бо володіють українською мовою. Вони почали
They
фільмувати,
started
фотографувати,
making videos,
знімати. Це зразу
taking
викликає
pictures,
підозру у
but
тих
this
людей, які їх
poses
приймають,
suspicion
бо для
among
чого
the
це
people
робити,
hosting
кому
them.
це
Why
потрібно,
should they do
якісь
this?
фільми, зйомки
Why do they need
у
those videos
сховищах.
in bomb
Саме так,
shelters?
навіть якщо б у вас
Yes,
були
that's true.
найкращі
Even if you have
бажання
the best
щодо
intentions
проведення цих
concerning
зйомок чи
making these
публікацій в
videos,
мережах,
concerning making any
трошки
publications
ваші
in
бажання
networks, try to
треба
somehow
згасити,
suppress your
пригасити і
wishes,
чітко
your
виконувати
willingness.
ті
Just clearly
вказівки,
perform
законні
the
вказівки військової
indications of the
адміністрації
law,
і
the indications of the
головнокомандувача
military
Збройних сил
administration
стосовно
and the
захисту
commander of
нашої
the armed
держави.
forces that are related
Про
to the defense
інформацію
of our
щодо
state.
збору фактів і
As far as
доказів
collection of evidence
вчинення
is
військових
concerned,
злочинів на
I
території
mean the
України,
military
так, дійсно, така
actions,
ініціатива є, її оголосив
in Ukraine.
екс-заступник
This
міністра
initiative has
юстиції Іван
really been
Ліщина,
announced by
який
Ivan
довший час
Lishchina,
був
ex-minister of
представником
justice, who used to be
України
the
у
representative
Європейському
of
суді
Ukraine
з прав
in the
людини,
European
і
Court of
справді
Human
він
Rights,
закликав
and really
юридичне
urged the
середовище і
legal
адвокатів
environment, the
України
lawyers of Ukraine to
чітко
clearly
документувати
document and
дані
report all the
факти.
data
Чітке
and
документування
facts.
це не означає,
Clear
що Ліщині
documenting
потрібно
and
скидувати
reporting doesn't mean that you
фотки
need to send your
підриву там,
photos
будинку чи
with the,
автомобіля. Іван Ліщина
attack,
сказав, що
at
для
the
документування слід використовувати
You
наступну
need
просту
to
схему.
use a simple
Дата
scheme,
і час,
the
коли це
date and the
сталося.
time when this
Точна
happened,
адреса,
clear
обставини,
address,
як це
exact
відбувалося,
address, the
опис жертв і
circumstances, the
руйнувань,
description of the
фото, відео, які
destructions and the
підтверджують ці
victims,
обставини,
photos and
коротке
videos
свідчення
supportive,
юриста
that
чи
are
адвоката,
supportive,
якщо він
some
був безпосереднім
evidence provided
свідком
by the
відповідної
lawyer who was the
події.
direct
І
witness of the
відповідно
event
ці
or
кейси треба отак належно,
this is
юристи,
the
адвокати
procedure,
знають,
and the lawyers
як
actually
схожі
know what the
речі
procedure
можна
is.
робити.
They know
Це треба
how such
фіксувати,
things
і
could be
безумовно
done.
в
Definitely you need
подальшому
to
я
record
впевнений,
these
що
things and
Іван
further.
Ліщина і
Ivan
Міністерство
Lishchina and the
юстиції,
Ministry of
воно це
Justice will take
узагальнить
care
і
of that will
це буде
arrange a
великий
generalized
доказовий
system of
матеріал для позову з
evidence-based
зверненням до
information,
міжнародних
that will be the
судових
basis for
інституцій
addressing
для
international
оцінки
courts
дій
for them to
російського
assess the actions
окупанта
of
і
the
вторгнення в
Russian
Україну. Тобто
occupation
стосовно таких
and
питань
Russian
закликаю
invasion.
адвокатське і юридичне середовище все-таки
And therefore,
зайти
I'm
на
urging
сторінку
lawyers
цього
to
потужного
enter the
чоловіка з
webpage
великим досвідом
of the ministry and of this
в роботі
man who has a
Європейського
great
суду з прав
experience working
людини
in the
Івана
Court of
Ліщини,
Human
і
Rights, European Court of
таким
Human Rights,
чином,
and
слідуючи
to follow
конкретним
his
інструкціям,
instructions,
як
you can
це
collect
робити,
evidence.
то пробуйте це
Try
робити,
and
і
do this.
безумовно ви принесете
And
якусь
definitely,
професійну потенційну користь у воєнний час в нашій державі.
Я тільки уточню, що якщо ви бачите переміщення російської техніки чи особового складу, є окремий чат-бот, який створила кіберполіція, знімаєте за допомогою чат-бота, але обов'язково з геолокацією цю інформацію зразу отримують наші силовики, і через якийсь час ви побачите, як прекрасно палає російська техніка на українській землі. Переходимо до тих питань, які турбують людей.
Перед тим, що ми до них перейдемо, ж окреме звернення до органів місцевого самоврядування. Органи місцевого самоврядування, міські, сільські ради. Відкрийте закон про правовий режим воєнного стану. Не приймайте рішення, які ви не вповноважені приймати. Тому що це вважається в умовах воєнного стану, я покажу, я ні на що не натякав, але це називається самоуправство. Друзі, піар і ваша медійна активність в даному випадку є недоречною. Для цього є військова адміністрація. На неї покладено функції, це є вертикаль, військова вертикаль, яка діє відповідно до вказівок і ситуації в відповідному районі. Тому моя вам порада. Відкрийте закон, відкрийте Конституцію і отримайте всі відповіді на питання, як ви, міські чи сільські ради, маєте діяти в умовах воєнного стану. А як ви маєте діяти? Ви маєте забезпечити бомбосховище, ви маєте забезпечити порядок на вулицях, чистоту, вивіз сміття і так далі, і так далі. Тобто на вас покладено чіткий комплекс питань, які ви повинні здійснювати на місцях. То здійснюйте їх, здійснюйте конкретні свої повноваження, які ви маєте робити, і не займайтесь тими речами, які би мала займатися військова адміністрація.
Я тільки додам, що потім не пишіть, що я занадто емоційно говорю про те, що місцеве самоврядування займається тими справами, які не прописані в законодавстві. Є ще емоційніші люди. Значить так, вертаємося до того, що людей зараз турбує. Трудові права в умовах воєнного стану. Дві частини трудових прав. Перша – працівник. Є випадки, коли колеги, знайомі працюють, але роблять роботу. Вони хочуть, щоб підприємство працювало. Люди кажуть, форс-мажор, я сиджу вдома, виходити не буду. Є інша частина. Люди хочуть ходити на роботу, тому що розуміють, чому. За що власник каже, ні, не треба, власника вже нема, і заробітну плату він не виплачує, офіційне працевлаштування.
Бачите, коли повертатись до правового режиму воєнного стану, то якраз трудові права – це також одне з 12 конституційних прав, яке в умовах воєнного стану може звужуватись чи обмежуватись. Коли ми подивимось Кодекс законів про працю, то ми знайдемо тільки одне згадування стосовно воєнного стану. Воно стосується статті 46 відсторонення від роботи. І таке відсторонення від роботи стосується керівників підприємств, установ і організацій. І в тих ситуаціях військове командування допускається законом і трудовим кодексом. Військове командування може відсторонити керівника будь-якого підприємства, установи, організації, в тому числі закон говорить, що форма власності тут не є важливою для того, щоб виконувалися відповідні завдання, воєнні завдання, які стосуються захисту нашої держави. То це є чітке один раз в одній статті Кодексу законів про працю посилання на воєнний стан. З іншого боку, безумовно, звільнення з ініціативи роботодавця у зв'язку з форс-мажором чи у зв'язку з воєнним станом не допускається. Немає такої підстави для звільнення за ініціативи роботодавця, як воєнний стан чи форс-мажор, щоб людину просто взяти і звільнити, чи людину просто взяти, змусити писати заяву про звільнення за власним бажанням, чи, наприклад, відсторонити іншим способом, чи не виплачувати заробітну плату. Безумовно, ми до того питання ще повернемось, але закликаю керівників відповідних підприємств і роботодавців, якщо ви не знаєте, як робити, робіть по закону. А закон дає відповіді на ці питання. Тобто за вашу ініціативу не допускається, якщо людина не виходить на роботу
if a person doesn't go to the workplace, for example, has left abroad, can you dismiss this person? In the conditions of the state of martial law, you cannot do this. You're not allowed to do this. I'm sure that the state of martial law will soon be over, and in some way, the state and the court practitioners will give answers to these questions. And here is some clarification. If a person works officially and he or she doesn't attend the workplace, but has found some better earnings for this period, and the employer knows about this, and the employer is not allowed to dismiss the person, but then he's a kind of a hostage because he knows that the person has actually got some better job in the conditions of war, and he needs to leave. Yeah, he should go to Chernihiv to do the mining of enemy's tanks. Yeah, but that's a different situation. The employer loses an employee whom he needs. Well, there are all the situations are specific, and if we speak about legal, official earnings, that's one thing. But if this is about the shadow economy, that's a different situation. But anyway, under such circumstances, definitely the labor law of each of us is restricted, could be restricted in different aspects, in different formats. And the employers definitely cannot take some urgent steps and pass ungrounded decisions, for example, to apply the right to redundancy, to dismiss people, because the war is soon going to be over, and we will have to rebuild our native land. And what about pensions? What about pensions? Is everything following the scenario?
Well, we know the system with the pensions that we have post office employees delivering pensions. So yesterday we had this decree of the Cabinet of Ministers about the alternative ways to pay pensions, and the Cabinet of Ministers said that the people who are evacuated from one city to another, they don't lose their rights for the pension, and the procedure for getting the pension has been simplified. They can do it via the Nova Poshta shopping service. So that means that a person who has been displaced, who had to move from the location of active fighting, they can approach a branch of the pension fund, and without opening an additional account, they can get their pension. So as far as the people staying at their locations are concerned, those who are receiving their pensions via the Ukrainian postal service Ukrposhta, so the answer is the following. There are no significant limitations as far as timeline is concerned. So significant limitations means that if you get your pension on the first or second day of the month at the Ukrainian postal service, this is not the end of the world. So in the upcoming days, the situation will be stabilized and we will settle this. So the Cabinet of Ministers has also agreed on another thing, which has to do with the people who reached 18 years old in February and who have the right for a disability pension. And the Cabinet of Ministers said that under the martial law, all the time limits are extended, so there is no opportunity for the violation of rights to pension. Regardless of the type of pension, the state will try to do everything in its power, and basically we have a procedure that regulates everything, so the state will be doing everything so that the most vulnerable are not left to themselves, and they just get the things that, according to the constitutions, they are granted. So, death, marriages, birth of kids, is it possible to certify these things? So, as far as civil registry certificates are concerned, so under martial law, there are a number of novelties. The place of birth of a child
будь-якому
can be
відділі
registered
державної
at any
реєстрації
civil
актів цивільного
registry
стану,
office,
незалежно де дитина
regardless of
народилась.
the place of
Тобто,
birth of the
наприклад,
child.
коли мова йде
So,
про видачу
suppose we
свідоцтва
speak
про
about
смерть
a
особи,
death
то також
certificate of a person.
тут дане питання
Here again,
врегульовано,
the
і
issue has
ви
been
можете в
addressed
будь-якому відділі
and
державної
solved
реєстрації
at
актів
any
цивільного стану
civil
чи
registry
будь-якому
office
взагалі там ЦНАПі,
or
який
even
надає
any
відповідні
Center
функції
for
державної реєстрації,
Administrative
отримати
Services Provision.
свідоцтво
You can
про
go
смерть.
there and get a
В
death
принципі,
certificate from
також
them.
Міністерство
The
юстиції
Ministry of
врегулювало
Justice
питання
has
щодо
also regulated
одруження.
the
Тобто в
issue
умовах
with
воєнного
marriages.
стану,
Under martial law,
звичайно, така потреба
course,
в молодих людей може виникнути, тому
many
що
young people may
хлопці
feel
можуть
this need to
йти,
get married
боронити
because
нашу
young
державу.
people
То
go to the front line to
тут також
defend the
знято
country.
обмеження
So
щодо
here
місячного
again,
терміну,
there are no
і можна
limitations
одружитись
for the
в
1-month
одноденний
period,
термін,
and you can get
за
this
один день
expedited
безкоштовно. Тобто тут
marriage
оцей
within 1 day
пілотний
free of
здирницький
charge.
проект
So
«Шлюб за
this
добу» не працюватиме.
pilot project,
Абсолютно
marriage
безкоштовно
in a
можна
day for which you
одружитись
had
в
to pay will no
будь-якому
longer be
відділі
working,
державної
so you
реєстрації
can get
актів
married
цивільного стану.
free of charge at
Вона
any
законом
civil
вільна.
registry office within a day. Sorry for interrupting you today. We are going to have basically a video about this topic, and we have this piece about a young man who has a small kid and who is going to the front line, and the two of them decided to get a church marriage ceremony. I'm not sure whether they got a civil marriage procedure, but we get footage of their church marriage ceremony, and also we are expecting a special guest from the Peter and Paul's Cathedral.
Закінчите, я продовжу про це.
So I have another question. Can marriages be dissolved under martial law?
Будьмо максимально серйозними.
So let's be as serious as possible. Let's not joke. So as far as civil registration acts are concerned, everything is clear and cut. When any civil registration services are provided, any fees or state duties have been cancelled.
Трішки буде ускладнено
But
питання видачі
the
повторних
issue of repeat certificates
з тих чи
may
інших
become
реєстрацій
a
актів
bit
цивільного
more
стану, бо вони можуть
complicated
видаватись не в будь-якому
because
відділі,
they will
а в
not
тому
be
відділі,
issued
який
at all
здійснював
civil registry
державну
offices, but
реєстрацію,
only at those
народження,
civil registry offices
одруження
which were
і так
registering
далі.
births,
В
marriages,
принципі,
etc.
в цій сфері вчора також
So, again,
була
yesterday,
запроваджена ще одна новація.
another novelty
Уряд прийняв
was
постанову,
introduced
яка
in this sphere.
врегулювала
A
питання
decree was
особливостей
adopted by the
діяльності
cabinet of
воєнний стан
ministers.
нотаріусів.
It regulates
Уряд,
the activities of
зокрема,
notaries
заборонив
under martial
нотаріусам
laws.
посвідчувати
So
будь-які
notaries are
правочини, які стосуються
prohibited
громадян
from certifying
Російської Федерації
any
чи
acts
фізичних
that
осіб, чи
involve
юридичних осіб.
Russian
Тобто нотаріуси
citizens, either
зобов'язані
individuals
відмовити
or
їм
legal
у посвідченні
entities.
будь-яких
So
правочинів.
notaries
І,
need to turn such
також,
people down or
стосовно
such legal
нотаріусів,
entities down.
вироблено таку позицію,
As far as
що
notaries are
якщо
concerned,
вони бачать,
there has
що
been a consensus.
нотаріус,
So
що є,
if a
небезпечна
notary
ситуація
sees
щодо
that there
збереження
is a
відповідних
dangerous
бланків чи печаток
situation
нотаріусів, нотаріус
as far as
зобов'язаний,
preservation of letterheads
на
is
місці,
concerned,
зробити відповідне
notaries
знищення
need to
цих
destroy
бланків
such
чи,
letterheads
чи
on the
печаток, щоб
spot,
вони не
such
дістались
seals on
ворогу.
the spot,
Тобто,
so that the
уряд
enemy
якраз,
doesn't
зараз,
seize them.
питання нотаріальної спільноти
So
і
the
посвідчення
notarial
нотаріальних
community and the
правочинів, він
certification
врегулював.
of
Це була
notarial acts
вчора
has
постанова.
been
І ще дуже одна
regulated
цікава
by the
річ,
decree that
яка
I've just
стосується
mentioned.
виконавчих написів
And as
нотаріусів.
far as
Нарешті уряд
execution
поставив крапку
signatures
виконавчих
of
написах
notaries
нотаріусів,
are
які
concerned,
десятками
there
тисяч
has been
видавали
this
стосовно
issue has been
громадян,
settled because such
абсолютно
execution
незаконно.
signatures
Тобто уряд
have been issued
заборонив
unlawfully. So the
всім
cabinet of
нотаріусам
ministers has
України видавати
prohibited
виконавчі написи
to
за
have
кредитними
such
договорами, які не є нотаріально
executive
посвідченими.
signatures
Тобто
issued by
жоден нотаріус
notaries
не має
under credit
права
agreements that have
здійснювати
not been
такі
certified.
нотаріальні
So
дії.
notaries are
Крім
prohibited
того,
from
уряд
doing
також
such
рекомендує
actions. The
нотаріусам
cabinet of ministers also
в
recommends
умовах
that
воєнного
under the
стану
martial law,
зняти вивіски,
Notaries take
тобто
down
ідентифікацію місця роботи відповідно нотаріуса, і
any
нотаріуса здебільшого можна
information
знайти,
about
якщо є в тому
their
якась
office.
потреба,
So suppose you need to find a notary,
по адресі.
you need to find their office, you can find it using the address.
Скажіть, будь ласка, якщо дитина
But not
народилася
the
в
label.
Києві, да, чи зараз там в
There is a
Харкові,
question
бо
from a
її
viewer.
не встигли ж зареєструвати, переїхали
So
сюди, чи
if we
можна
moved
у Львові
here
зареєструвати?
from Kyiv or Kharkiv, can a local notary certify an act
медичний документ про народження дитини, і
of
в
birth?
будь-якому відділі
Yes, we
державної
can do it
реєстрації
here. We need only to have the document about the birth of kid, which happened either in Kyiv, Vinnytsia or Kharkiv.
здійснюють відповідно державну реєстрацію
You
для
need
того,
to
щоб
go to the
людям
civil
було
registry
максимально
office, which will
зручніше.
certify
Крім
that.
Як з медичною допомогою, ми пам'ятаєш, Бориса Чемриса запитували,
You
якщо
remember that
переселенцям
we
потрібно,
asked
скажімо,
Boris
ургентна операція,
Chermeris
це одне, ясно,
if
що ніхто не
displaced
відмовить.
people
Але,
need
наприклад,
urgent
звернутися до
surgeries,
поліклінічного
of
відділення,
course
то
nobody
тут
will turn
не
them
йдеться
down, but
зараз
as
про
far
якісь
as
електронні скерування, смс, ніхто у вас не має права цього
outpatient
вимагати.
treatment is concerned,
Поліклініки
you will not
працюють
be
як в
asked
стандартному
for a
режимі, як для
referral.
мешканців Львівщини, так і для
So
людей, які
both
сюди змушені були
Lviv
переїхати.
region residents and
Є ще
displaced
одна
persons
інновація, яка
will be
стосується
admitted by
заяв про
regular
надання дозволу на
hospitals.
виїзд
So
дитини.
as far
Звичайно,
as
вони
applications
зараз
allowing the
на
kid to
багатьох
travel abroad are
пунктах
concerned,
при в'їзді в інші країни не
they
вимагаються.
are not
Але
being
уряд
asked
також
for, but
дозволив
the
нотаріусам
Cabinet of
не
Ministers
використовувати
has
спеціальні
allowed the
бланки, а
notaries
на
not to
звичайному
use special
листочку
letterheads, but
А4
just to use
робити відповідні
regular
дозволи.
blank
Тобто
pages
це
and
також
print
мало б
such
спростити
permits
вчинення
on them,
нотаріальних
which
дій і
will
життя
eventually
людям, які
simplify
прийняли
life for
таке
people who
рішення
have made this
виїздити
decision
в умовах
to
воєнного
leave
стану
the
за
country
кордон.
under
Звичайно, ми не
martial law.
схвалюємо
Of
такого
course,
рішення, це питання
we did not
кожної
commend
людини,
such a
але
decision, but that's up
кожен з нас
to
має
each person to
бути в
decide.
цій державі
I think that
і
each
з
of us
нашою
needs to
Україною
stay in
до
this
кінця
country. We need to
боронити
stay with
до
Ukraine until the end, and we need to defend our country. We need to defend every inch of this country with the last drop of blood and last drop of sweat. This is normal. This is the duty of each citizen of Ukraine. So regarding the last drop of blood, so we are now seeing that a couple went to the church and they got a church ceremony, but they didn't go to the civil registry office. And suppose something happens to the husband and they don't have the civil registration, they have a kid, so if she loses the husband, so what will happen to her? Will this certificate of marriage issued by the church be recognized on the state level? This is a question that may be up for debate, which will potentially be seen by the courts, but the state recognizes specific legal acts that are concluded following a legal procedure. So to avoid these things, you have this ability to go to the civil registry office and have your marriage registered within a day. You don't have to pay for it, so that in the future you don't face such issues. There's also another issue about inheritance. Coming into inheritance under martial law, there's no definite answer to that question, but the notaries are working, and the timeline for approaching a notary, if you want to come into your inheritance, so you can get your applications, but there is no extended period for submitting them. So if you have a situation and one of your relatives has died, the procedure for addressing and applying has not been changed. Criminal responsibility under martial law. So what are we supposed to do with the looters? We have seen what people did in Mykolaiv. We support that, but we do not recommend that you do that, because it's a criminal offense when somebody is tied to this temple. So dear viewers and dear listeners, martial law itself does not mean that it's chaos, that everybody does what they want. Nobody has cancelled the criminal code. So if you commit a crime under martial law, there is criminal responsibility, which is even more intense. If we have a look at Article 67 of the Criminal Code, it says that one of the aggravating circumstances for committing a crime by any person, any citizen of Ukraine, is martial law. So, if you're committing a crime, definitely you will be punished, and there is criminal responsibility foreseen for that. Martial law is not a justification for committing any crimes. And again, you need to realize the following. We have Article 260 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine, which tells us about militant groups that are not foreseen by the law. So this article is in effect. Any actions that you are performing to defend the country should go in line with the criminal code. In order to realize your duty to defend the country, you can either go to the army and join the armed forces, or you can get involved in the territorial defense. The other option is for you to join the volunteer groups of territorial defense. So there is an exhaustive list of opportunities to defend your country when you are doing this very chaotically, when young healthy people who are not legalized and they just stand on the block posts and think that in such a way that they are realizing their constitutional duty, they are wrong. If you are part of the army and you are healthy, and even if you are not healthy, it's your duty to defend the country, not just stand somewhere outside in the evenings. Of course, we welcome such efforts, but the best thing for a man who wants to defend their country is to go to the military commissariat or join the territorial defense and wait for the time when you will be called to duty. It's not enough to take arms into your hands. It's not enough to go to the streets and just drink tea with other guys. As we talked with Mr. Soko, who is the deputy head of the military administration, any block posts should be agreed with the military administration. They need to be agreed with the military command. Then they make sense. In other cases, that's not how it should be done. Regarding the criminal responsibility and territorial defense, so we have this order of the President's Office of Ukraine. So if people are now being imprisoned, but they want to join the forces and defend their country, they will be released from the prison. So how will this happen? So do we give them an opportunity just to leave their guilt behind? So maybe we can talk about this a little bit later, but the thing that you need to understand is the following. Information circulated in media and on social media about all the prisoners being released is fake. That's not true. There is a separate procedure and criteria for how it will be done. So people who have military experience, who have been with the armed forces as part of the anti-terror operation, or were involved in other military action, and there is positive reference for such people by the prisons or by other correctional facilities, then such individuals can be involved in various military operations, but I will tell you a little bit more about that tomorrow. The other thing I wanted to tell you, we have Article 402 of the Criminal Law of Ukraine, Clause 4,
воєнного стану.
speaks
То це
about
передбачена
unrest
відповідальність
during
від 5
martial
до 10
law, for
років.
which
Тобто, якщо
there
є
is criminal
військовий,
responsibility
якщо є
and
працівник
potential
поліції,
imprisonment
якщо є
between 10 and
працівник
15
військової
years. So
адміністрації,
if there is a
чи
policeman
інша
or a person
особа, на
representing
яку
military
поширюється
administration
статус
or
закону про
any other
про
person
правовий стан, про
on who
правовий
the
режим
status
воєнного
of
стану,
martial
і ви
law is
підпорядковуєтесь його
spread and you
законним
just
вказівкам,
don't,
то за це
you are not
також
obedient
передбачена
to their
кримінальна
orders,
відповідальність. І
you will
хочу
be
вас
criminally
запевнити, що
punishable
правоохоронна
for
система,
that.
прокуратура,
Our law
органи
enforcement,
поліції, вони також
our justice system, our
будуть і
policemen,
діють в межах
they will
відповідно
be
кримінального
acting
процесуального
within the
кодексу
criminal
і,
procedure code
кримінального
of
кодексу
Ukraine and the
стосовно,
criminal code of Ukraine,
кваліфікації і
when
фіксації
qualifying
кримінальних
and recording
проступків,
criminal
які
offenses
стосуються зараз воєнного стану.
that
Ще
are
одна
taking
стаття
place under martial
407
law. Again,
Кримінального
Article
кодексу.
407
Вона
of
говорить
the
про те,
criminal
що
code
якщо ви є
says that
військовозобов'язані,
if you are,
якщо ви отримали
if you have
повістку і
the
не
military
з'явились в
duty and
визначений
you've
час
received the
у військкомат,
notification
то
to show up at
вас
the
можуть
military
притягнути до
commissariat, you
відповідальності
will be
на строк від
responsible,
5 до 10
and the
років також.
responsibility is between 5 and 10 years of imprisonment. There's another question to clarify. So if I haven't received the notification, but we have the order on mobilization, does it mean that a person needs to show up automatically?
Бачите, стаття 407
So
Кримінального
you see,
кодексу
Article
дає відповідь на
407
питання.
answers this
Нез'явлення
question.
вчасно
Not
на
showing
військову службу
up
без
to the
поважних
military
причин,
commissariat on time
вчинення
without
вимог
a
воєнного
viable
стану,
reason
це вже
under
є
martial
склад
law is
правопорушення,
already a
передбачений
criminal
статтею
offense
407.
foreseen
І
by Article
ті люди,
407.
які
So
ухиляються
people
вимог воєнного
who
стану
are
від
trying
виконання
to
свого
evade
конституційного
their
обов'язку,
military
апріорі є
duty
правопорушниками,
are
і щодо
offenders
них можуть бути розпочаті слідчі
and
дії по
different
кваліфікації стосовно
punishable
відповідної
actions
статті
can be launched against
Кримінального
them
кодексу.
under various
Тобто,
articles of the Criminal
Кримінальний
Code of
кодекс,
Ukraine.
він дає також
The Criminal Code of
відповідь
Ukraine
на
also
питання
answers the question of
відповідальності тих, хто займається
responsibility
незаконними
of
діями
those who
в
are
умовах воєнного
committing
стану,
illegal action
і
under
хто,
martial law,
займається
and
самодіяльністю.
also
Самодіяльність
those
в
who
умовах
are
воєнного
doing
стану
arbitrary
є
actions.
недопустимою.
Such
Давайте
voluntary
спробуємо,
actions
Стасе,
are
розібратися. От
not
як звичайний хлопець,
permitted
який зараз
during
ходить
martial
по
law. So
вулицях
let's take a
міста
situation.
Львова,
I'm
може
a regular
долучитись до
guy
оборони
currently walking the
нашої
streets of
країни.
Lviv. So how can I
Найперше,
join the
безумовно,
defense of my country?
коли він
So first
мобілізований,
of all,
вступити
if you have been
в лав
mobilized,
Збройних
you
Сил
join the
України.
armed forces of
Друге,
Ukraine.
якщо він
The
не
second thing, if
мобілізований,
you are not
він може
mobilized,
звернутися
then you
в
can
сили територіальної
join
оборони
the
Збройних Сил
territorial
України,
defense
написати
forces
відповідну заяву,
by writing a respective application. You need a copy of your passport, and once you've done with that, you need to wait to be called. You will receive a phone call once you are needed to defend the country, to defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the state.
Шановні телеглядачі, важливо, щоб не було у вас цієї ілюзії.
You don't need to have this illusion, and I mean those healthy men currently staying at home. Don't be illusioned that you show up to a specific place and everybody will be given arms indiscriminately.
Ви, коли ви є свідомим,
if you are a conscientious citizen of Ukraine, you show up to the territorial defense, and then the military commanders, the military administration determines and makes the decision on your involvement in the defense of our country. In addition, the law on national resistance specifies the procedure for the creation and activities of voluntary formations of territorial communities. So we should discriminate between the forces of territorial defense and voluntary formations of territorial communities. So what are those voluntary formations? These are not some chaotic formations, not just people, some 10 guys getting together in the street, deciding to kill Russians tomorrow. This is not how it's happening. A voluntary formation of a territorial community is not the competence of local self-governed bodies. Today, one of the mayors of a mayor of one of small towns in Lviv Oblast just made this announcement asking everybody to show up, but this is wrong. According to the law on martial law and the law on national resistance, we have the procedure for how these things should happen. So if we look at the procedure for the creation of voluntary formations, it is as follows. What is a voluntary formation of territorial community? It's when we have an initiative group, at least 5 people make up this initiative group, and this group informs the commander of the forces of territorial defense about their initiative to create this voluntary formation. And there is a meeting of this initiative group which needs to be attended by a representative of local authorities. Then a protocol is drawn up in which each step is put down, the entire procedure for the creation of this voluntary formation. The commander is being chosen for this voluntary formation, and this person needs to be approved with the military officials, military commanders, either the commander or the authorized representative of the territorial defense forces. They need to approve that person, and then people who did not go to the army for various reasons, they need to take the oath of a member of a voluntary formation of territorial community. And only after that, following an established procedure, such a voluntary formation becomes legitimate, can act, and is supposed to act. Of course, for such voluntary formations, not to be just a group of people or just cannon foders, there is a procedure which ensures the training of such voluntary formations. So people, listen. The fact that you want to do something immediately, that you want to defend your country, that's not enough. There is a procedure. And these voluntary formations definitely are created under the procedure established by the Cabinet of Ministers. They need to undergo some training. You need to know how to act in different situations. War is not fun. It's not some entertainment, not some opportunity to get together with other people. Martial law is something that is very hard to live under. And one of my friends joined the territorial defense forces. And I want just to tell you that different training sessions are happening and people are being trained. Before we proceed with our conversation, we still have 1-2 questions. I'd like you to have a look at the survey of Lviv people. You know that we have very many people walking the streets of the city, the guys that we just mentioned. So our journalist asked Lviv residents whether they plan to leave the country. Let's have a look. We will win. I try to join the territorial defense forces, but I'm in reserve. I don't know when they will call me, whether I will be called, because we have so many people who are willing to join. I've transferred several thousand hryvnias to our defenders, and I'm planning to transfer even more. I'm trying to do different, to donate to different foundations. We managed to buy buy a lot of food products. We are the best. We are the best in the world. I'm proud of us, and I believe in us. I believe in our victory, and we here are doing everything possible. Of course, we are contributing financially. We are transferring money. We are transforming food. We are the best. I hope that we will join you in the evening, and we will go to Kyiv. Ukraine will stand. Everything will be okay. We will drive them out of the country, and we will take back Kuban. We just returned from abroad. It's impossible just to stay at home, just to eat, as many people abroad are doing. Don't be a hamster. Don't stay there. Stay there. Stay back, hamsters. You're not Ukrainians. I don't want to see you there. Our guys have proven to the entire world that they cannot be broken by the Russian army, and soon enough the NATO forces will be applying to join the armed forces of Ukraine. We are trying to do volunteer work. We are transferring money to the armed forces. We helped with food. So maybe today we will again do something to help. I believe, I know that we will win. We are very proud of our guys. We support them a lot. We are just carrying the things necessary. We are helping with drugs. My husband is also helping. Everybody is doing what they can. I believe in the Ukrainian forces. We are now making the nets. Everybody is doing that. Women, children, so everybody can contribute in their own way. I would like to tell our guys the calmness, the quietness that we have here now, the fact that our mothers and sisters are alive, that's all thanks to you. And we are trying to do our best here so that you can come back here. We will win. Russia is not on its territory, and we will help our guys till the very end. And if it's necessary, we'll go to the front lines with the arms. Back in the studio of Перший Західний TV channel and radio Перший. So just to summarize our conversation on the voluntary formations, because I still have one more important question. So to conclude our conversation on how you need to defend your rights under various circumstances, the key thing is the following. We need to defend the independence and territorial integrity of our country, each of us. But for that, we have laws and decrees which tell us the procedure on how we should do that. So when we speak about voluntary formations, there is this regulation, and any voluntary formation does not mean that it's 5 or 10 people getting together and it's already a voluntary formation. No, there needs to be commandment involved. There needs to be a person in charge of this formation. Only after that the formation is legitimate, and only after that it can perform the defensive functions. All the other things are just the voluntary arbitrary things that you are doing. So if you want for the voluntary formations in your cities and villages to be legitimate, approach the commanders of military units, complete the procedure and become legitimate, and together we will defend our country from the enemy. And those who cannot complete different procedures are women who are giving birth to kids. So if we have a foreign woman who is currently staying on the territory of Ukraine and she didn't manage to return to the country of which she is a citizen, so what about their kids? Do they get Ukrainian citizenship automatically? No. International law regulates such issues, so a person who was born in Ukraine to parents who are not Ukrainian nationals, Ukrainian citizens, get the citizenship that their parents decide upon, and then in the future that kid can become a Ukrainian citizen, because right now being Ukrainian is something to be proud of. In continuation of this topic, Irina Hrashchenko, the People's Deputy of Ukraine, circulated information about the Okhmedit Children's Hospital. A bomb shelter has been created there, and we have newborns at the Okhmedit, so let's show the newborns. So we wanted to show this post for the sake of this picture. We also have the children's oncohematology stationed there. So these are the conditions under which Ukrainian kids are now being born. And I'd like to show you another picture. I think that is something that we need to forward and send to our defenders in the East. That is something that can motivate both them and us to get our victory. Ярослав Шукровський, presenter of Перший Західний and also a lawyer, was with us in the studio in case you have any questions. We received many questions yesterday regarding legal and other issues, so you can submit your questions either under our broadcasting or in some other way. I understand that a lot of information has been circulated, and we will be back in the studio after the break.
з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації.
Наша команда тримає інформаційний фронт 24/7. І з вами ми сильні, а тепер іще сильніші. Перший західний розширює мовлення. Тепер наш канал і у цифрі на Т2 для мешканців Львова та довколишніх громад. Якісна картинка і перевірена інформація. Дякуємо, що дивитесь і довіряєте.
Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації.
Москалі то хворі люди лізуть воювати, а ми будемо на них із говерли срати. Орбана! Ми на Бандерштаті, хай завиють москалі, вороги прокляті. Орбана! Пиво, водка, раки, хто не з нами, той нехай не собі до страхи. Ціле село танцюють, яйцями махають, а дівчата завтра зранку яйці позбирають. Ми на Бандерштаті, хай завиють москалі, вороги прокляті. Пиво, водка, раки, хто не з нами, той нехай не тобі. Дівчата скажуть теж і трясуть цисками, значить буде нині в Луцьку файна пилорама. Ми на Бандерштаті, хай завиють москалі, вороги.
Західний channel is here for the residents of Lviv and for the nearby communities. High quality picture and only credible information. Thank you for trusting us.
Sit down. We have come to make you free. We have come to make you free. Today, you again have written that you are afraid. And I will ask again. No, I'll order you. Stop being afraid. Please, stroke the dog and go to bed. How is Rusia at his school? Ask father to stay healthy and to hug my mom. And let's smile. There is beauty in your strength. Help each other. Assist each other. Kiss your beloved ones. Celebrate your freedom. We are protecting you. You are reliable. You are trusted. You help us. Make us proud of you. And we will come back. We'll stay alive.
Повертаємося до студії ТРК «Перший Західний», продовжуємо марафон, який триває вже
Перший Західний, and we continue our marathon that is running 6 days. The air alert is over. We go down to the bomb shelter. We try to protect ourselves, and we encourage you to do the same in order to get the best information about the air alert when the sirens are on. We urge you to join Telegram channel. This is the official channel of the Department of Civil Protection of the Population of the regional administration, and they inform all the information about signals in Lviv. Also, there is a special smartphone application, again, alert. So if you need, please install it and follow the information about alert. Mind that there will be information about alert in all the cities. But I think you will be able actually to set the city you are in. So far we didn't have the chance to test it, but I would like to remind you, when there is the air alert, it is a military alert, not the training one. You immediately go to the bomb shelter, you protect yourself, you take care of your beloved ones, of your families. Please listen to our channel or Radio PERШИЙ in order to know what's going on, and if there is no signal, means the alert is still on. If you do not hear the alert, please ask the local administration to install these signals. If you hear the signals, if you hear the sirens, that is okay, because actually you may go down and see the survey where people do not hear the signal
signals, and then
Маємо інформацію
we
від
try to
міністра
make it
оборони
audible.
Олексія
We have the
Резнікова.
information from
Ви
the Minister of
запитуєте, яка
Defense,
ситуація
Alexei
на
Reznikov.
різних
You
напрямках.
ask what is the
Також скажемо,
situation
що
in different
Володимир Кличко,
directions.
мер
The mayor
Віталій
of
Кличко, мер
Kyiv,
Києва,
Vitaly
заявив, що
Klitschko,
ситуація є загрозливою
said that
навколо
the
Києва,
situation
але
is threatening around Kyiv,
будемо битися,
but
і Київ не віддамо, сказав
we shall
він.
protect
І
Kyiv,
водночас,
we'll
що тут
defend Kyiv,
важливо у заяві
and
міністра
what is
оборони,
also
він
important in
написав у
the
себе на сторінці і
information from the Minister
закликав
of
поширити серед
Defense,
всіх
and
українців
actually he
інформацію про те,
published
що
it at his
ворог
website.
готує
This is the information that the enemy is preparing disinformation about the capitulation of Ukraine, and the information will be as such. The military administration of Ukraine is going to sign the capitulation documents, and the Minister of Defense is stressing it is impossible. Nobody is going to surrender. It's fake. It's lie. It's spread of disinformation. So when we were in the bomb shelter, we were trying to follow the news in different regions, and in one of the regions, this disinformation is already on. Actually, they try to demotivate people, and actually Alexei Reznikov is stressing that it is 128 hours of defense. Moreover, we are just destroying our enemy, and according to the data, the Russian occupants are going to launch large-scale information and psychological operation against Ukrainians, because they understand that their military tactics is wrong. So the goal of this information operation is to break the resistance of Ukrainian people and Ukrainian army. So how they are going to do it? First of all, they are going to interrupt the communication. Then there will be fake news that Ukrainian management, military and political management agreed to capitulate, and in order to support this fake information, they will probably spread some signed documents and fake videos. So the minister is stressing that this is wrong, this is lie, there will be no capitulation, only victory. And Reznikov also published his photo from the center of Kyiv. He urged people not to believe this information. The management of the country is in the country, and they continue fighting. And there is one more fake, which is spread in TikTok network. Actually, the video of the destroyed airport in the west of Ukraine, and some videos state that it was in Ivano-Frankivsk. In some videos, there is a voice in the background saying it's in Russian. There was also information that, for example, there were some blasts in the airport. So actually this is wrong. There was no explosions in any airports. The airplanes managed to take off and to get protection in safe regions. So there are lots of such fake videos. Kyivstar added, and Vodafone also joined the information that from the communication service of Ukraine there will be information which will be made available for everybody. So what is mentioned that at 4 o'clock, for example, it was stated that there will be a curfew from 8 o'clock p.m. till 6 or 7 o'clock a.m. Actually, so far we do not have this information from the military and state administration, and we shall try to understand whether it's true, but actually this is the information from the official channel we have been talking about. So please spread this information to all those people who are going to come to Lviv. Actually, it was stated that those journalists who would like to work here they may, for example, fill in some accreditation forms in order to get permit to work here, moreover during the curfew hour. Also, there is the information war between different government structures of the Russian Federation who try with their announcements to blackmail the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian people, and actually this information precedes the information about capitulation of Ukraine, because in the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation they stated that they are going to strike the technological facilities of security service of Ukraine and some other important centers. So this is the announcement made by the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation, and they stated that they will use high accurate missiles, and they state that they urge the Ukrainian citizens engaged by the Ukrainian Nazi to do some terrorist acts in the Russian Federation. So they ask the residents of these facilities to leave these buildings. So it looks like it's only the security service of Ukraine who is trying to resist the information war. We already have the war announced by our IT people, and we just read the latest message from Fedorov, who is the Minister of the Digital Transformation, and he stated, I do not remember what kind of person he was describing, but he stated that you were bombing my native city where I was born, where I grew up. I'm not going to forgive you. And actually this is the Minister of the Digital Transformation, and he has all the resources on in order to defend our army and to defend our people. There is the info from Belarus. We have been talking with Maxim, and now we have the information that Belarus convoy is approaching the Ukrainian borders. What is the difference between Ukrainians, Belarusians and the Russians? The Ukrainians know how to die for freedom. And what is the difference between the Belarusian and Russian? That the Russians do not want to be free and they are ready to sit in handcuffs, while Belarusians still do not want to do it. And there are people in Belarus who actually try to block the road for the Belarus army. The Russians may apologize in social network as much as they can. They may go to and have some protests, but they are not going to block the way for their army, while Belarusians can do it. And we do hope that it will be a great move on the part of Belarus population, who are going to block the road for their army to stop them from going to Ukraine and from getting some shame in Ukraine. And as one Belarus patriot said, in order not to engage and involve Belarus in even more geopolitical fight, though it's already happening. Russia has become inappropriate and unavailable for investments, a very good sign. We have already mentioned that Fedorov is really angry, and he is encouraging all international companies and organizations that is going to do remote sensing of Earth in order to give some radars in order to detect the enemy troops and convoys for us to know where they are. Coming back to information war, Ukrzaliznytsia is trying to dispel the fake information about evacuation trains. This information is actually spread in different social networks, and in Ukrzaliznytsia they state that they do not make lists of people who will be evacuated by Ukrzaliznytsia. Therefore, do not provide your personal data to the people you don't
завантажити
know,
відео
you
жіночки з
may
Сумщини,
actually
прокачати
download
себе цим
the
відео,
video
набратися цих лайфхаків
with
від цієї
the
жінки, яка
girl
дуже
from
оперативно,
Sumy,
дуже вміло
who actually was very
розмовляла з військовим з Російської
while
Федерації,
she
який
was
вимагав
talking
у
to
неї
the Russian
особисті
military
дані.
officers
І
who wanted to
пам'ятайте,
get her
що
personal data, and
не
believe
поширюйте і не
that
оприлюднюйте
you should
свої
not
особисті дані
spread, you should
будь-кому,
not
ніхто у вас на
announce your
потягах,
personal
які
data to
евакуйовують із
any
Києва,
people,
скажімо, до Львова,
to
чи з
any
інших міст,
trains,
не має права запитувати
which
про
will
ваші
be,
офіційні
for
дані,
example,
і
used as
Укрзалізниця
evacuation
жодних
train.
списків не
Укрзалізниця
складає.
does not make any list of people who will be
Ну, і ще одна
evacuated.
важлива інформація, поки
And
ми
one more
от
piece of
в укритті
news, which
ховалися
we
на час
got
повітряної
while we
тривоги.
stayed in
5
the bomb
бійців
shelter.
тероборони
5
обміняли на російського офіцера.
soldiers from the territorial defense were actually exchanged for the Russian officer, and this is the first exchange of military prisoners. In Краснопілля,
через зелений коридор
actually it was the green corridor, so once again 5 Ukrainian soldiers of territorial defense unit were exchanged for the Russian officer. This information was given by Dmytro Zhavitsky, head of Sumy regional administration. Green corridor was organized by the order of Volodymyr Zelensky, and the first exchange took place, so once again 5 people were exchanged into one Russian officer. Now I would like to show some photos. Here you see this big hole.
Я все так, відгадайте з одного разу, що було на місці цієї ями. Тут раніше був будинок мирного мешканців, знищили росіяни своєю ракетою, своїм обстрілом. Ось такі фотографії обов'язково надсилайте тим Росії, які кажуть, а я підтримую вашу армію, надсилаю гроші. Ви підтримуєте ще й окупантів, які ось так от знищують українські
just for them to see how the army is destroying the Ukrainian villages. The operator of the Northern Stream 2 is on the verge of bankruptcy. Coming back regarding the shelling of peaceful and peaceful populations, civilian populations, the European truth, Европейская правда, is writing that the European Court of Human Rights ordered Russia to stop bombarding the civilian facilities. And the text is with the Европейская правда. The court took into account the military actions happening in Ukraine since the 24th of February and is stating that this is violations of a number of conventions, and particularly Articles 2, 3 and 8 of the Convention of Human Rights. And in order to prevent such convention and in order to keep to the international law, the court orders the government of Russia to stop attacking the civilian facilities, civilians, including the residential facilities as well as other facilities which should be protected, such as schools, kindergartens, and others. They also indicate that it is necessary to ensure protection and safety of medical institutions and different medical services.
Черговий трошечки виходить трошки проблема з комунікацією, тому що ви самі бачили повідомлення ДСНС. Ми вам теж озвучили, бо не всі можуть отримати посилку, але зараз ми обласній військовій адміністрації повідомляють, що це помилка ДСНС. Комендантська година залишається 22 до 6. Я надіюся, що найближчі хвилини хтось або ДСНС пішли нову розсилку з вибаченням, скаже, що це неправильно, або військова адміністрація зробить окрему додаткову заяву для того, щоб пояснити.
Of Ukraine, or probably the regional administration will explain what's going on, because this is the official channel of information, and we should definitely give people some credible information. It definitely influences your plans for the day.
А нас тут дивиться Андрій. Андрій,
my friend, is actually watching us, who said during the first day why they captured the Chernobyl zone. There will be some problems for their health. With their armored vehicles, they actually destroyed the upper layer of soil, so that's it. And I told him, well, you are not the expert, and now we have the information from Energoatom that they are actually suffering from higher level of radiation, and they entered this unstable zone. So therefore now they get higher doses of radiation, and they have become their own hostages because their health is definitely deteriorating. Andriy, I'm sorry, you were right. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dmytro Kuleba, had a talk with his Chinese colleague, and as a result, he said that China is going to take some efforts to stop war in Ukraine. Kuleba actually hinted his Chinese colleague that you have become isolated from giving support to Ukraine, from defending us, and actually the Chinese minister stated that they support the territorial integrity of our country, and actually stated the importance of strategic character of bilateral relationship. And our minister actually said to his Chinese colleague that your Chinese people are also at the territory of Ukraine, and you definitely should protect them as well. So now that the best guarantee of their safety and security is support of China to the Ukrainian government and pressure on the Russian government for the Russian government to stop its aggression against our state and stop shelling Ukrainian cities. The head of Chernihiv regional administration and head of military administration state that again there are some shellings on residential areas, and one of the heads of district is saying that in Kharkiv they managed to take down the Russian plane that was bombing the residential areas, and there is information about bombings of the hospital in Kharkiv, and we see that the Russian occupants actually do not stop bombarding the civilian facilities as well as important infrastructure facilities providing services to the civilians, for example, hospitals. It definitely goes beyond any understanding of humanity. Thank you very much. The press service of Lviv administration, they specified the information. The curfew is the same from 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. but it is the official announcement of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. So please somehow make your communication operational in order for people to know what to do. And we once again have the shellings of Mariupol, of residential areas in Mariupol. Here we have our guest, Vitaly Zakharny, Vice Head of Lviv Civil and Military Administration. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. So here we have this information. We have the information from State Emergency Service of Ukraine. Now it gives information to the population, and the information was that the curfew hour is changed. We had it from 10 p.m. till 6 a.m.
and it has been changed from 8 p.m. till 7 a.m. So now we try to clarify the information whether it's true. It seems to me that we have to keep to the curfew hour which was mentioned before. Today we definitely didn't discuss any changes regarding the time of curfew hour. Well, we had a number of questions why it could be changed. Probably it is part of the campaign mentioned by Alexei Reznikov, or probably the site, the channel of State Emergency Service of Ukraine was hacked. And we discussed different questions, the questions of checkpoints. Our Olga Telecka from Radio PERШИЙ informed that in Sikhiv district there is a new checkpoint, and in Lviv it has been stated that there will be a number of checkpoints, there will be patrolling of streets, and we have the information that there will be this patrolling. Well, that's true. Yesterday and today we had a number of meetings about this with military experts in order to be able to examine the checkpoints, the block posts. Well, they are not the block posts as such. We are not talking about the Revolution of Dignity or Orange Revolution. We deal with military forces, with the army which is the largest in Europe. Therefore, the checkpoints that actually are supposed to protect us may actually give us more harm. We should trust our military experts. Here we have the military engineers who are already working on checkpoints and to make them really operational ones. We have developed a network of checkpoints around the city of Lviv, and today we were trying to see where we should reinforce these issues. So the block posts, the checkpoints, the block posts are the areas where people can actually stay, where people can have some rest. Also, it presupposes arrangement of certain engineering facilities and constructions close to it. We are talking about special ditches, we are talking about special windows. Also, we are talking about special anti-tank facilities. So all these things what should be developed and designed by military experts. Dear friends, whatever you have now, please remove them, because they prevent movement of medical teams, military teams, or teams of volunteers. And definitely they make a barrier for the common citizens. Well, when a person comes to this point with just a stick, well, you should understand it doesn't work. We already see that the regional administration, represented by Vitaly Zakhidniy, specified that the curfew hour in Lviv is just the same, since 10 o'clock p.m. till 6 a.m. Talking about the block posts, I would like to specify my own story. For example, in Kulparkivska street, there is a car, gas station. So when I was coming back home, and when there was the alert, there are only two lines, well, you cannot change the line, and there is the block post. So here is the alert, and all the cars stopped, and it is necessary somehow to slow down. So I would like to thank the people who are there for their reaction, because when you go, for example, to work, they check your documents, they ask for your documents for everything. Definitely, one, this is the alert, they understand that we should go quick. They just have very quick verification or checking of documents, and that's it. Talking about the other blog posts, probably if people do not remove them themselves, we'll do it ourselves. We are talking to people, and we understand there is one more problem in Lviv. Lots of people who come here came in their own cars, and if Lvivites do not put their cars wherever they want, now we have this situation, and there are lots of some bad situations. Well, I would like to tell you that some houses are just blocked, and I was actually walking around the city, and there are at least, for example, 2 car parking areas which have lots of parking space, but people leave their cars on the pedestrian crossings wherever they actually want. We have also been discussing this question today, and actually it was not only about Lviv, it was about the roads. So the decision that was taken is like that. These cars will be evacuated to the car parking spaces. But it means additional load to our law enforcement officers, to the other people. Therefore, we ask people who are owners of these cars, please remove them. Remove them from the roads, because they should be open, and they have enough, the roads should have enough space for our military forces, for the emergency services. So we'll hope that we'll manage to resolve this issue with the tools we planned. Talking about parking in residential areas, this is our private vehicles, or these are people who came to us or to our neighbors. Probably we should try to communicate and find our own solutions. We also discussed it today. We discussed how probably we could organize groups of people who should work with our guests and who should explain it to these people. Bring them up in the way we live in Lviv. We actually would like to work with the services of the owners of multi-storied buildings. And these owners of these buildings actually are the communities that can show what they can do. They know who lives in their houses, and they know where are the places for private vehicles. Definitely, the residents actually organized everything themselves. They patrol the streets during night hours. Well, the curfew hour since 10 p.m. till 7 a.m. The previous one was a mistake. So we specify once again. I have one more specification regarding exceeding activity. Residents being too much active. Well, I have some comment here about this curfew hour. The information is already spread because this emergency channel is in smartphone, and now people are sending us thousands of questions. Well, definitely it's important because people are working and they have to make their plans. Talking about the fact that residents are too active. In different groups, our Lvivites are really active. They join different types of Viber groups, parental groups, etc. For example, I have my own 5 groups. I have the groups I can actually check, and I know that they're credible. For example, at our school, we have a school or a place for displaced people, as well as in kindergarten, for example. And there is information that there should be, they need this and that and that. And for example, there are announcements at school. Please come here and bring some medications for injured soldiers. Well, your colleague was here and stated that there is no deficit of medications. Probably we should work in such a way that these announcements should be credible. We shall bring medications to every school, to every place, and what's next? Well, if we are talking about medications, probably they should be brought to the places where the injured people are. And there are also a number of other services where the medical staff is trained. For example, in one of the touristic centers not far from Franco's museum. So we have to rely on the profile institutions. Well, let's not work just for the sake of work. We should set our goals and we should try and achieve our goals and not just make some activity without any final outcome. Talking about humanitarian aid from abroad, there were some messages that there is not enough vehicles in order to bring it from the border to Lviv. Yes, yesterday there were 2 big days regarding organization of this work. Yes, we have lots of humanitarian aid from Europe, lots of things for our people, for our military people, and this humanitarian aid comes to the logistic centers in Eastern Poland, and then we bring it to Ukraine. From time to time, I hear some messages that, well, there are some delays, but we have lots of directions to work. We work with refugees coming to Ukraine, to Western Ukraine, going to the border of Poland and other countries. Lots of things come to our territory. So now everything is working much better than during previous days. The question, does the military administration coordinate the activities of volunteer military competence? Well, a good question actually. I was even going to raise this issue myself. Such units are formed according to the law on national resistance, and the number of people is not limited. We are talking about all the people who are going to join such units. Currently, in Lviv, we already have several thousands of people who form such volunteer units. Territorial defense and volunteer military units are different components of national resistance that complement each other. The volunteer units actually are working under the auspices of this territorial defense. So do not think that it can be an uncontrolled unit of some people. You should follow the orders of the head of the brigade of the territorial defense. So please be serious about it, be responsible to what you are doing. The process is well organized. I would like to emphasize that the headquarters of volunteer units is in Stusa 2 Street. Besides, we continue forming the units of 125 Brigade of Territorial Defense, which is formed in such cities which have population more than 900,000 people, Lviv and many others. So, please listen to me. Pasічна 69 and Вахнянина 29. These are 2 places where we recruit people who join territorial defense forces. Pekarska Street was also mentioned, but now it is the consultation center. So if you would like to know what kind of documents you need, etc., etc., go to Pekarska Street. But it is Pasічна 68, Вахнянина 29. We got the information that there are 30 units, 100 persons each. But yesterday we had a talk with one of our colleagues who is the counselor of Maxim Kozitsky, and we would like to explain everything in a very simple way. The territorial defense units and the volunteer units are different things, but they are within one vertical thing, and they are controlled by Mr. Kurkov, and he is responsible for the Lviv Territorial Brigade, and the brigade number 125 is the one that is based in Lviv. Well, the law says that volunteer formations should have, so this is the vertical thing. So we are talking about the head commander, then the head of the territorial defense unit, and then we go to the volunteer unit. So do we have the order about formation of such volunteer combatant units? Thank you for the question, but once again, we should remember that the law was developed for the peaceful time. Now, the conditions are totally different. These are military conditions, and therefore, we are talking about some amendments to implementation of the law. But the procedure as such is a bit delayed, is a bit prolonged, because we still try to keep to this law, but still there are some issues which we implement in a slightly different way, not strictly to the law. But again, we try to comply with the law as much as possible. There is another issue. This issue presupposing some social issue for those persons who signed the contract and who are mobilized and who become part of the territorial defense forces. For example, now you rely on the law, on the national resistance, but under military conditions, we also rely on some other regulatory documents and some other procedures. I'm talking about the law on mobilization. Why I'm asking about this? These units will be formed, and there will be people who will say, I was given this order in Lviv. So we should inform our local communities that the order is given here. Why? Because here, for example, we have been talking with Valery Kurko, and actually Drohobych community started forming these volunteer combatant units quicker than the territorial defense forces. Yes, probably it was this false start, but we managed to quickly respond to this, and the situation has changed. I think that we should not already talk about it. Just we try to avoid the situation that people do it themselves. No, the process is well organized under military conditions. There will be no long-time procedures, no long court procedures. We are under the situation where we have to act in a very strict and quick way. Yesterday, we were talking about that there will be some centralized convoys formed that will go to Kyiv. I'm talking about people who would like to protect the country. Well, these people will be going by railway transport. So where they should go? Well, they should go to military and civil administration, and well, when we are talking about the foreigners, it's a special unit, but as far as the Ukrainians are concerned, who come from other regions to our region, once again, probably you should send them to military and civil administration. Yes, please give me your contacts. Yesterday we were trying somehow to organize it differently, but we understood that it can be done in a simpler way, because we were thinking about car cars, and now we understood that railways will be easier. There is a question from our audience. What are you doing in order to catch people who are trying to avoid mobilization? We try to find them, and we try to encourage them to join the army. We do not try to use lots of our resources to this activity. You understand that we cannot be distracted. We understand that now we try to work with those people who are standing in queues. And we have a number of recruiting centers, and I'm honest with you. People are waiting in lines for several hours in order to join this army. So we really try to work more with these people, for these people to join the Ukrainian army. Some time will pass, and then we give more attention to the question you've mentioned. Yesterday, for example, we went to the railway station. There is a special mobile town for the emergency services. We put some tents there, which are warm. Definitely, we try to work with our people. The public organizations, volunteers are actually assisting us and provide us with food. Thank you very much. And yesterday there were more trains between the border and Lviv, transporting people like women, children, to other countries. And we had special order to pay attention to those people who speak Ukrainian, aged 18-60, and we asked them a question: why are you here? I would like to come back to what I have said. We remember about this issue, but once again, I would like to stress it. Now it's not our priority. There are two questions. The first question is from people who help our military staff. For example, they buy torches, some other equipment. For example, thermovisors, binoculars, etc. Why people should do it themselves and not, it's not the military administration that is doing it. For example, there are cases when my wife worked on a certain request, and in 4 hours she got the same request from a different source. So probably the military and civil administration will deal with it, because you definitely know the military units, their needs, and where they go and when they go to the front. It's a good question. Yesterday we had a question. We discussed it with people who are involved in these particular operations. For example, we got the information that we have this and that equipment that is brought to this or that military unit, and then it turns out that they didn't get it. So now we try to centralize everything. It will be probably less convenient, but probably more efficient. And I think that it will be working since tomorrow, and I think this approach will be really effective and efficient. We understand that there are lots of tasks not probably previously addressed by the military administration, and now we are talking about working in a different way, and therefore we need a bit more time. So yesterday we were trying to go down, when we were in the bomb shelter, we were discussing this issue. There is another question about animals, about pets. People probably leave some pets at the border, or they leave their pets at the railway station. Our journalists actually tried to prepare some materials about it, but we have photos from Kyiv and we see how responsible people are. They take their pets with themselves to the bomb shelters, and this is understandable. But there are also very bad and sad cases when people take very irresponsible action to their pets. Well, for somebody it may seem not important, but once again, it is a good characteristic of people. What we are protecting here, we are protecting our way of life. That's talking about animals, talking about pets. For example, we invited our friends, and it turned out that they have 2 cats. And we have a cat. Okay, they had a meeting. 2 animals were fine, and 1 cat was under stress, and he is trying to hide, well, like that. Well, I will probably tell you how our cat made friends with the dog. Yesterday, for example, I was stopped 3 times in the city. I was stopped by the National Guards. I saw that they were National Guards, so it's understandable. But, for example, there were 2 people in civil clothes, and they said they represent the Territorial Defense Forces. But it was said that the Territorial Defense Forces will do patrolling together with the police. Because, for example, these 2 civil persons looked very strange, and they examined me whether I'm going to attack them or not, etc. Well, any patrolling is done together with the police, law enforcement bodies, or with the representative of the National Guard. Now, these people can be easily identified. So any assistant of people in civil clothes, members of these volunteer units, actually is not needed. We do not need any self-government organizations in order to participate in the patrolling. I'm 100% sure that our people can walk any streets they want before the curfew hour. During the curfew hour, everything will be stopped. And there are some very shameful examples in Kyiv when somebody just broke the window of the shops and stole something from these, will be stopped. So we are going to prevent these cases of looting in Lviv. Well, talking about these cases of looting, is there any information about some persons when, for example, the people are encouraged to be on alert, to be attentive and careful, but there are already cases like that in Kyiv, in Lviv, that, for example, the flats were burgled, etc., etc. Well, I do not know the information, but burglaries, well, definitely may happen. But when something like that happens during the military circumstances, I think it may be also called looting. I do not know the exact figures, but 2 pieces of advice about pets. We have the communal enterprise Lion that can actually take some animals. But well, in the morning, Stanislav is busy with something else. So there was 1 piece of advice, and the second piece of advice
в час комендантський і виявляють, чи вони все-таки
For example, when
українці,
people
а не диверсанти, то встановити
are patrolling during
поляниці зі смаком полуниці продаються у крамниці.
this curfew hour, so they should use the password. Нісенітниці, українські поляниці продаються біля Укрзалізниці. Probably you would like to discuss something else? No, we have discussed the major things. Thank you very much. Please voice your questions. We try to keep this information front, and it's owing to the efforts of all the journalists, and definitely owing to the efforts of the National Commission on Broadcasting, radio and TV broadcasting. So we are broadcast on T2, and we are broadcast on the major territory of Lviv region, as well in different applications like YouTube and others. So you may actually download these applications in App Store or the other search engines. What is important? The curfew hour, 10 p.m., 6 a.m. And if somebody gives you the information that it is from 8 a.m. till 7 a.m., mind that this information is false. The official information is that the curfew hour is since 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. Another fake is that people are urged or are encouraged not to go to the cellars if there are no exits, if there is no something else, and people are encouraged to stay in their own flats. And the information is that those who died actually were in the cellars. Believe me, the cellar is the better shelter than your own flat. So when you are in your flat, there are windows, and in case there is an airstrike, you may be for example, injured by the window cuts, and believe me, these are very severe injuries. It is only in films when the superhero may break several windows with his own body and stay alive. Please go to the cellar. Do not stay in the bathrooms. Definitely, there are no windows in the bathrooms, but again, bathrooms are very often close to the exits. Definitely, if you have a flat with corridor and no windows nearby, that may be good, but you should stay very close to the major wall, bearing wall. In the cellar, we have only bearing walls, and if the building falls down, it means you will stay alive. Therefore, do not listen to fake recommendations not to go down to the cellars. In some houses of Lviv, the cellars are really almost as bunkers, 5 meters underground. Another important piece of news: how we should behave with our children, how we should talk to our children. The Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, together with the child psychologist Svetlana Rice, created special page at the website of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, where you could get some information, some infographics about it, how you should explain this information to the kids, how you should work with the displaced families, how you should explain the information to the kids when either father or mother goes to the front. And you should understand how to explain it in a correct way, how you should deliver this information to them.
вже не перші, вже вчора також росіяни
Yesterday, the Russians already got some true information about their brothers, sons, fathers who are fighting at the territory of Ukraine against Ukraine. So now there are lots of searches by words, casualties, killed, and captives. So today the search on the basis of the word killed or casualties is the most popular. It means the Russian population is trying to use these keywords most actively in order to get the information about their people. And probably, finally, the Russians have the true information that their fathers, sons, or brothers fight at the territory of Ukraine, die here, are taken captives here. Alexander Vilkul provided information that there is the convoy approaching Kryvyi Rih. First of all, the deputies know just the same information as we do, and even if his friend gave him a call and his friend is a good friend of the general, well, that's not verified information. Okay, for example, there was the convoy approaching Mykolaiv, but somehow they decided not to enter Mykolaiv, went to Voznesensky, and there is the highway there going to Kropyvnytsky or Kryvyi Rih, and now there are talks that the convoy is going to Kryvyi Rih or to Voznesensky. Well, the first military unit is actually confronting them is the military unit of Navy officers. So please do not spread fakes. Wait till the general headquarters of Ukraine announces the information where they go. So right now we have the opposite information. The convoy is approaching or Starovoznesensk. No, that's not true. We may say 100% that the convoy goes from Mykolaiv and goes somewhere. Now we have the briefing of Arestovich, and usually we get lots of new information from him.
Шукаємо відео. Файл називається 0103 Арестович.
This is the file 0103 Arestovich.
Воєнно-політична обстановка довкола України
Military and
залишається
political
контрольованою
situation
керівництвом
of
України,
Ukraine is
керівництвом
controlled by the government of
сил.
Ukraine
Зранку
and by the management of the military forces of
місто
Ukraine.
Херсон, де
The hot
поодинокі
points
групи
are
противника
Kherson, where some single units of our enemy were trying to enter the city, but now our military units and the territorial defense forces are trying to destroy the forces of our enemy. There was the airstrike of Kharkiv. In Mariupol, a special artillery clashes. Even the weather is in our favor. It is the storm in the Black Sea for the third day running. Therefore, the Russian paratroopers cannot land in Odessa and Mykolaiv. Kyiv yesterday was also the hot point. Now it is covered by mist, and once again, it prevents the Russian occupants start their storm of Kyiv. Yesterday there were missile strikes on Kyiv, and Kharkiv. Kyiv Air Defense managed to distract some of the enemy forces. We see the decrease in the number of airstrikes because the two-thirds of rockets have already been exhausted. The enemy is trying to concentrate its forces in order to lay siege of Kyiv and Kharkiv, but in general the situation is well controlled, and our military management and government knows what to do. The losses, military staff, more than 5,000, almost 6,000 people, 29 planes destructed, 29 helicopters, almost 200 tanks, armored vehicles, lots of there are air defense systems, 7 other systems, 60 fuel tanks, lots of unmanned aircraft vehicles, and lots of cars, 305 units. We continue.
So now people inform that they have another information that the curfew is from 12 till 7. And the curfew is from 22 till 6 a.m. is the official information from Lviv regional administration, and that was the misinformation, and we were waiting for a couple of minutes to the official notification from the Lviv regional administration. We contacted with them and they gave us separate information, so the curfew is from 22 p.m. to 6 a.m. And now is Vitaly Zakhaidniy here, the chief of the military administration, so he confirmed that we didn't have any further information about the shift of the curfew. So the sale of alcohol is forbidden, and the administration of territorial administrations, they cannot take these decisions by themselves, so the chiefs of the military administration, so yes, we would have this decision to forbid the sale of the alcohol in the whole territory of Lviv. But still, so people from our railway station, they will be evacuated partially, and thank you very much. So we have a lot of information that there are a lot of cars on the streets next to the railway station because they are left by the owners who had to flee abroad. And Andriy Sadovy made the statement that please do not leave your cars because they are going to be evacuated. And the first command we have under this post is that according to the military law, martial law, and the law, we are authorized to evacuate these cars and to confiscate these cars for the army purposes. And I'm sure there are not only vehicles, but also the off-road vehicles and the jeeps, and probably that could be fitted for military purposes to destroy occupants. So the citizens of Kharkiv and the Kharkiv region, we see how they act towards the looters. So they are tied with a foot tape to stop them from putting their hands whatever they want. So me and my wife, we were discussing after the first occasion in Mykolaiv, so how shall we react, which is the correct way of react. First of all, yes, of course, it's the violence, and yes, you should call the police in such cases. But also, how can we show to another people that not only police is going to take care of them, but also people themselves? So the first 10, 12 looters will definitely become victims of such treatment. But yes, of course, this tape, the tin foil, the tape is not the chains, so it's not that hard. But jokes aside, so we have the real resistance movement here in occupied territories and in the territories that suffer from the strikes of the Russian Federation. We have the video from Melitopol, where people block the columns of the occupants. 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 Go home. Go home. We are on. You're not. You're going to shoot peaceful people, the civilians. We are unarmed. We have no arms. We are unarmed. No weapons. Go home. Go home. What are you doing? You killers. What are you doing? Go home. You return home. Go home. Drive back home. You should go where Russia is. Killers. 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 Where do you think you're going? You're a killer. You're killers. You're killers. You're killers. Ukraine. You're killers. You're killers. So going back on air, Melitopol is Ukraine. Ukrainians understood that Russian army is weak and they can only and from 10 to 15 kilometers because they are afraid to look them into the eyes. And all the citizens of the city came on the streets and kicked out the occupants. And they made the camp, the occupants established the camp outside the city limits, but soon the armed forces of Ukraine came and destroyed them. But we are moving forward, so looking at their behavior of the occupants, the factory in Kherson, one of the armed vehicles started open shootings, open fires on the cisterns. One of the, they had to find the shelter from 1 to 2 kilometers in the hospital. So we were talking a lot today about Belarus. So in Belarus we made the group that are asking Belarusian soldiers not to go to Ukraine, not to fight in Ukraine. So there are guys who are getting enrolled into the defense of the capital. So we hope soon, hopefully soon, we won't have the dictator like Lukashenko in Ukraine. So yes, I have the pictures of the shootings of the TV tower. Yes, we have some information, we have some pictures that there was a strike on the TV tower.
And we even have the information that there is some video, and we have some information from Ukrainian Greek Orthodox Church, but it's not confirmed. We're just acting in advance, and it's something which is difficult to wrap our brains around. So they have the information about the intention of the Russian Federation to strike Sofia Kyivska, and the Reverend Sviatoslav, he claims, he asks to pray for Ukrainian Church, for our monuments, Holy Sophia, Saint Sophia. So this mindless leader who doesn't care whom the targets or which the targets are. So we don't have the confirmation that was the tower damaged or not. On this photo we can see that the tower is still there, we can see the smoke, but we have no information about the significant or about any damages in Kiev. So there are air alerts in Kiev again. The tower is still standing, and there are lots of shootings around it. So in Poland they say they are waiting for more refugees in Poland, and they are ready to accept every refugee coming to Poland. Zbigniew Raus said that they are even ready to host up to 1 million refugees. So the quantity of the Ukrainians who are seeking for the shelter in Poland is up to 200,000 people. So there are a couple of more organizations who stopped a collaboration with Russians. It's a cyber sport. So Andriy Senkiev, the sports journalist, the presenter of YouTube channel Totoke, Jan Yareshchenko and Yakovalov. So they are both players of Gazprom and another of Yenisei. So they are still keeping on playing in the football matches. So we can see that there are some Ukrainians who cannot figure out what's happening here in our country. So there are other people who up to yesterday didn't recognize that there is war between Ukraine and Russia. And some people have broken yesterday, had broken the contracts, the $1 million contracts. And Adidas said that they stopped collaboration with Russian football, and this decision enters into force straight away. And the administration of Adidas, they said so, and they were supplying equipment since 2008 for the national team, and they had the contract till 2026. But taking in consideration the things happening now, they are breaking the contract. So you have to say that Ukrainian channels disappeared from the broadcasting, and they will get back on air in a while. It's all happening because there are attacks on Kiev TV tower. So it's for you to know that which announcements to make to the auditorium, to your audience, so they would understand why we will have some issues with broadcasting. So in Lviv, the humanitarian staff is working. Let's have a look how is the work going, the humanitarian work, and we keep on following the news about the TV tower and the information from Mariupol, because we have the information that the enemy opened the fire on the residential areas, and they ask us to go to the translation of the central channels, and we are saying if we are looking at two of us right now, so we are first ТРК ЗАХІДНИЙ, we are broadcasting on the satellite, and so in some time you will be able to follow the channels that you're following, but if you start seeing us on air, so you can find us on satellite also, or this transition will happen right now because some central channels are switching to alternative sources because of the situation with Kiev TV tower. Glory to the nation, death to the enemies. These people are invincible. The city of Volnovakha in Donetsk is almost destroyed. As the mayor of the city said, some people are escaping from the war, and some of them are trying to leave the city, and there is no light, no electricity in the city. Ukrainians with no weapons were trying to stop Russian troops, and the occupants were pointing arms on the locals and were trying to shoot on air, but Melitopol didn't give up. And they say that the city is occupied only temporarily. You occupants, you go home, you killer. You killer. You killers. The losses of Russian occupants, starting from the full invasion into Ukraine, it's coming up to 6,000 people. Lots of them are imprisoned, are captured, damaged, or destroyed 29 planes, 29 tanks, armed vehicles,
засобів ППО 7, реактивних систем залпового вогню 24, цистерн з горючопальними матеріалами 60, безпілотних літальних апаратів оперативно-тактичного рівня 3, катерів військових, це була спроба висадити диверсантів на наші пляжі, і автомобільної техніки 305 одиниць.
And 305 units
записали відеозвернення на підтримку України, заявили, весь світ має зрозуміти, що під прикриттям спецоперації російські війська ведуть відкриту війну, завдають ударів по житлових районах та обстрілюють мирне населення.
So the people would be aware of what's happening in Ukraine. We're talking to football society, to everyone who is united by the love to football, to each player, to each fan, to everyone who understands it. It's a fan of football. We are talking to you to explain to the whole world, to show to each person on the planet Earth that under the cover of special operation, the Russian troops started the war against Ukraine. They're fighting, they're shooting the civilians and our districts. Stop the destruction. We ask all football society to stop Russian propaganda. You should show what's happening here. The price is very high. We are grateful to everyone who has already done that. And we are grateful for you to support us. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Glory to heroes. And now we have an information confirmed that we do have the problems with the channel signal, with the TV signal. And there are issues in Zhytomyr also with the broadcasting. And our viewers in Czech Republic, they confirm that on YouTube it's everything is working, so you can keep on following us on YouTube. And our Minister of Defense, we can see that some cities in Ukraine and the towns where people don't let the enemy in, we are on the verge of humanitarian crisis. What do you think? How can we influence the situation? Or it's only until we will make them leave. So yes, we could talk about humanitarian corridors to allow the civilians leave. I know the situation, I'm aware of the situation in Volnovakha. It's utterly complicated and it's a humanitarian catastrophe. It's the second of all, and first of all, second of all, of course, we have to save people as much as possible. Mr. Andrei, we had some issues with connection. So, is it any opportunity to talk to deal with occupants to provide this possibility of humanitarian channel? So we were looking at the situation in the east, on the east. So according to our experience on the east, there's no possibility to negotiate with occupants. Yes, it's difficult, but we have to try, we have to negotiate on this level. But if we won't manage, so it's going to be another points that we can include to the Hague. But can we influence somehow? So they will be doing everything to create the psychological pressure on the country, to force us to negotiate. So what they are doing with that, what they are trying to reach is to make a pressure on us and to interfere us from holding our positions. So it's very difficult to understand, but we consider it as the pressure, cynical and criminal pressure. I see that there is some interruption with the signal. Yes, we can have some issues with the connection, especially with the TV signal. So in some regions we can see that the signal was lost, and we will go on the reserve broadcasting, and so the TV signal will be brought back again. So yes, we detect some issues, and our viewers do tell us about that. So we see now the active stage of negotiations with Russian Federation. So these negotiations do not oblige us to anything, but so we have some information about the next meeting, so probably happening on the Polish-Belarus border. So can we say that with this fires and with this shootings, the Russian army, Russia tries to push us, try to force us? Yes. So what did they do is they use this only single possible option to momentarily get Kyiv, get the south of Ukraine, and the main forces were concentrated on Kyiv direction, and they were thinking that they will break by taking Kyiv, they will break our will to fight, but it ended up in the full collapse of their plans. And of course, all the civilian people, we are very stressed and nervous, and all the economic stops, and we have the humanitarian catastrophe. But the time is on our side, and it works against Russia. The journalists are working, the information is spreading between the people via social media, and our IT forces, they are sending all the information, so all the Russian media space is full with the information we are sending, we're trying to send. It's their interest to negotiate as soon as possible, but they don't want, of course, they don't want to give the conditions, give up any conditions they pledge, but they cannot break our will to victory. And of course that all of these things they are doing now, they are just adding up to more years for them in the jail. So we have to show our resistance, our will, our force, and they really can keep on doing what they are doing in each city, every city of Ukraine, western, eastern, central Ukraine. We don't have any information is going to stop, but the only thing we can do is to keep on holding on and to stand strong. So after repeating again to our viewers that we have some issues with the signal, the channel Rada also has some issues, and soon we'll switch to alternative source. But now we are talking to our viewers that watch us on YouTube, so please, or call to your friends or family, or in the group chats, just let people know that the channel Rada is on air. We are working for you, we keep on working no matter what, but we have some issues with the signal, as we know with that T2, but you can watch us on, you can follow us on other platforms. And once there is everything is okay with the signal, we will get back to you. Mr. Загороднюк, so about the frame, about the limits, about the lines, where are the occupants? So how about that? They're running out of gas, they're running out of supply, they understand that they cannot build the logistics chains, and they understand that the information is spreading, and there are some in Sevastopol, for example, there were the negotiations about sending some supplies to Odessa, but the citizens of Sevastopol said that they have this information from inhabitants of Sevastopol, that they decided, so there are some issues with the supply chains, and they understand if they send their soldiers to Ukraine, nobody is going to be merciful towards them. So they have this information and they are panicking. So yes, the time is on our side, but how long will it take, we don't know. And I suggest us not to set any deadlines because the time limits, because it's kind of a stress, because when it doesn't work as you planned, it's going to cause you much more stress. So when Russia is going to lose this battle, we will be independent and we will be able to develop Ukraine as European state, and that's why it's so important for us, and we have to keep on doing what we are doing. So it was ex-minister of defense of Ukraine, the prosecutor of the court. He took the decision about the official investigation about the situation in Ukraine, about studying the situation in Ukraine, and they have enough basis to start investigation about what's happening in Ukraine. The investigation of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says that nobody will be able to hide, nobody will be able to move to their villas and to the seas. So the International Criminal Court is in power to give the orders to detain you. So in Mykolaiv, Sumy, Mariupol, people, for those who are there, we are aware of what you're doing. So for the people who are watching us on YouTube, so we lost the signal, but please notify to your friends and neighbors in the group chats that the channel Rada is online. We are working for you. We don't stop working. For now we have issues with the signal, but we will have it fixed in the nearest future. So, and also please don't believe to the fakes, don't believe the fake information. So in Kherson, the occupants surrounded the city, but our soldiers hold the defense of the city. We have casualties. Dana. Hello, colleagues. Yes, today Kherson is facing extremely difficult situation. Yesterday evening, I could say if Kherson was surrounded yesterday, but today they were able to flee the town, to enter the town, and some occupants, they managed to enter the city, and the municipal authorities tell people not to go outside. They are trying to hold the defense of the city. We can hear the shootings, we can hear the fires, and the occupants started to bomb the civilians and the people living in the districts Tavritsky and Shumensky. We have injured people, we have casualties, we have killed. Also, they bombed the school, and in the social medias, the occupants, we have this video where the occupants are trying to put the women into the buses, and also we have seen these pictures that look like, according to Russians, that they are trying to help, but the local administration says, please be careful. And lots of our territorial defense, lots of the guys from our territorial defense, they were injured, and I hope that Ukrainian mayor, under all of these artillery fires, despite of all these troops, despite of all the occupants, despite of the Russian trying to occupy our town, our city, and all the territory of Ukraine, so people are panicking, saying that from different districts of Kherson, the enemies the enemies are moving, the enemy's vehicles are moving to the city, so the people don't know, the inhabitants don't know what to do because the city is surrounded by blockposts. And I'm sorry, I'm very worried, and we do have casualties, we do have killed people. Dana Vlasenko, we have heard you, and she were giving information about the situation in her region. We have Roman here, the chief of So what is the situation of supply here? So we had a couple of direction to work with. It's the organization of the work of the local chains to make sure all the local chains all the chain stores will be working regularly to assure the corridors of supply, to assure the corridor of the imports, and all the factories, Ukrainian factories, to make their work as much possible as we can. So there is manufacture of dairy products, meat, eggs, bread, and everything related with so the second direction is humanitarian help. So the coordination centers and hubs are located in Frankivsk, Zakarpattia region, in Romania and Hungary. And we have the constant transport circulation between them. So the next step concerning the food supply, the Ministry of Agrarian Politics and Supply, they are trying to provide the constant supply for the vulnerable and people who are in the difficult situation. Also, we are organizing the supply by train, and we are working 24/7, and partially also for the people who are forming prices right now and the people who are taking advantage of the situation and raising the prices. We are collecting all of this into situation, and all of such violations will have the juridical consequences. Please, I want to underline that this is loitering, and the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Agrarian Politics, our Prime Minister, and all of us, we are working on the supply, on the security of the supply, and we are working all the time on safety of logistics route. About the prices, what are you going to do about the prices? Are you going to talk, because of course they rise, are you going to talk with suppliers? We are monitoring the suppliers and the chain stores, so there are some stores that are taking it seriously, and some of them not. So we want to work on lowering the prices because of we have the information, of course, because of the military actions and because of of course, it's very difficult to provide, the cost of the transport doubled, and it's getting more and more difficult to organize the supply. Of course, it influences the prices. And we have information for you. Ukrainian occupants opened the fire on the TV tower. The concern RRT takes action to fix the broadcast. But you can watch in multiplex, you can follow the respective channels in YouTube, and fortunately none of the employees of the Kyiv TV tower is unharmed. The chief of the infrastructure of Ukraine. Can I ask you about the TV tower? How long will it take to assure all the channels will be able to work? So we are switching on to reserve. The TV tower is not exactly the sphere of responsibility of our ministry, but hopefully a couple of hours. So about the roads and about the connections, so we have some consequences, of course, everyone understands it's the necessity of time. So how do you resolve the issue, how do you solve the issue of communication between the cities? All the Ministry of the Infrastructure is working 24/7. We're trying to solve complex questions, complex issues of logistics, to organize the work of logistic structure to be ready for different situations. And up to this moment, we have our friends, neighboring countries, Bulgaria, Romania, Turkey. So all of them already confirmed the will to let the Ukrainian transport in without necessary permissions. So we were talking with our customs officers so even the drivers from 16 to 60 are involved into organization of humanitarian supply, and all of them will be able to work peacefully and in order to solve our tasks. And the team of the government established the hubs for the respective chain of connections. So the biggest issue now is the border. Of course, we can see the difficult situation in the capital, in Kharkiv, but Ukrainian railroad is working, and our trains are transporting 4 times more people than it usually is. Also, our Ukrainian railroad is helping to the foreign citizens. Everything is working fine, and also we had the snow a couple of days ago, but all of the services are working well, and they were in these regions where we got snow, we were able to work efficiently. The Ukrainian post office got back to work, and the export operations, so they confirm some export operations when Ukrposhta is exporting our goods abroad. Of course, they bring in pensions even into the most hard, in the places with the hardest situation right now. So the biggest damage was caused to our aircraft, because but we know that Russian air companies will stop existing because the communication the air communication with Russia and other countries has stopped, and also the ports. About the ports, so we had the decision, and there was the decision of stop servicing all of for the Russian ships coming into their ports. Also, we have the decision of Great Britain, which stopped services of Russian ships and the ships related to Russian Federation. They won't be serviced in the British ports. Also, yesterday there was a decision taken of the biggest company, Maersk, which is responsible for the routes from Vladivostok to the Eastern Sea. So they stopped the container transportation, also in the territory of Russia. And the company MSC, they also stopped the container transportation with Russian Federation. I'm terribly sorry, we don't have that much time, about 3 minutes. And can we talk about that Russia in regard of transport communication will be fully isolated, so they will be able to use planes only inside of the country? Is it true? Yes, or with another countries which still didn't close the sky for them, or in order to fly somewhere, they will have to use the connections which will make the trip longer. And also the export-import, it will affect export-import of Russian Federation. They won't be able to work with foreign currencies, so the companies will have to stop some operations. I understand it's very complicated, and talking about the amount of damages, it's difficult, but are we talking about millions, billions? It's dozens of billions of US dollars. I think that we will make the final calculations after we will defeat the enemy. So where can we get the cost? For example, can we claim for the contribution from Russian Federation? I cannot discuss where are we going to get the money to restore our infrastructure, but I'm sure we will be able to restore everything. So everything that was damaged and destroyed, all the roads, all the railways, I'm sure that we will be able to restore it. And I'm sure that if we think about that, after 30 years of a decay we were able to restore them quickly, so I'm sure we will do it again. So what about Belarusia? Now we cannot even speak about that, so if these countries will keep this regime that they are having now, which connection are we talking about, which commute? It's very difficult to talk about that right now. So, the Minister of Infrastructure.
As a result of firing, no one suffered, but TV channels will not be broadcast for a period of time, and the RT company is taking measures to restore the broadcasting, and you will be able to watch local channels. Meanwhile, you can find the regional channels on your TV, and we're also open on YouTube and other platforms. And now I'm giving the floor to my colleagues from ICTV and together to the victory. Battle. Surrender. Battleship, go. The national anthem.
Вітаю, ми продовжуємо ефір. Найбільші телеканали України об'єдналися у спільний марафон, аби ви могли отримувати оперативну, а головне перевірену інформацію про російський напад на Україну. І півгодини тому російські окупанти вдарили ракетами по київській телевежі. В результаті обстрілу постраждала тому тимчасово не буде доступна трансляція каналів. Концерн РРТ вживає заходів для відновлення мовлення в регіонах. Найближчим часом буде ввімкнене резервне мовлення.
At the moment, you can watch Ukrainian TV channels on local and regional TV channels on Multiplex MX5. Use the search function on your TV set to get access to regional TV channels. Fortunately, no one suffered as a result of this attack. And no one actually even cared that Babyn Yar Memorial Complex to the victims of Holocaust is right near the tower. And that actually shows us that the enemy would like to leave Ukrainians in informational isolation to spread their lies. And therefore, it's very important to listen to the information of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, where they say that the enemy wants to start a large-scale information campaign. They want to disconnect you from the official source of information and then spread information about the fact that Ukraine has surrendered, and they will be sharing fake documents and fake videos about that. If you see information or hear information like that, don't trust it. We will never surrender, because our enemies are just afraid of how mighty our army is, and that's why they're trying to fight us through information. We will never surrender. We'll win this war. Please let everyone know about it. Many of those who thought that they will occupy Kyiv in 2-3 days are in hell already. We'll continue until the victory. Glory to Ukraine. And the European Union has accepted the application to join the European Union, which was submitted by the President Zelensky yesterday. The President of Ukraine spoke to the European MPs through video call, and he said that Ukraine has paid a very grave price of all the victims of 2 revolutions, a war, and a full-fledged invasion in Ukraine. I believe that today we are paying for the values, for the rights, for the freedom, for our willingness to be equal, just like you. We're paying for that with the lives of the best people we have, of the Ukrainians.
Volodymyr
Zelensky also told the European deputies about the attack at the Freedom Square in Kharkiv, and said that the Russians actually lie when they say that they never attack civilian objects. 16 innocent children died. They don't work in military factories. They don't drive the tanks. He said to Putin, you killed 16 children, but despite all the losses, Ukrainians are ready to fight until the end, because they have chosen their European path. And after the speech, he was applauded by the documents. We're very motivated. We're fighting for our rights, for our freedom, for our lives. And right now, we're fighting for our survival. And this is our utmost and most important motivation. But we're also fighting for becoming equal members of Europe. And I believe that today, we are showing to all of you that that's what we are.
With us, the European Union will definitely be stronger. Without you, Ukraine will be lonely. We've proven that we are strong. We've proven that we're at least just like you. Prove us that you're with us. Prove us that you won't let us go. Prove us that you really are Europeans. And then life will defeat death, and light will defeat darkness. Glory to Ukraine.
Після Зеленського перед
After
європарламентарями виступив
Zelensky,
голова Верховної Ради
the
Руслан Стефанчук. За
had
ним на
the
відео
chairman
стіні
of
транслювали страшні
the
кадри
Ukraine
російського
Parliament also
вторгнення
spoke
та
to
руйнувань, які завдали
the
окупанти.
European
Стефанчук нагадав,
MPs,
що своє
and
рішуче ні руському міру
meanwhile they
Україна
also
сказала ще 8
broadcast
років тому.
the
Відтоді незмінно рухалася в
awful
напрямку Європи та
videos
цивілізованого світу. Нині для
of
всіх
what is
настав
happening in
переломний
Ukraine.
момент в
Now
історії.
it's
Від того, як
a
відреагує
very important
європейська
moment
спільнота
in
на
the
путінські
history,
виклики,
and the
залежить
reaction of
її
the European
майбутнє.
community
Якщо
to
впаде
Putin's
Україна,
actions
невідомо, де
actually defines
зупиняться
its
російські
future, because
війська.
if Ukraine falls, then no one knows where the Russian troops will stop. I call on all the members of the European Union to give Ukraine the status of a candidate country. Ukraine has full-fledged rights to accede to the European Union. Charles Michel called the right of Ukraine to be a candidate country, political and legal, because Ukrainians have opted for freedom and democracy long ago, and now it has to be supported by European countries. We have to act very quickly, and we have to introduce the toughest sanctions possible. It will cost us a lot, but this is the price we have to pay for peace. And in Kharkiv region, they shot down a plane which bombarded one of the buildings. And according to preliminary data, 8 civilians have died and 8 have been injured. At 8 a.m., the occupants shot a bomb at the regional administration. 7 people died, 24 persons injured. Before that, they actually fired bombs and rods at residential areas where hundreds of people, elderly people, women, children live. These were many various districts of Kharkiv region. There were many injured people. And this actually made the residents of Kharkiv even more serious about protecting their city against the occupiers. The Russian army bombarded a hospital, and this is another crime on their part, because they do realize that they are bombarding civilian population. Occupiers fired at the center of the city. 7 people died, 24 people injured. This is the emergency hospital. After Russia bombarded the center of the city, 3 people were brought here, including a 14-year-old boy. Many people are being sent to intensive care units and to surgery. We're waiting for more people to be brought here. You had many patients today, yes, very many. Well, all these civilians who suffered, they were going to the shops and to the drugstores. Well, We have injuries of various injuries. Some light injuries. We have very serious injuries. We had 3 very serious injuries of civilians. Putin's dogs don't care whether these are children or elderly people. They have here 5 children whose legs were amputated. This is our land. This is our territory. This is fascism. I can't call it otherwise. Larissa is from Severodonetsk in Luhansk region. She doesn't have her home again. She came to her son in Kharkiv, and she's been living in a shelter, in a bomb shelter, for 5 days already. And here's Pavlopola and many other places where people were injured. We are hiding in bomb shelters when they're firing. When it's more or less quiet, we're doing our job in surgery rooms. Here, these children made walkie-talkies from juice packs, and they're drawing peace. I painted a rainbow and a heart and a sun. In the corridor, the injured military are staying. One of them has an injured leg, the other has an injured hand. What about your hand? Well, I'll be okay. They don't doubt that everything will be fine, and as soon as they recover, they will go back to the front line. They want to bring the victory as soon as possible, because it's spring already, and spring is the time for love, not for war. Well, we're going to stand until the end. Glory to Ukraine. The hospital has the medicals and food, but they have a problem with the ability to wash things, so they need disposable medical gear, and they're going to stand and work until the peacetime comes. Borodyanka, a town in Kyiv region, is also being fired at. 2 buildings have been ruined, a 5-story building and a 9-story building, and many private houses have also been ruined. Recently, they also bombed Brovary. 1 person died, 5 were injured. In Vasilkiv, they also fired the missiles. 5-story building was ruined. Bila Tserkva was also fired as. A 3-story dormitory was demolished. 1 person died, 3 were injured. 2 people are still being searched for under the debris. The Ukrainian military shot down 2 Russian aircraft not far from Chernihiv. The Russian troops were trying to invade the city, but our defenders defended the city. The enemy is trying to wear the uniform of Ukrainian National Guard or Ukrainian Army, but they are found and liquidated. And now I'd like to ask Vadim Karpyak to continue this sad topic. Starlight Media Group is continuing the TV broadcast of large Ukrainian TV channels and radio stations. Now we have a joint team of ICTV and STB. I'm Vadim Karpyak, and we'll be with you for the next couple of hours. I think you've all heard about these awful firings and shootings in Kharkiv, and everyone has already seen this video with the missile on the central square in Kharkiv and another missile hitting the building of the Kharkiv Regional Administration. We have here Alexei Nahuba, who's the head of the Kharkiv Regional Administration. Hello, Oleg. Are you still being fired at? Hello. Yes, we are being fired at since the morning, and the enemy is actually firing at living quarters, at residential areas in Dzержинський and Холодногірський districts. We don't have any industrial objects, and there's no district in the city which has not suffered from the missiles at all. 2 missiles were shot at our Central Square, another one hit the regional state administration, and we have no, all the windows are broken, and we do have victims. But we are not giving up. We are in a strong position, and all these things make us even stronger, and we are trying to work against the enemies as much as possible. We've heard that the missiles are fired from the territory of the Russian Federation. Can you prove that, confirm that? Yes, they were fired from the territory of the Russian Federation. The missile, what about the artillery? Well, that is already on the territory of Ukraine, yes. So when it comes to artillery, they are closer to us, and they stand very closely to the city of Kharkiv, and we are trying to destroy all the enemy equipment that they have. So do you have any preliminary results, how many victims you have at the moment? Well, it's difficult to calculate. When we talk about the regional state administration, according to preliminary data, 11 people died and more than 20 were injured, but we have many more victims to come, because we are looking for people under the debris of ruined houses, and, well, some buildings are completely ruined, but we still have a flag, Ukrainian flag, over the regional state administration, even though it is ruined. When it comes to the city in general, we have many fires. There are more than 40 fires. So one multi-story building has been ruined completely, and the emergency service cannot do anything about that, because this district is still being fired at. They're trying to cut off the electricity in the city, and our emergency services are working round the clock to make sure that we do have the electricity in the city. What's the situation right now? We do have electricity, we do have water, and we do have gas, we do have central heating, but we have many buildings in Kharkiv, about 40 of them, where the electricity supply has not been returned. And this is complicated by the fact that those brigades are working in conditions when they are being fired at by artillery. Well, we are trying to hold them back, because these people are critically important for us, and we need to preserve them, just like all other civilians that we have. But they are trying to do everything possible to make sure that the electricity, water, and heating supply is provided to the residents. Thank you very much. This was Mr. Sinigubov, the head of the Kharkiv Regional State Administration. Thank you. I think you've seen also the videos from Kyiv. Well, some time ago, the Kyiv TV tower was hit, so they are really doing everything they can to make sure that you can't watch TV. But it's not all that simple, because, you know, this won't prevent you from using other channels. There are so many other ways we can broadcast information to you, so watch only reliable information, because it seems like the Russians are very angered by the fact that you can watch the just proven information in real-time mode. They might try to show you on some channels that Ukraine is signing surrender, or make some statements that the armed forces of Ukraine will not fight the Russian invaders anymore. more. But the security service of Ukraine is warning, don't trust this information. It's not true. And now we have a mayor of Mariupol, Vadim Boychenko. Hello, Vadim. What is the situation in your city right now? We heard that you don't have electricity supply in your city. Hello? In fact, the situation in Mariupol is very complicated. We've been at war for 6 days already, and for 6 days we've been shot at from HUDs, and missiles, and artillery, and our critical infrastructure is suffering, but what is most important, our people are suffering. Over this short period of time, we have 128 injured people. I don't want to mention the number of dead, because this is an awful number. They kill our children, they kill our women, they kill our elderly people. So who can say that this is a liberation war for people speaking the Russian language? I am a mayor of the city. I speak the Russian language. I don't want to be liberated. We never asked anyone to liberate us. We don't have electricity. We haven't had electricity for 2 days already. And all our municipal enterprises, the tech company owned by Renat Akhmetov, they are working under the bullets just to restore electricity supply in the city, to make sure that our mobile connection is working, so that the heating supply is working in the city. We're working on that, and we would like also to be able to produce flour, to bake bread for our population, because this is so cynical. I can't even express the degree of the cynicism. The Russian troops came to our town. They fired at us with missiles to the center of Mariupol. I will be cynical, but you know, one of the citizens was killed, and everything we found after them was just his shoes. They are destroying the most valuable things we have: our families, our children, our women, our parents. More than 20 people were injured today. What kind of liberation can we be talking about? This is destruction. This is the war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. This is what is happening in the city right now. Well, unfortunately, I can only ask you to try and keep safe as much as possible. The situation in Mariupol is very, very complicated, very difficult, and it's also difficult and complicated in Kherson, in Kakhovka, in Berdyansk, in Melitopol, in Skadovsk, in Kupiansk. We know all these places, even and all the other places which I haven't named. Please, don't think we forgot about it. We do know about you. We do remember about you. The armed forces of Ukraine will come to liberate you from the occupiers who are temporarily in your cities and towns. Please be sure that we remember about you, and we're thinking how to set you free. Support the Ukrainian army, scan the code. Today you wrote to me again that you're afraid. And I will ask you once again, no, today I will tell you, you shouldn't be afraid. Just pat the dog and go to sleep. And how's Rusa at school? Tell Dad to take care of his heart and to hug Mom. And let's smile. Well, this is the beauty. We'll help one another. Kiss the loved ones. Celebrate your freedom. You're here. You're working so that we are proud of you. And we'll be back. We'll be back and we'll live. Today we got the information that the Ukrainian armed forces hit the airport in Berdyansk and destroyed a lot of the representatives of the enemy armed forces. But this is the information by Dmytro Razumkov. So we would like to ask him where he got this information, because we haven't found any official confirmation of this information. Dmytro, where did you get this information? How true is it? Well, I can tell you it's true enough. Just like the information that yesterday our aviation, our pilots have shown how good they are and destroyed, well, a lot of enemy equipment there. Yes, I do understand that, but we are trying to confirm the information and tell people only the information we find on the pages of the General Staff or the Ministry of Defense. So that's why I would like to ask you where you got this information. I got it from the armed forces as well. I don't think it will harm our armed forces. No, it won't. It will harm our enemies. Okay, what are you doing right now except informing about the work of our armed forces? Well, I worked in the Kyiv region. We are helping our colleagues bringing food, bringing weapons, and distributing the international support which we receive from our colleagues from abroad. And we also work with all this assistance which is sent by various people, business people from our country. They supply us with various things, with food. And we also bring weapons to the checkpoints in our villages and towns. Well, I see that members of the parliament are with the people, just like it has to be. Yes, we all are Ukrainian people. We don't have any MPs. We don't have any other positions. We are just all Ukrainian people fighting against the Russian aggression on the territory of our state. And I think that we will be able to reach our goal to have a strong state and a peaceful sky over our heads. Okay, we'll keep fighting and we'll work with our partners who support us with the weapons and other support. Well, yes, and we're supporting the Ukrainian army, of course. They are our everything. This was Dmytro Razumkov, and we're continuing our marathon.
We are strong together. Scan your code. Russian warship. Russian warship, go fuck yourself. The national anthem sounds. Now we have an official notification that partially the digital broadcasting our online marathon was restored, and now hopefully you will be able to peacefully watch our broadcast. So now we Now it's Vyacheslav, my colleague. So now we're going to tell how it was, how did it happen, and the 14 Ukrainian channels got united to keep you updated about the Russian aggression. So after the strikes on Kyiv TV tower, we have some pictures, we have videos. So for some times the broadcasting of some channels has stopped, and we are taking all the measurements to restore the broadcasting, and now we are broadcasting on the reserve sources. Please use the search of channels to get access to the regional channels. But then, as I said, the digital broadcast partially was restored. So the cynical aggressors weren't stopped by the fact that near the tower we have the memorial complex of Babyn Yar. So these bastards are killing the victims of Holocaust for the second time. So the Russians want to be kept in informational isolation, and they plan to start psychological company to break the moral of Ukrainian people, to spread the false information that Ukrainian government agree on surrendering, and they are getting ready to spread the fake videos, the fake news. Please don't believe it. Don't believe it. If you see that kind of news, we will never surrender. And they are trying now to break us with the information war. We are not surrendering. Please tell it to everyone, to the people who were planning to take Kyiv in 3 days, and we keep on fighting. Glory to Ukraine. The massive attack on Kharkiv, and the Kharkiv is under the air attack, and these are the residential areas. We have dozens of victims, dozens of perished. Which is the situation right now? Hello, Vyacheslav. It's not getting quiet, it's not getting better. And the day before yesterday, I thought it was my worst night, but today at 8 a.m. there was the massive explosion in the middle of the town where we don't have any military objects. It's just the main avenue of Kharkiv, the Avenue of Liberty. So a couple of blocks were exploded, were bombed, and reactive systems of the fire. And it's actually difficult for me right now to say which blocks weren't attacked. And also fire on Kharkiv, but there were some. The hospital number 3 of Kharkiv was damaged, and we have a massive fire in Zernova Street. So we see a couple of fires, but we now at the moment we are unable to detect which district, which block. But almost more than 100 buildings are already destroyed in Kharkiv. And the suburbs of the city, we have 8 people killed in the building, and some of them injured. The Avenue Novobarvarsky was on the Avenue Novobarvarsky was completely destroyed. The multi-storied building. We still are counting the casualties, and it's the crime against the nation, against the humanity, and it should be punished by the Supreme Court, by the highest courts. So we still are waiting for the data about the killed people, about the casualties, but the accounts, we still don't have the final numbers, and we seen 6, and then there were +3 people, and we have seen the rescuers bringing more and more people. So now, but the issue is that when it's dark, people are unable to help, are unable to work. The rescuers are unable to effectuate their work. And but we have seen the guys that were bleeding but alive, and they were saying this motto, they were screaming out loud this motto which was born in Kharkiv, and also about the motto about the Russian warship. And I will show you what we have seen on the suburbs of in Kharkiv. So this rocket is still here. It was kept near the tent where they were getting the humanitarian help for the people who were moved from other regions. So it's still here. And now we have, so today they attacked, they bombed the main avenue, the central avenue of Kharkiv. So was it here, this picture? Did you have it here? Yes. So I think they didn't have any other option by the missiles. And so near the Liberty Street, what can we see in the very center of Kharkiv? The buildings damaged, the cars destroyed, the palace of youth activity. So it was falling, and I fell. It hit, and I fell, and it exploded here, and was sent to the hospital. Today we were uploading the medicine and the food supplies, and while we were doing that, the missile hit the regional administration. So the people came here from all around, and so I was struck, and I fell aside, and the rocket bit half of the roof. And the second missile hit the roof, and everything until the first floor, up to the first floor. And we were covered by the remains. Let's lift it up, guys. More. 6 people of the rescuers, together with the volunteers. Do you have any information about the casualties? The number? We don't know the exact number right now. We're still carrying on the work. Probably it's going to be. This one is the 7th. And the 7th and the 8th, while we are there, and the rescuers were able to find some more bodies, but we have the information that there is one kid there. So now, this is the way the office of the governor of Kharkiv region looks like. The governor is alive himself. So we keep on holding the tanks, we keep on holding them, and they understand they have no other option but the missiles. And we just finished the repairments, and I hope at the end we will restore it and it will be better as it is right now. One of the best administrations in the world. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Russian ship, go fuck yourself. In Zaporizhzhia region, the Russian Nazis covering with a fire the town of Koselivka, which is near by the regional center. And today we got very inspiring news from Berdyansk, because of our moral resistance, and we were managed to strike the camp of the enemy near to the airport. There are no people here on the streets, no panic, no fuss. The territorial defense is on its positions, and the people are not sitting with their legs up. And we are making the cocktails to meet the Russian invaders. Some people bring the cloth, some people bring the ingredients. So yeah, and we will put the corn hobs in their pockets to make the popcorn straight away. We're going back online, and we are talking about what's happening. And we had a break because the central channels were restoring their broadcasting, and our central the TV tower in Kiev were under some repairments, and we are supporting each other by covering each other on our resources. So we are talking about the information. I have the information. I'm looking for the official source to confirm it. So we have the information about the European Parliament has supported the application of Ukraine to recognize Ukraine as a candidate to European Union, and it's a very important statement, and we are waiting for further statements from our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and from our government. So in 2 Telegram channels I see this confirmation. One of them is my favorite, so about the candidacy of Ukraine to the European Union, and it means that the European Commission had confirmed that Ukraine will be able to enter the European Union. And in Czech Republic it was supported afterwards, and 7 countries of the European Union vote for it, and they are ready to give that right to Ukraine, and we have the decision of European Parliament. It's a bit different structure than European Union, but to give Ukraine the possibility to have the simplified procedure, to not go through all the stages of the common procedure. So it's kind of you can find this information on YouTube, and we are uploading very important conversations for you over there. And first of all, it's very symbolical gesture, very symbolical step to support Ukraine, to show Russia that the mobilization of international diplomacy, of international partners, to show Russia that all European countries are on our side, to give to Ukraine that exceptional right. And when once we will be ready to restore our infrastructure, being the member of European Union, we will get additional resources to be able to do that. So Ukrainian Railway informed that today at 7 p.m. there is going to be one more evacuation train. So if you will have time, and as on 6 p.m. we have 5 killed people and 5 injured, because Russians are opening fire on civilians, but they are not shooting the military, because they are afraid. They say they are afraid there's And so they are preparing some provocations, and for some intelligence information, we know that there are some around 300 tanks near to the Belarus border. I think that these are all the tanks they have, and so they're waiting on the crossing of Pinsk-Ivanove, which is nearby the border, or near 30 kilometers from the state-Ukrainian border. So probably they are getting ready to start the attack they planned, and we are being informed that people in Belarus are going on the streets and that's probably the main difference between Belarus and Russia, because Russian people are okay with being slaves. So we have the news that European Parliament approved the resolution to Ukraine on Ukraine. So 637 votes, and only 13 European deputies were against that. So the resolution says demands from Russia to take away all the troops and to all the institutions of European Union to work on giving Ukraine the status of candidate to European Union. So about the decision, about the approval of the decision is going to happen later on, but it's the first step. It's an approval, and the voice of European Parliament is very important for all the international community, and also Volodymyr Zelensky is trying to push, to make a pressure on world leaders to cover the skies, and he had the talk today with European Chancellor Scholz, and they were talking about the necessity to cover Ukrainian sky, and he was talking about the damages done today in our most important cities, and the Prime Minister, and today Ukraine involved 8 billion from the sale of military obligations, and today we had the first auction, and the Ministry of Finance, he satisfied all the bids with so if you buy the obligations, you have the possibility to earn on it. So until 2023, 23rd of March 2023. So in such a way, the state, the government were able to obtain $2.7 million by selling the obligations, and this money will be involved exclusively to satisfy the needs of our army. We have the reaction of Volodymyr Zelensky of shootings on the fires of the TV tower, Kyiv TV tower, and we have victims amongst the civilians. So these are just people that were occasionally walking by the tower. So we don't understand why, when people are attacking, when they are attacking us, why is it happening? How can it be happening? And we should keep on pushing the old world, to explain all the world, that to make all the world help us with the weapons, and we should work all together in all the direction to stop this terrorist, number one, because it's impossible for all world to keep on watching silently when he's taking away the lives of peaceful civilians, to bomb the TV tower, to bomb the houses, to bomb the kindergartens, the hospitals. It's just something we cannot wrap our heads around. Now we have we are trying to so there is a disinformation that our Ukrainian soldiers are giving up, that people are not resisting the occupants. So watch out with that, because but it's not true, because all of the people, civilians, when the occupants enter the town, people make the huge resistance, and they are kicking away the occupants. And one of the we know this video when one woman didn't let the occupants in, trying to explain them what shall they do, and saying that this is our land, we won't let anybody take our land, our country. So along with the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine, so we have this awareness company about the notification, how, for example, with the useful advices, how can you stop the bleeding. So the Red Cross Ukraine, here you can see some small video lessons on the first aid, something you can use in any critical situation, which is necessarily could be necessary in any life situation, for example, on the road accidents or etc. So the general staff of the north direction, the command of north, so to people that you know in Belarus and the ones that you know and you can share the information with, please share the information with them. What is going to happen if they will try to break the border with Ukraine? I'm not an expert on military techniques and ammunition, but so there was, so he asked this, Lukashenko asked Putin to supply C-400 and another military equipment. So they have some, but they are not of them are working, and it seems to us that Lukashenko wants to use the same tactics as Putin does. So he doesn't want to send his soldiers. He wants to start sending missiles on our cities, because he understands that he will be able to find for crazy people who will send missiles on our cities, but to find more people who will go in tanks and the troops who will go into Ukraine, he knows that not all the people will agree on that. So we know we can make the conclusion that Lukashenko doesn't trust much to his troops. So yes, we know that he has some complexes. Some of them are ensuring the protection of atomic power plants in Belarus, and also they are talking about protecting the western ranges with Ukraine, and he justifies these actions with that they need to have their borders protected from Ukrainian invasion, and he needs to cover it. So what are they doing now? He says that none of the Belarusian soldiers didn't leave the dislocation places of the dislocation, but if mobilization will be needed, so in 2 from 1 to 3 days, all the army will be mobilized. So they are saying that
сьогоднішню інформаційну атаку від
Probably it's today's reaction on the attack of armed forces of Ukraine. We got the information that there are some troops approaching from Belarus, but we're saying that they said that they are not going to fire on the territory of Ukraine, but later on, Ukraine watched on all the aims, all the goals, possible goals in Belarus. So if they dare to cross the border, we will fight back on these Belarusian targets. So I think Lukashenko it is worried, and I think that our guests from Belarus today, probably they're gonna say something different, and it looks like Lukashenko starts to flee from Putin, and he seems like looking for some options to get separated little by little from Putin, but it's somewhere in the air, this feeling of Lukashenko being afraid. And the Ministry of Education and Science, we understand which conditions lots of parents and kids are, which situation is with studies right now. So neither kids or parents are into the education, but the Ministry of Education is trying to keep the studies going, somehow the process. And for the students from the 1st to the 4th grade, the ministry starts the online classes. It doesn't have the compulsory, character, but some students will be able to study, and kids will be interrupted a bit from following the news, the current news, and to be stressed out every day. So in Viber, of course, it's a resource that we have a lot of questions to, and there is the channel called Школа Info, the school info, and you can see there the schedules of the lessons and the plans of the classes, and even on PE, so some the pupils will be able to even take 2 or 3 subjects. So go to the ministry website. You can find more detailed information there. And the ministry has a plan to introduce the same classes for the 5th and up to 7th grade. And for me, as a mother of 2 children, I think it's an option, because at least yes, despite of the situation we have right now, so there are parts of parents that still do their work, and they have to do their work, and they're busy from morning to evening, and somehow they have to keep their children busy. Today I was even trying to keep my cat calm, and my cat, I didn't see him for a week, and the cat gets scared of the sirens, and I was trying to keep him calm and petting him. So of course it could be an option for children to get distracted a bit from all this stress, and especially in Lviv, Zakarpattia regions, probably here in the bordering regions, we can still have, the children still can have classes. Of course, there are some regions which are the situation in which makes impossible this process, but for sure we will now know the difference between Iskander, Grad, and stuff like that. So, but hopefully we'll never need this information again in our lives. So, for example, in the groups for parents, some of the parents had made the channels with, or recommended channels with the tales for children. So if you, for example, these are the comforting stories for children, and maybe some, if you're in the bomb shelter hiding together with your kids, these files, these audio files with the tales, with the stories, they could be useful for time spending there. Also, we have some information from the network. So people are saying, asking, how can I get the permit to move during the curfew hours? And the decision, to be honest, I know all the heads of military administrations right now, all the 30 people who are working, who are in charge right now in this time, but I decided that we are going to do in another way. So the decision taken was, for example, if somebody arrives at 2 a.m., there is one shuttle going to Stefanica, to the center for the relocated people. So it will be, if the person arrives to Lviv at 2 a.m., so it's possible, and then 6 I pick up the person. It's one option. Another option, if somebody arrives later, the person will have to stay at the train station, and you get food there, you get the psychological support there. And for the people who are worried, how will I get, where do I get the information? So, for example, one of my friends, I knew, for example, if I have to do that, if I have to have some permit, you have to understand that I will have to ask somebody to do that. I will have to distract people from their jobs to get some, to pass through some verification and stuff like that. So it overwhelms people with extra work. And the train, for example, if the train comes at 5:20, and if I come there and I wait, what do? I add up to this number of people already staying at the train station. So it's a better way to do like that. If somebody comes at night, the best way is to travel by shuttle to the center that receives people, and of course also the schedules or the timetables are changing. And they are changing the tracks to avoid. So in some train can take to arrive like 2-3 hours, another is 2 hours late. So all volunteers you will get the help. The only thing you need to do is coordinate the person that you are waiting to arrive, to go to the center, and later on, when it's morning, you can pick up that person. I don't think there's some problem with that. Yes, we had lots of questions about that in our chats, and
речей, в тому числі
similar
зараз роблять типу тризуба, який пише «іді» і вказується напрямок. З одного боку, це нецензурна лексика, ми розуміємо, але зараз це дечому стає символом нашої боротьби, символом реакції, і це можливість психологічно себе дослідити, викинути емоції. Якщо людина буде себе закривати, в тому числі, якщо ведучі вийшли з цим написом, вчора було би трохи важче обговорювати українських полонених, витримувати удари російських фейкометів, які розказують про людей, які здалися, показують красиву картинку, які годують, люблять і обіймають. Хоча ти розумієш, що все, що за кадром, значно гірше. Це можливість викинути емоції, можливість знайти людей, які тебе підтримують, навіть можливість цей складний час десь усміхнутися, поіронізувати і посміятися з іншого. Тому не сприймайте цю ситуацію як деградацію суспільства. Важливо, як ми будемо поводитися після того, як закінчується зараз війна,
when the war will be over, when the war is over, we'll be able to actually
судячи з надпису на моїй футболці, то Станіслав захищає те, що ми дозволяємо собі, ніколи такого не дозволяли в ефірі ТРК «Перший західний», вживати стільки нецензурної лексики, скільки було вжито за цих останніх 6 днів. Ми обіцяємо, що після перемоги абсолютно компенсуємо і реабілітуємося. Міністерство культури і інформаційної політики Ткаченко відреагували вони на заяву Міністерства оборони Росії із погрозами вдарити по Софії Київській. Ну, чесно, от мене просто не вкладається в голову люди з якою свідомістю, з яким культурним рівнем можуть взагалі навіть припускати і заявляти, хоча що там заявляти, якщо люди з такою компетенціями б'ють по мирному населенню і гатять по
Sophia Cathedral in Kyiv.
Well, we cannot really comprehend how it is possible to actually fire at kindergarten, at hospitals, and so on and so forth. So the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation claimed that they are going to fire at the St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kyiv, and Ukraine addressed UNESCO so that they mobilized the international community, because St. Sophia's Cathedral is a unique building. Well, it's not only the heart of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, but it's also one of the greatest architectural monuments, historical architectural monuments, and it's on the UNESCO heritage list. So any damage to it will be an irreversible loss for the humanity in general. I would like to add, we are saying that Russia is a terrorist state, and now we have another proof of that, because the ISIS, when they started conquering new territories, they destroyed all historical monuments there, so that they will destroy the possibility of people living in those territories to identify themselves with those territories. And that's what Russia is doing. They are trying to, well, make us stop identifying ourselves as Ukrainians. And here we have Tatiana, an editor from Belarus. Tatiana, glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Tatiana, we haven't met with you before. We got your contact information from Alexei, who's a Belarusian living in Lviv. He's been living in Lviv for a long period of time after the resistance to Lukashenko regime. What's the situation on your side? What is going on? We are not in Kyiv, but it's very scary here. We have tanks here, we hear shooting here, and we've been here for the 5th day. This is the 5th day of war. Tatiana, we have been paying much attention to Belarusians today, because Lukashenko is now in the situation where, on the one hand, he's like a slave doing everything Putin is telling him, but on the other hand, it seems like he's already afraid of himself and of Putin, and is trying to, well, maneuver out of the situation. So what can we expect? Can we expect that at some point in time Lukashenko will give up and will gather his remaining consciousness and stop using the leverages he has, and won't use the militaries, the armed forces, and the military machinery he has. Unfortunately, we have some problems with connection. Well, it's understandable, because Tatiana and some other Belarusian refugees are not far from Kyiv, and they are hiding, well, for the
most part of the day in the basement because shots are being fired all the time and there's a great threat to their life and health. Mikhailo Podolyak, the advisor to the president of Ukraine, wrote on Twitter that the enemies are bombarding big, large cities to make us scared and to erase our historical memory. Well, this is just what we have been talking about this historical memory. And what concerns the panic, I don't think that anyone will panic after the situation in Sumy. Well, you know, people in Kyiv or Kharkiv, they were panicking in the first day or two, but then when the people felt support, when they saw how Ukrainian military started to fight, they stayed. They decided not to flee. Women are helping the territorial defense, men are joining the territorial defense, the local defense, and doing, well, whatever they can. I have an acquaintance who was planning to flee. I won't mention from where, but then when he saw all this, he said that he'll stay and he'll fight for his city. We have restored connection with the Belarusians. Tatjana, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you. We hope that this connection will be okay. So, do you think anything can stop Lukashenko from, well, slavishly obeying Putin? Can anything impact him so that he stops, well, doing everything the main tyrant on the planet says? No, unfortunately not. There's no hope. No, I can't explain it, but there's no way he will actually will stop that. Do you talk to your colleagues who are still in Belarus? Because you've been living in Ukraine and Kyiv for quite a long time already, but you, I guess, have some friends who remain in Belarus. So what about the situation with information there? Do they get this real information that Russia invaded Ukraine and that Belarusian forces are taking part in all this war and that the missiles are coming from the territory of Belarus? No, unfortunately, the state-owned TV channels, they don't broadcast anything like that. They are not saying that Kyiv and Kharkiv are bombed. There's no information like that. And what is more, I can tell you that I talked to people from St. Petersburg yesterday. They don't know about it either. They think that there's only war in Donbass. They have never heard about the bombing of Kyiv and other cities. They have no idea that the armed forces of the Russian Federation are in other parts of Ukraine. Today we were researching Google Trends about what is being searched for in Russia, and they have been searching a lot for the prisoners of war and killed soldiers and so on and so forth. And I think that in cooperation with our European and American partners, we'll be able to explain to the Russian citizens what is taking place, because it's not the central TV channels, they are not the only channels of information. Having YouTube, smartphones, internet, all those things, are they cut off from digital world at all, or what? Well, I'd like to say that Belarusians and Lukashenko, they're different. Belarusians are not like Lukashenko. Belarusians are peaceful people. They don't want to fight. They don't want war. No one in Belarus wants war. We also had many rallies, many protests there, not that large, but 800 people have been detained
over 2 days because they were protesting against war in Ukraine. Yes, we've seen this information that during this referendum, which was also imposed on Belarusians, the Belarusians were trying to protest against war in Ukraine, and this is like a voice out of the desert, but Lukashenko is trying to suppress all this, and people have no chance to voice their views. And the European Union and the United States, they are imposing serious sanctions on Russia and now also on Belarus, and it seems like peaceful Belarusian people will suffer because of their leader, just like Russians are doing. You say that you've talked to people in St. Petersburg and they don't see this real situation in Ukraine, but were they not surprised that a dollar costs now 200 rubles? Can't they understand from their economical situation that there's something happening in this world? Well, unfortunately, Tatiana told me about dollar, that she was surprised, and when I asked her whether she was not surprised that they were not allowed to go to any countries of the European Union, and well, she said, well, these are just sanctions because of sanctions. And when I asked her why sanctions, she said, well, we don't know. We haven't been told why. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you for your position. We do understand that Belarusians are not Russians. And we know that many Belarusians have already conscripted to Azov and joined the territorial defense in various cities and towns in Ukraine. So this is the war of Ukraine against Russia and now also against Belarus. So this is basically the war against the regimes, against two crazy men who are terrorizing the whole world and the whole planet. And Ukrainian state and Ukrainian people are suffering the most. Yes, that's true. Thank you, and we hope that we'll be able to meet you in Kyiv very soon and then have coffee in free and independent of Lukashenko Minsk. Thank you. And I would like to quote Lukashenko. He is writing on his Telegram channel, the Telegram channel which appeared 2 years ago. He wrote that the Russians are conducting a surgical operation. Yes, we are doing the surgery by eliminating all the Russians in our territory. And he writes that they are using the aircraft, and they will be there until I tell the President of the Russian Federation that we don't need them. Don't say that we are going to invade Ukraine from Vitebsk or from other places. I'm asking Putin to help us. I haven't actually told any Belarusian troops to leave their permanent places. Well, that is already interesting. Well, in 2 days, we can mobilize all military units that have to be mobilized. You know, Lukashenko predicted that war with Ukraine will last for 2-3 days. It looks like he likes this 2 days comparison. Okay, important information. The analog broadcasting has been restored in Lviv and Borislav with the broadcasting of You Are First, and also the broadcasting of such channels as Rada, 1+1, Ukraine, STB, Inter, and Ukraine 24. And there's a piece of news from the National Bank of Ukraine. It opened an account for humanitarian aid to the Ukrainians who suffered from Russian aggression. So here you can see my screen. Ukraine. There's the account on the website of the National Bank of Ukraine, and I would like to remind you that previously the National Bank of Ukraine opened another account to help Ukrainian army. We know that there are many Ukrainians abroad who would like to help us and to transfer money, and we have our homework, so this is the 1st of March today, and we have to write an essay for today. What are the plans for future, for the spring? So first to win, then war, then to win Eurovision, and then to go to the seaside in Crimea. And now we have an announcement from regional administration, so we are looking for people who know how to work with the boards, billboards. We have found the operators of billboards, the owners of billboards, and now we need people who can actually put up information on these billboards. If you can't do that, contact the Department for Information and Communication at the Lviv Regional State Administration. They are easy to find, and as far as I understand, they will be putting up something like this. Please show the picture by Vitaly Turovtsev, one of the speakers, or probably the main speaker of the emergency department in Lviv region. He made a picture with one of those billboards in the background. He wrote that we are on our land and we are ready to defend it. If the editors cannot find the picture, I will tell you what's on the billboard. There's a blue and yellow map of Ukraine, and it's written, Russian ship, go to the place where you're waited for. 22, 21, 2019. This is not a count back. This is an average age of Russian soldiers who are prisoners of war. They swear they didn't want to fight in the war. They are calling their parents and they are asking everyone else to not let other parents to not let their children go here, but better go and throw over Putin's regime. And the General Staff calls on everyone to share the videos there so that the Russians know what's going on here, who's a prisoner of war and who has already died for the unnecessary Putin's ideals. And we remember that we have some issues with some countries because for example, Cyprus is not supporting Ukraine in all the matters, and we have now a Ukrainian citizen, Tatiana Romaniuk, who's now in Cyprus, and let's talk to her. Glory to Ukraine, Tatiana, glory to the heroes. We have the information that Ukrainians were protesting on Cyprus yesterday or today, so what kind of protest was it? Well, you know, Ukrainians have been rallying on Cyprus every day, and it's been taking place in all cities on Cyprus. This is all coordinated. People are going to the streets every day. And there were moments when Cyprus was not willing to block SWIFT, but they said then that they did not want to do that. So finally they gave in, and now Ukrainians are rallying in support of Ukraine, and they are calling on Russians and Belarusians to go take to the streets and protest against the war. And we have several initiatives here. I'm coordinating one of them. I'm coordinating the initiative Cyprus for Ukraine. We're helping people who are stuck on Cyprus to find housing, food, and everything they need. We have 138 persons here at the moment, and we have 68 volunteers who include both the citizens of Cyprus Cyprus, but also Russians and the UK citizens. We have volunteers from Russia here, but also the majority are Ukrainians, of course. Everyone is very active in helping, and everyone would like to do at least something for Ukraine. And a third large initiative that we have, this is humanitarian aid, which we are collecting now, and we'll send a plane to Poland on Friday. Large companies are buying medicines, people are bringing whatever they can, well, people from Cyprus, Ukrainians, everyone is calling, everyone is united for the cause. You said that you have some Russians there, not so many, but still. So what's their attitude to these events? Well, I can tell you the following. Today, even today, I got several calls from the Russians who provide housing and financial support and food, and each and every person finishes the conversation with apologies and with very unkind words towards their country. Everyone is very worried, everyone is crying, everyone is praying, and everyone is doing whatever they can. But of course, there are people on Cyprus who do not support Ukraine, and you can see that in the comments on our social media. Yes, we do have people like that on Cyprus. Where do you look for the housing for those Ukrainians who are stuck on Cyprus? Are well, people ready to help, or are these some state-owned companies that are helping? We are not cooperating, not working with the government. These are just regular people who share their apartments, their summer houses in the mountains or on the seaside. We also have companies who have found hotels and paid for many rooms in these hotels, and we can actually will provide accommodation to people there. So we have various options, but all these are private initiatives. Thank you, Tatiana, for talking to us and for doing all these things, and we really hope that those people who are still living in the past will see what is really happening in Ukraine and who is to blame. And thank you personally for coordinating this very important thing, because those Ukrainians who are stuck there, they are in a very difficult situation right now, because they can't get back home, and they might have found themselves in a very difficult situation on Cyprus if it was not for you. So thank you a lot. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes, and we'll definitely win. Volodymyr Zelensky wrote on his Twitter that he's just talked to Joe Biden, and we've discussed American sanctions and defense support to Ukraine. We have to stop the aggressor as soon as possible. Thank you for your support. I'm also looking for interesting guests at the same time, those who can tell a lot about what is taking place in Europe and in the separate regions of Ukraine. We will definitely have some interesting guests, but I will not tell you who, because we'll talk about various topics, including the Crimea. The National Police of Ukraine informs that the occupiers fired at the center of Mariupol. According to preliminary data, one person died, 3 persons injured. Several buildings have been damaged. So this is again an attack on the residential area. At about 5:30 p.m. another shooting at the city started. So they are deliberately shooting at civilians. No one is actually shooting at the military, at the armed forces, because there are no military in the center of the city. There are no evidence that any positions of Ukrainians armed forces were here in these regions. Canada decided to ban Russian ships from their ports, and I think that this is a decision that was taken following the UK because they have historical connections with the UK, so I would not be surprised if the US and Australia would take similar decisions very soon. And our colleagues and friends in Lviv are keep working to make sure that the displaced people are feeling comfortable here. We have some information from the humanitarian headquarters, which is located in the Palace of Arts on the 17 Kopernika Street. They have, our journalists have prepared a video from there. And we are waiting for this material to be found, and meanwhile we will announce that we'll also show you the Lviv sports Lviv athletes who are also the officers of the armed forces of Ukraine, and they are ready to fight as well. So let's watch about the humanitarian center in Kopernika Street, and also about the athletes who will change their uniform to fight. Art is internal. This is what is written above the Palace of Art in Lviv. Today we have a record number of visitors here, but they all came here not because of art, but because of war. Where's potatoes? Where's porridge? For 6 days, the Palace of Art has been a volunteer center and battalion. People are working for all fronts, helping the internally displaced peoples, those waiting on the border, and the military. Well, this is what we are preparing for a sanatorium for the military, so that they have something to cook lunch from. We're working for everyone, for Krakivets, the border where we have the internally displaced people. We are preparing for the railway stations where people have no warm clothes, and also for the officers from the armed forces on the front line. So we have water, we have some canned food, cookies, cigarettes, matches, energy drinks, snacks, dried fruit, nuts. There's also logistics working. Well, some people are bringing things, some are waiting to deliver. Well, dozens of vehicles are moving in and out during the day. We have guards who check everything that is brought in. Then we have the registration table, and we have the volunteers who know where to bring what. On the second floor, we have warm clothes and mattresses. Now they need instant food and also energy bars and art. You can bring your pictures to send to the armed forces. You can also write letters to the soldiers. I'm Solomia Profesnikova. I'm the sergeant of the armed forces of Ukraine. I've been defending the honor of Ukrainian sport for 8 years, and now I have taken the arms to protect the freedom and independence of Ukraine. I'm Dacho Kristina. I'm the master of sports of international class in free fight, and I've never thought that I will be protecting my country with weapons in my hands, but I'm ready. Glory to Ukraine. I'm a master of sports, and I'm also a sergeant at the armed forces of Ukraine. I've changed my uniform so that my children have a happy future. and our citizens have a peaceful sky over our heads. Glory to Ukraine. I'm Fedechko Andriy. I'm the merited Master of Sports of Ukraine. I participated in the Olympic Games. And for 5 days, I have already been holding the weapons in my hands because the Russian Federation attacked us. We'll be protecting our country. Everything will be Ukraine. Putin is dickhead. I'm an international master of sports. I participated in the Olympics. Quite recently, I represented Ukraine in international sports competitions, and now I'm a sergeant of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. I'm Zhanna Naumova. I'm a master of sports and bow shooting and a soldier of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. I'm putting my bow aside and taking the weapons to protect our country. We're coming back to our live broadcast. We're asking about Novy Kaliniv. Don't worry, Novy Kaliniv, we have a helicopter base there. Don't worry, all the sounds, you can hear them, they are Ukrainian ones. So you should already feel that these are the Ukrainian ones. And we told you that you should watch also the color. So when it's dirty, it's Russian. Our helicopters are blue, and they have these round signs that you can see from below. You can Google like Ukrainian combat helicopters and find the pictures, what they look like. And now together with the security service of Ukraine, we have this message that we are ready to clean your Telegram channels from Russian propaganda. The security service of Ukraine claims that there are Telegram channels which have Russian content there. These are split in the Blackwater political situation, non-typical Zaporizhia, Trempel, Kharkov. You can see them on your screen, and I should tell you that the legitimate resident, the Gossip Girl, Blackwater political situation, and Dnipro Life and Kherson Life. These are 8 Telegram channels which my friends and acquaintances recommended to me, saying that you should subscribe. They are great. Yes, they have a lot of Russian propaganda and a lot of information as a part of the information attack on Ukraine, so delete these Telegram channels and forget about them. So the National Bank of Ukraine opened a bank account to help the people who suffered from Russian aggression. We have 2 separate accounts. You remember that previously the National Bank of Ukraine opened an account to support the armed forces of Ukraine, and now they opened a new account to support people who have suffered. These are people who are on the territories where active fighting is taking place, and also for the internally displaced people. And they claim that they will use the money from this account to cater for the need of these people in accommodation, in food products, in clothes, shoes, and also provide them with some financial assistance. This is a multi-currency account and is open to transfers from international partners in international currencies and also from Ukrainians in hryvnia. So you can find this on the page of the Ministry of Social Policy, and there is a problem with the information from the state emergency service. Some people have received it at 4, some at 5, some are receiving it right now. So this is not a cyber attack. This is problem. They just sent it to a wrong region. So in Lviv region, the curfew is from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Over these 6 days, I've been thinking more and more that we need one single channel of communication. So when you join a Telegram channel of the civilian protection channel, then you have connection to the department who is actually starting these air alert signals. So don't join 135 channels which will be sending you this air alert because you're afraid that you won't see one or you won't hear one. You have one central Telegram channel and you get the official information from there. If you want to check it, then use radio 88.2 FM in Lviv and well, the first Western TV channel. You can actually turn on these channels and check whether air alert is true or not if you can't hear the sirens well. Because, you know, with all these things, it was just a simple mistake. Someone made a mistake and sent the information to a wrong region, and everyone in the Lviv region got this information, and people started panicking because the curfew was shifted from 10 p.m. to 6 p.m. We would like to remind you that the curfew in Lviv region is from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And the messages that you got from the state emergency service was made by mistake. I know what kind of information you're going to provide to us later, so for those people who are watching us on YouTube, so you know that there has been an attack to the TV towers, so well, people who are afraid to lose TV signal and are watching us on YouTube, please like the video, because the more likes we have, the more people will see this video, and in case this or that central channel is disconnected, people will know that there is additional source of information where they will be able to learn about everything that is taking place in Ukraine. We have information from Lviv City Council concerning this account, which was opened by the Ministry of Social Policy. The Lviv City Council stresses that a part of the humanitarian aid that is being collected in Lviv is sent to Kharkiv, Kyiv, Kherson, and Odessa, and we have enough clothes right now. Don't bring it at the moment. Don't bring food products at the moment. We have enough now. And now the humanitarian aid centers in Lviv need the things that might help arrange the places for the territorial defense, like sleeping bags and so on and so forth. So you can call the 032-254-6079 or bring it to the center in 41 Pekarska Street or to district administrations. When this need will be closed, they will inform about it on the page of the Lviv City Council, and we'll tell you about that as well. And before we make a break, which we would like to inform you about the following. In 10 minutes we will have a guest, but before that we should tell you about the initiative by the Ukrposhta, Ukrainian Post. They have introduced an initiative which is more like a competition than an initiative for a best draft of the postal stamp Russian battleship. Go fuck yourself. So this will be an international professional stamp. You will be able to use it to send letters all over the world, and they are calling professional illustrators and amateurs to join the competition, to make drawings and to send your drawings until the 4th of March to the address indicated on the website of Ukrpost, or the one that you can find on their Facebook profile, and all the drawings participating in the competition will be displayed on their Facebook page, and the ones that will get the most votes will be printed. And I think that the first letter with this postal stamp will go to Ural, where the person who actually deserves to get this postal mark the first to be there. And we're making a 10-minute break, and then we'll have a guest. This is Andriy Hodik. Our team is working on the informational front 24/7. We're strong with you, and now we're even stronger. The First Western Channel is now also on T2, broadcasting for Lviv and the adjacent communities. So quality picture and reliable information. Thank you for watching and trusting us.
Пришли вас освободить.
We came to liberate you.
Сьогодні ти знову написала,
Today
що тобі
you
страшно.
wrote again that you're afraid.
І я знову попрошу.
And I would like to ask you
Сьогодні я
again.
накажу
No, I will
відставити
tell
боятись.
you to
Погладь
stop
мене
being
помале і
afraid.
спокійно лягай
Pat the
спати.
dog and go to sleep.
До речі,
By the way,
як там у Русі в
how
школі?
was Rusa at school?
З тату берегти
Ask
серце і
Dad
обійняти маму.
to take care of his heart and to give hug to mom.
Давайте усміхатися.
And let's smile.
Ваші сили і краса.
You're
Допомагайте
strong
один одному
and you're
і
beautiful.
виручайте.
Help one another.
Цілуйте любимих.
Kiss the loved ones.
Святкуйте свою свободу.
Celebrate your freedom.
Ви за нашими спинами. Ось
You're
такі теж
behind
надійні,
our
не
backs.
ховайтеся,
You're
прикривайте
reliable.
нас із тилу.
You're
Зробіть
covering
так, щоб
our
ми
backs.
пишалися вами.
So make sure we are proud of you. And we'll come back.
Повернемось.
We'll come back and be alive.
Позашляховик для того, щоб швидше завершити війну.
An
Львівська
SUV
80-та
to
десантно-штурмова
finish
бригада
the
для
war as
роботи
soon
на
as
позиціях
possible.
потребує автомобіль.
They-
Аби його придбати,
we need,
оголошуємо збір коштів.
this
Ціна машини
vehicle
від
to buy
2,5
it.
до 3 тисяч
We are
доларів.
announcing
Тож
a
потребуємо
competition, so
допомоги.
we
Долучитись
need your
фінансово можна,
assistance.
перекинувши
You can
кошти дружині
transfer the money
військовослужбовця.
to
Авто
the
потрібно
wife
терміново,
of
аби чужинці, які ступають на нашу
servicemen,
землю,
so that
пішли слідом
all the
за
enemies
руським кораблем.
coming to our territory go straight after the Russian battleship. So here is the card in private bank of 4149 4991 3566 7838. Receiver Ушакова Тетяна.
дня, шановні колеги.
Hello,
Мене
dear
звати Тетяна
colleagues.
Кузьменко,
My
речниця
name is
Приватбанку
Tетяна
по
Kuzmenko. I'm the
Львівській
speaker of
області.
Private Bank in
Отже,
Lviv
яким
region.
чином перерахувати
So
кошти
how
на
can you
допомогу Збройним
transfer
силам
money
України
to
з картки є
help
підтримка?
the
Відкриваємо Приват24,
armed forces of
обираємо
Ukraine if you're
сервіси,
using the
далі
e-support
добро,
card?
далі
So you
допомога
open the service
ЗСУ.
menu,
У
then
переліку карток вибираємо
charity,
картку, є
then
підтримка,
help
або
the armed
вашу
forces of
звичайну
Ukraine,
картку,
and then you
або
choose the card,
бонус
either
плюс,
the
і
e-support
вводимо
or bonus
суму.
plus
Далі підтверджуємо.
or your regular card, then you enter the amount and then confirm the payment.
Львів Open Lab – простір інноваційної
Lviv Open
освіти,
Lab,
тепер місце для волонтерів,
space for
розташований на вулиці
innovative,
Червоної Калини, 58. Сюди можете приходити, щоб
So you
проводити
can
зварювальні
come here
роботи,
to
плести сітки, виготовляти кастети.
make
Для цього
nets
потрібні
and
тканина,
do
сітки,
some
нитки,
other things
ножиці,
to prepare
дерев'яні
for
бруси,
defensive
дерево,
actions. And
пиломатеріали,
that's why we
метал,
need
профільна труба,
various
арматура, швелера.
materials,
Контактні номери
contact
телефонів
information,
063
contact numbers
434 62 86 або
063 434 6286 or 063.
Плести сітки можна за адресами Вахнянина 29,
If you want to help
Порохова
making that,
вежа,
so you can go to
Лазаренка
29
42,
Вахнянина
Героїв
Street,
Кут
42 Лазаренка
27,
Street, 27 Героїв Кут
Івано-Воговського
Street,
34.
34 Виговського
Долучитися до
Street.
виготовлення
If
коктейлів
you would like
Молотова
to
можна
help
у театрі «Пива Правда».
making
Приносити з
Molotov
собою
cocktails,
пляшки,
come to
пінопласт,
Pravda
тканина.
Beer
Воїни
Theater.
потребують
The
медикаменти,
warriors
ібупрофен,
need
парацетамол,
medicines, ibuprofen,
знеболюючі,
paracetamol,
жарознижуючі,
painkillers,
ліки від діареї, бинти, нурофен,
medicine against
пакети
diarrhea,
для крові, крапельниці,
gauzes,
катетери, перев'язувальні матеріали,
IV
еластичні бинти,
lines,
спиртові
catheters,
серветки, марлі, турнікети,
hemostatic,
гемостатики,
tourniquets,
інсулінові сенсори,
insulin sensors, test stripes and needles, Lexicam, ciprofloxacin, Caver, hemostatic gauze, nasopharyngeal tubes, laryngeal tubes, decompression needles, occlusion
ноші типу юта, шийний комір, пояс,
Sam pelvic
бандаж,
sling,
додаткові
Israeli
медичні рюкзаки,
emergency
додаткові
bandage,
ампульниці, набори
additional
для переливання крові, знеболювальне в ампулах,
bags,
тактичні ножиці,
tactical
пінцети,
scissors,
пластирі для ран, хлоргексидин,
band-aids,
лідокаїн,
chlorhexidine,
дексаметазон, рушники з мікрофібри,
the
багаторазові набори
microfiber
посуду,
towels,
відра, господарські бочки, миючі засоби для тіла,
cutlery,
зубні пасти та щітки,
dishes,
підгузки та прокладки, паперові рушники,
paper towels,
антисептики, маски
disinfectants,
багаторазові та одноразові, спирт. Продукти, консерви, крупи,
food
сухпайки,
products,
сублімати,
canned
кава, чай,
foods,
енергетики, цукор, батончики,
supplements,
їжа, яка не
coffee,
псується, вода,
energy bars,
інше, павербанки,
water, other
скотч,
things,
ліхтарики,
powerbanks,
спальники,
tap,
ковдри, папір А4, свічки,
tape,
пусті мішки для піску, ноші,
A4
ноутбуки,
paper,
дошки,
candles,
батарейки,
sleeping
свічки,
bags,
ліхтарики,
batteries,
амуніція
candles,
в пріоритеті,
torches,
термобілизна великих розмірів,
munition,
взуття 44-го і більше розмірів, великі теплі
shoes,
шкарпетки,
44
теплий
plus
одяг великих
size,
розмірів,
warm
фліски,
clothes
наколінники,
of large
рукавиці, шоломи,
sizes,
бронежилети,
gloves,
носилки, турнікети,
bulletproof
квадрокоптери,
vests,
аптечки,
tourniquets,
рації, тактичні
quadricopters,
штани, спальні мішки, карімати,
sleeping bags,
бронежилети, біноклі, форми,
bulletproof
рація
vests,
GSM, нічні
uniforms,
візери,
night
спальники,
vision
підсумки
goggles,
для магазинів, приціли, тепловізори нічного бачення,
the,
ножі, балаклави, маски. Куди приносити і до кого
masks,
звертатись? Військовий
where to bring
госпіталь
and whom to
Личаківська
find,
26,
the military
будинок
hospital
воїна,
26
Короленка
Личаківська
1А,
Street,
громадська організація Галицька броня,
Галицька
Антоненка
броня,
Давидовича 8А,
8A, Антоненка Давидовича Street, 23 Джерельна Street, 20 Підголоском Street, 17A, Шептицького Street. Plast centers and addresses where to bring all these things you can find on the website. On the website you can see on your screen. We also have the headquarters for humanitarian aid. This is in Lviv 17.
Золочівський район, місто
Копарника
Золочів, вулиця
Zolochiv district, 3 Chornovolo Street in Zolochiv, 3 district, Slobidka village, 6 Kolesa Street, Sambir district, Sambir town, 8 Mazepa Street, 1st floor, Червоноград district, Sokal town, 26 Sheptitskого Street, Yavorів district, Yavorів town, 62 Makovaya Street, the territory, Ken Park territory. And we are back live. This is the First Western TV channel, and we are talking about the things happening on the front line. And the curfew is from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and the message that you got from the State Emergency Service, people are still receiving these messages. Because this is just a mistake, a person sent it to the wrong region, so don't worry. And if you are watching the First Western on T2 and you have some problems with the signal, don't worry, these are planned technical works to make the signal even better. And now we have a guest. I wanted to say that we have the third deputy head of the regional administration, and this is great because this means that we have already divided the areas of responsibility, and you have more time to visit us. So we have Andriy here. Andriy, glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. So we have already figured out some things. So Kyivstar and Vodafone have sent the messages from the State Emergency Service that the curfew hours have been changed in the region. This is just a mistake. Our journalists called there, and they said that this is a technical mistake because the person who was supposed to send these messages has just sent it to the wrong region, so that's why we got the wrong information. I haven't got the message yet, so you might get this message later, and don't trust it. This is just a mistake. And the second situation, we informed that the regional administration needs people who can put up information on the billboards. So what will be there on the billboards? Well, if you don't mind, I would like to start with the message from the State Security Service. So this is again about using official information. The curfew, this is the competence of the regional administration, and when you get some information from this or that body, I do recommend you to refer to the information resources to these particular bodies, including the State Emergency Service, because this was just an error. Well, but in other case, this may be deliberate fake information or a deliberate information attack, which will have some negative impact on the region in general and several separate people in particular. And we are, when it comes to the billboards, we are trying to achieve several things here. First of all, we would like to counteract the appearance of all those marks we have in the city. And second is we need to support our warriors and to call on people to be vigilant, not to pick up the things that are suspicious, and to follow the rules of the state of war time. And what about these signs and detention of people who were making them? How many people have you detained? Well, what concerns the number of people, that is a question to the law enforcement bodies. There have been many people detained, but whether all the suspicions were true or not, this is the information which I cannot provide to you. You have to ask the law enforcement bodies first, and then we have another question. What concerns the comfort and the everyday life? Thank you for following everything we are doing. The City Council has taken a decision that all those vehicles that are left on the streets, especially not far from the railway station, if they are abandoned, they will be towed away, and well, someone even commented that we could use them for the benefits of the army. So what about the region? Will the regional administration take a decision like that? We do have a decision like that already. We took it this morning. The biggest problem we had, this was the problem with the vehicles on those roads which are heading towards the border. There were many abandoned vehicles with the registration of various countries, which is a bit suspicious, and that's why we took the decision that these vehicles will be inspected and then towed away. And this is not only about the comfort of movement, but also about safety, because you know these vehicles, they may be dangerous, they may be mined, and they may explode or something like that. From our experience, I personally visited 3 drugstores, and I needed to buy some medicine, and well, in 2 of the drugstores they had nothing like that, and in Ryasnaye and Sokilniki they had nothing like that either. So do we have any mechanism to impact the networks of pharmacies to have more supplies, and also the same concerns also the shops? Well, there are the stores, for example, at the outskirts, they don't have anything, they don't have any macaroni, they don't have sunflower oils or something like that, like the things that we need the most. Well, in fact, when we are talking about the drugs that are used for a certain purpose, we can say that, well, people bought them either for themselves or to send them as humanitarian aid to the warriors defending us, and that is why some medications may not be available at the moment. But what concerns the information from the pharmacy networks, they do have these products, but they have a problem with logistics. Well, just like food products, they are supplied in proper amounts, and we can see support from abroad, and we can see hundreds of vehicles coming to bring all these products, both for us and also for the region suffering most from the aggression. So we need to make some stock. Well, I can tell you that we have calculated that this is just the in the region we have about 300 tons of humanitarian aid, and we also have help from our partners, things that we import from abroad. The figure is much bigger, and that's why I think that the situation will become more stable. What about small towns, small communities? Well, for example, in Turka region, former Turka region and Skola region, well, the mountainous regions, so they used to have some, well, logistical problems. I know that they are now preparing many things for the military as well. Do they have any problems there? Well, there are no problems right now. There was some problems on the first days. Now the situation is more or less stable, and another thing I would like to pay our attention to is the problems with logistics, not only because these goods are imported from abroad and there were some problems with importing them, but also there were also some problems with logistics within Ukraine, also because of the situation that is taking place right now. now, and there is also some problem with logistics in the region because we have many checkpoints here which cause the traffic jams, and well, that's why we have delayed delivery, and that's why we may have some problems with that.
Не один раз із Андрієм Івановичем, який був на скайпі, з представниками обласної військової адміністрації, і з Віталієм Загайним, і з Іваном Собком. Ну так, знаєте, сьогодні поспілкувалися вже з багатьма представниками обласної, які стежать за різними напрямками. Виглядає, що по теробороні, добровольчих формуваннях у нас вже ситуація налагоджується із тим величезним напливом, який є охочих вступити, і з тими людьми, які сюди приїхали і вештаються Львовом неприкаяно, то їх теж якби вже знайшли інструменти, щоб їх залучити. Медичний напрямок теж готовий, військовий шпиталь дає собі раду. Чого і з якими проблемними питаннями зараз ще є такі, ну, скажімо, проблеми життєві, які треба вирішити ще станом на зараз?
What problems have to be solved just right now? Well, in fact, I would like to stress security first. When we talk about the city, then all the systems are working fine. We don't have any problems with them. But when, well, these problems that we have raised, this is also about the checkpoints, because it's not only about the problems of movement, but this is also about the security of people standing on those checkpoints, because they have to understand that we are fighting not, well, some bullies. This is a real army, the second largest army in the world, and this is a real danger for them. So if people don't know what they are actually standing for, so it may be dangerous. The situation is interesting, in fact, and we don't have a simple answer to this question. So on the one hand, people wanted to help and support some security things here, but there has to be very clear coordination with the military administration, because if everyone puts a checkpoint next to their house, it will not help the security situation in the region, and it will not be a good thing. And we also need to understand that all those traffic jams that we have because of the problems with the checkpoints, like when they are located in the wrong place or something like that, this is also an obstacle to the defense. I just wanted to ask a question, but yes, you can. Well, okay, you go first. Well, the question that I would like to ask is, people are very actively discussing the participation of Belarus in this war. I mean, official participation, because everyone knows that they are a part of this war anyway. But how is Lviv region protected if these Belarusian troops? Well, you wanted to ask this time, right? Yes. Okay. So, how protected is our region and this border to the Volyn region? We even helped them try to build the checkpoints. And so, what about the checkpoints here and also the protection of our strategic objects like the airport, for example? I'm really worried about that, and also having all those people who may have come to Lviv earlier and are trying to disrupt the situation here right now. What concerns the readiness to protect the region, there is no limit to that, and we keep training the units, and we keep improving the infrastructure to fight the aggressor. And the objects are being protected. I'm not going to tell you which objects. Well, I'm sure the airport is protected, and we will not discuss the other objects. Our enemies have to know that we are protecting all the objects, and we are ready to respond, and we are not happy to see them here. Well, let's break it into parts, and I will
I would like to, ask you, starting from the beginning, you've been working with various areas. Volyn started working later, like 2-3 days ago. So how do you cooperate with Volyn regional administration? Because we do understand that, all regions have to coordinate their work. So how about your coordination, like people fleeing from there, closing the roads, providing assistance, temporary places for people to stay if something is happening? We're not trying to scare anyone, we're just trying to think everything through. Well, I would like to stress that our work with trying to prepare the society and the region started on the 24th, and it's been very active, and we are ready to help with the Volyn region, and we are actually helping other regions like Kyiv and Kharkiv region and other regions as well, in all areas. On the one hand, we are ready to accept people. We have a network of objects for temporary accommodation of people, and we have good logistics, and we can ensure the transportation and food and registration, and if they need to solve their problems with the documents, we also can provide them with assistance. What concerns humanitarian aid, we also are ready to assist. We have the respective humanitarian warehouses, and they are replenished quite actively. We cooperate with our international partners in that respect, and we've been working from outside the region, and by the end of the day we'll have an exact figure, but today we have sent more than 170 tons of cargoes to various regions of Ukraine, Zhytomyr region, Kherson, and other places. We are helping them, and this is about various areas of assistance, but this is what we are doing. And I'll ask a question, and you should just answer yes or no. Have you developed some spare logistic routes if these are overloaded, or if something happens, like using the railway? Well, the railway was not ready to be fired at, and people were just had to stay at railway stations somewhere in the field because the train could not move, and they didn't know what to do. Do we have some plan B for situations like that? I will tell you, yes, we do. And the second question is, when I look at Transcarpathian region, everyone goes to this Kyiv-Chop road. Why are they not taking that other road through Turka? Don't they just know about this road, or is it because they're afraid of going there? Well, I don't know. I can't explain why they're taking that road and not another one. But I'm sure that you can answer another question which we have received from our viewers. Will the military administration cope with the work? Do you engage additional experts, and how can we become a part of military administration if you need additional support? If you follow the official pages of the head of the administration and the administration itself and the representatives of the administration, you see that we are not afraid of asking for help, both the staff help and material help. We're just right that we need this or that, and people actually will help a lot. And I would like to inform you about the team of the administration. These are people who are doing a lot, and this is people who work 24/7, and there are many volunteers from among the members of the regional council and everyone willing to help. People have joined one another, and they are working on the same goal. We are a united front to fight the enemy, and we are ready to tackle all the challenges in front of us.
And
there's another question. We are being watched at the Polish administration, at the Cabinet of Ministers in Poland, and they are actively reacting to the needs that we discuss in our studio, and they offered to send us the toy lavatories, and the deputies of the regional council worked on that. I think that the regional administration was working with that as well. The question is whether they have already been brought so that people are more comfortable waiting in line to cross the border. Well, I'm not sure. I can't answer about this particular case, but when it comes to the lines on the borders, then we can actually understand that more than 150,000 people have crossed the border to Poland over these 3 days, and this is a lot considering the capacity of those checkpoints on the border. These are basically incredible figures, and well, what concerns these basic needs of those people, we were trying to do our best. So we were bringing some hot food there, and also the bio-toilets there, and with every day the infrastructure is getting better. Yes, on the first day we were not ready to have so many people there. It was a big challenge, but now the situation is getting better, and we see that the line on the border is decreasing and the infrastructure is getting better. We have urgent information that the armed forces of Ukraine have told how they eliminated the Chechens who wanted to kill Zelensky, and that's why I would like to ask you, is the regional administration secure enough so that you're not worried about your lives and the lives of other people there? Well, we'll see whether it's enough or not. A very optimistic end of our today's program, considering the fact that, well, I have a long road home after that. But we have to protect not separate people. We have to ensure security in the region and in the city. And when it comes to the security issues, then I would like to ask everyone to stop using the drones because these drones may also be used by the representatives of the enemy side, because that's how they do reconnaissance and how they're checking the territory here. So please don't use these drones of yours, because this is an additional reason for law enforcers to react to these channels. I would like to say that, well, don't just stop using them, just give them to the military. Well, the guys know how to use them for a good cause. So if you really have the possibility to do that, I do know these guys in person, and they know how to do that. So bring it here, and we'll send it where they're really needed. And when these drones bring good results, they will give you, well, already the pictures of what they used them for. So we have also some orders to the t-shirts, and if you bring us the drone, we'll give you a t-shirt. So thank you, Andriy Hotek. Glory to Ukraine.
Нагадаємо, скажемо, що Укрзалізниця запустила ще 2 поїзди. Це Одеса-Чернівці та Одеса-Ужгород. Перший відправиться сьогодні о 20:49, інший о 22:32. Обов'язково слідкуйте за оголошеннями на вокзалах, тому що можливе затримання поїзда. Також я вже можу розказати історію про тваринку, про песика. Приїхала, значить, дружина його забирати, забрала вона його з квартири, де забрали знайомі, забрала цього песика, ніби все добре. Він з нею був навіть якийсь час, десь приблизно 40 хвилин.
Не витримав дружина або дружина пса?
Навіть встиг заснути в машині, посопіти. То він любить кататися в машині, як виявилося, вже теж плюс. По дорозі їй подзвонили, сказали, повертайся. І треба обговорити, що чого забрати песика. Вона повернулася. Виявилося, що ще одна жінка зголосилась забрати. Вона саме з такою породою собак працює. Вона розводить їх, вона знає, що і як їх доглядати. Бо це теж важливо. Різні породи собак по-різному треба доглядати. І фактично песика вернули на квартиру. Завтра ця жінка з села, з-під Львова приїде, забере його. Так що тут песик врятований. І саме тому пропоную переглянути зараз нам відео про тварин. Підготували наші журналісти, як люди залишають їх тут і де можна забрати, і як можна допомогти.
Як їм надають притулок. Так, дивимось. Повертаємося у студію телеканалу «Перший Західний». Триває марафон. Ми вже 6-ту добу інформуємо вас оперативно і актуально про те все, що відбувається у Львівському регіоні, а також по всій Україні. Всі інформації достовірні і перевірені. Правда, сьогодні стався збій, який відобразився і на наших інформаціях щодо розсилки Державної служби з питань надзвичайних ситуацій, яка зараз взяла на себе, тобто, верніше, це Київстар і Водафон взяли на себе розсилку ДСНС і розіслали сьогодні інформацію мешканцям Львівщини про зміну комендантської години. Ще раз наголошуємо, що ця зміна не відповідає дійсності. Комендантська година на Львівщині залишається такою ж, як і була, з 22 до 6. І бачимо, перевіряємо, у мені, наприклад, смс-ка ще не прийшла, тому не виключаємо випадків, що вони затримуються десь у дорозі і, можливо, до вас ще дійде смс від ДСНС. про зміну комендантської години, тому йому не вірте. Тим часом маємо ще багато інформацій, їх оприлюднить вже Станіслав, а у мене для вас є гарне відео про те, що життя навіть у воєнному часі триває. Ми сьогодні вам показували кілька фотографій із пологових будинків Київщини, де породілля народжують в умовах пологових залів у бомбосховищах. Також пологові будинки Львівської області пристосовані для того, щоб приймати вагітних жінок з усієї України. І вже були випадки, коли у перинатальному центрі народилися дітки від переселенців, які переїхали до Львівської області. Рівно ж як у Львові не перестають одружуватися. Сьогодні наші журналісти стали свідками такої події, коли хлопець, який завтра вирушає на фронт, вирушив узаконити свої стосунки. І не знаємо, бо не бачили сюжету, побачимо зараз разом із вами, не знаємо наскільки офіційно, але перед Богом так точно. Дивимося сюжет, і я з вами прощаюся, вже побачимося завтра, ще доєднуюся до своїх колег на Радіо Перше, а Станіслав залишає вас у надійних руках Станіслава з інформацією оперативною, за якою вже стежитиме він.
Він
гуманітарну допомогу, а Путіна порівняла з Гітлером. У німецькому Берліні на мітинг вийшли сотні тисяч людей. За різними даними, їх майже 500 000. До столиці з'їжджалися навіть з околиць. У людському морі майоріли українські прапори і плакати з надписами «Руки геть від України», «Путін, йди на терапію», «Покинь Україну та світ». Українські прапори розгорнули на вулицях канадських міст – Торонто, Гамільтон, Оттава, Шарлоттаун, Монреаль. У синьо-жовтих барвах. Також багатотисячні акції проти російської агресії влаштували у Празі та Лондоні, Мельбурні й Сеулі. А в Мехіко на протест вийшли молоді дівчата у весільних сукнях, які залиті червоною фарбою, наче кров'ю, яка на руках Росії, на руках Путіна. Увесь світ говорить, що він убивця, а правда на нашому боці.
Хлопці, тримайтеся, ми з вами. Ми до вас все привеземо, тільки стійте. Реально. Якщо не ви, то ніхто. Ми за вас, герої. Тримайтеся. Слава Україні!
Дякуємо вам, Збройні сили України і тероборона, і ми дуже за вас молимося. Ми настільки палко за вас молимося, що розуміємо, що це стратегічна боротьба між добром і злом. А зло ніколи не перемагало в історії і ніколи не переможе. І Бог з вами, і ми з вами. І дякуємо за все, дякуємо вам.
Наших пілотів, наших соколів, що вони взяли небо під свій контроль. На небі мають жити тільки ангели. Ви мене розумієте? Там чортів не має бути. А це моє слово. А хлопцям всім радості, життя, любові, веселого настрою, щоб веселість перемагає.
Раша – то Мордор, а Путлер – Саурон. Ну і Лукашенко, напевно, Сарумян. Але ми Гондор, Мінастеріт то Київ, орки все одно переможемо. Хлопці, ми з вами допомагаємо де хто чим може. Перемога обов'язково за нами. Тримаємося. Invaders must die.
Ми бажаємо їм триматися. Дуже дякуємо за те, що вони такі сильні, мужні. Зараз, напевно, вся Україна підтримує всім серцем, всією душою, матеріально також. І молимося за вас, хлопці. Дуже вам дякуємо. Слава Україні!
Україна буде найпрекраснішою країною в всьому світі і першою країною в Євросоюзі. І ми будемо квітучою, чудовою, прекрасною державою, в якій знайдеться кожному місце, і кожен буде тут почутий. Він віднайде тут дім, буде щасливий, і все в нас буде добре. Головне вірити і триматись.
Я думаю, що люди стануть ще більш сплоченими, ще більш рівними, будуть підтримувати один одного, буде єдність між людьми, вона залишиться назавжди, я так думаю. Я дійсно цього дуже хочу.
Та все буде гаразд. Все буде супер. Нам на москалі не будуть заважати. Я надіюсь, років на 100. Більше вони сюди не полізуть.
Наша країна стане ще більш квітучою, і ми все відбудуємо. І побудуємо таке саме суспільство, як є в інших країнах. Почалося з Майдану, потім війна 2014 року і зараз ця повномасштабна. Показує, що в нас неймовірно сильний народ. Він заслуговує на таку країну, щоб нею пишатися.
Ми переможемо, і зміни будуть, а далі наші плани є накреслені. ЄС, НАТО, незалежна Україна, ніяких зв'язків з Росією.
Те, що ми будемо більш згуртовані з однією ідеєю, що маємо відновлювати нашу країну, відбудовувати її по-новому, з новою, з більшою любов'ю, я б навіть сказала.
Я вірю в те, що український паспорт – це буде найкращий паспорт у світі, і кожен буде гордитися, що він українець.
Щиро сподіваюся, що це почуття єднання і взаємодопомоги, воно протримається і у мирний час, і що ми так само зможемо, ми в принципі завжди гуртуємося у випадку небезпеки. Було б добре, щоб ми могли це робити настільки ж якісно і ефективно, коли небезпеки немає.
Їм дуже багато репатріацій, де треба буде платити нам. Реально. І компанія буде наша. Слава Україні!
Я такого єднання навіть на Майдані не бачив. Це щось з чимось, типу. І я вірю, що наші хлопці, я такої єдності країни ніколи не бачив. І як казали колись класики, українців не можна перемогти, їх можна тільки знищити. А знищити їм не вдасться, тому що за нами правда і за нами весь світ.
Ще коли на траві роса, ще коли коні воду п'ють, вже нащадки старих характерників укладають свій